But the witch's ability left her unable to recover for a long time. In this world, there actually existed such a terrifying ability. What kind of woman was this? Also, if the witch had self-awareness, what would happen? And how did Song Bing obtain the witch? By now, you should understand, right? But actually, what I want to say is that those apocalypse forces are merely pawns being used by the apocalypse organization. They're just using these forces to create enmity with Song Bing, to hold Song Bing back while waiting for the Emperor's awakening. Qing Chuan Nair's next words instantly brought the dazed Shili back to her senses. Her heart trembled violently once more. The Emperor's awakening? Someone who could create this era, produce so many zombies, abilities, mutant beasts. Then, once this apocalypse emperor awakened, what kind of terrifying existence would he be? What level would he be? When that time came, would Song Bing still be able to resist? In an instant, Shili panicked. Panicked like never before. Don't worry, the emperor won't fully awaken that quickly. However, for the sake of the witch, he'll probably choose to awaken early. Qing Chuan Nair's words seemed comforting, but she continued to drop bombshells. And once he awakens, the ability he possesses will surely be at the peak of this era. When that time comes, what awaits Song Bing and all survivors will be nothing but a dead end. Shili's aura fluctuated uncontrollably. She didn't care about others. But Song Bing absolutely could not come to harm. You came to find me. You're not just here to tell me these secrets, are you? Gradually calming down, Shili looked sharply at the mysterious woman before her once more. Telling you all this is naturally to help you. Of course, I actually don't have to help, and should even be Song Bing's enemy. But I cannot disobey my master's orders. Qing Chuan Nair smiled helplessly. Help us? Why should I trust you? Shili remained vigilant, especially regarding the master the other party mentioned. I've said what I needed to say. Believe it or not, it's up to you. In any case, if you don't want Song Bing to die, take this. It can help you upgrade and fuse more quickly, reaching perfection. As Qing Chuan Nair spoke, she took out a thumb-sized jade bottle from her bosom. The bottle was filled with red liquid. Your talent is excellent, rarely seen among all of Blue Star's humans. Being able to break through your own limits and advance in level is truly rare. But the Emperor is about to awaken early, and Song Bing needs help now. He can't wait for you to slowly reach the perfect level. If you want to help him, take it yourself. If not, then forget it. Shili stared intently at the blood bottle floating toward her, not immediately reaching for it. At this moment, Qing Chuan Nair rose from the rocking chair, and the surrounding cherry blossom snow began to drift and scatter. Queen Shili, we've actually met before. The Emperor's awakening is 10,000 times more terrifying than you can imagine. The coming disaster will be very cruel. This may very well determine whether human civilization continues to exist. Both you and I are fighting for the people important to us. You for Song Bing, I for my master. Let's both do our best. Qing Chuan Nair spoke with an undisguised bitter smile, finally waving at Shili. All right, I'll stop here. I still need to continue completing the task my master assigned me. Accompanied by countless pink snowflakes covering and dispersing, Qing Chuan Nair's figure vanished, as if she had never been there at all. Watching Qing Chuan Nair disappear silently, Shili caught the jade bottle that was about to fall and shatter on the ground. At the same time, she also remembered Qing Chuan Nair, the Li Country Times Square of the past, Song Bing's medical clinic. Looking at the jade bottle in her hand that still carried warmth, Shili fell into silence. What did you say? You've seen Divine Physician Song? Where is he? In the southwestern part of Anghua, within a forest, everyone's gaze was drawn to the voice of the speaking man. Among them, a gaunt man in his 30s showed the most agitation, because on his back, he was tightly carrying a little girl around 5 or 6 years old. The girl's pale face was covered with black blood vessels, and she had fallen into a coma, her breathing extremely weak. I not only saw Divine Physician Song, he even saved me. Not long ago, I and many compatriots were captured by a Sakura army. We thought we were certain to die, but unexpectedly Divine Physician Song descended like a god from heaven, easily killing all those little Sakura soldiers and rescuing us. The speaking man began to recall, his eyes unable to hide his astonishment and awe. That's right, I can testify. At this moment, from a corner of the fleeing group, another woman stood up. The woman looked very cold, constantly gripping a knife in her hand. But she still continued to add, I was also one of the survivors saved by Divine Physician's song. However, I was rescued at the Yin family base. I was originally a survivor captured by the Yin family to serve as a servant. At first, being able to live under the Yin family's protection was good. Though oppressed, at least I didn't have to drift around every day. But the good times didn't last. One day, the Yin family suddenly assembled a large number of ability users to go out, leaving only a small number to guard the base. At that time, a Sakura military force suddenly attacked, and in alliance with traitors inside the base, easily occupied the Yin family base. We thus fell into the hands of these Sakura-born, treated and tortured like livestock. Speaking of this, the woman's grip on her knife tightened further, but she still continued through gritted teeth. Just when we were so desperate we wanted to commit suicide, a young man wearing a white coat entered the base. Like a deity, he easily made those Sakura beasts fall to the ground wailing, and like Dawn, pulled us out from that hell-like cage. He finally killed all those Sakura beasts and liberated the entire base. I was just one among them, but I will always remember that face. That was Divine Physician's song. The Divine Physician's song who, before the apocalypse, made it so every citizen of Manhua could receive medical treatment. The woman's voice carried trembling, and also carried immense gratitude and respect towards Songbing. Only she knew clearly that at the time she had been chained in a pitch-black room, tortured by those Sakura beasts taking turns in line, until those beasts all fell to the ground, and she happened to catch a glimpse of Songbing through the door crack. Songbing also saw her. Just one glance. She fell asleep, all fear and terror in her pupils seemingly brushed by a spring breeze under that one glance, completely smoothed away. When she awoke, the black gold iron chains that had imprisoned her like livestock shattered into fragments. Her body, riddled with wounds, had recovered completely. At the same time, she had gained a 4th-level ability for self-protection. When she finally walked out of the room, in the entire base, only other compatriots equally surprised and looking around remained. Those Sakura beasts were gone. After Divine Physician Song's arrival, they had completely disappeared, as if reduced to ashes and smoke. The gates of the entire base stood open. They were thus free. He truly was like a physician descended from heaven, saving them. Listening to the woman's account, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. Just a few words, yet they gave them a tremendous impact. Does that mean Divine Physician Song is still as divinely powerful as in the peaceful era? Can Divine Physician Song save us? And my daughter, she was poisoned by those beasts. The crowd began to tremble with excitement, especially the gaunt man. He had found hope to save his daughter. First it was the Sakura country's people, now it's these small southeastern countries. They must be trying to take advantage and invade our Angua's territory, turning us into their slaves. These bastards all deserve to die. Along with the excitement, some people gradually realized, speaking through gritted teeth. Kiki, found you. However, at this moment, several sinister laughs rang out. Immediately after, the treetops above and the surrounding ground began to surge. The next second, over a dozen soldiers from the southeastern small countries' allied forces appeared like ghosts from underground and the treetops. In an instant, they surrounded the dozen or so fleeing people. Everyone, like startled birds, immediately scrambled to their feet in panic, but at this point wanting to escape was clearly already impossible. Kiki, if you don't want to die, obediently put down your weapons and kneel and surrender. We've come to eliminate the witch, capture Songbing, and save Anhua. Why are you running? From the treetop, the squad captain spoke with a cold laugh. Still the same rhetoric. You all deserve to die. Seeing she couldn't escape, the knife-wielding woman's eyes turned cold, and she decisively charged out to kill. Fuck your bullshit. Brothers, fight them. Even if we're afraid of death, we can't lose face for us Anhua people. Even in death, we'll drag someone down with us. That's right. Do you really think that just because it's the apocalypse you can invade Anhua at will? Come on, I'm not running anymore. You dogs, this is our territory. The ones who should kneel are you. Seeing the knife-wielding woman charge out without hesitation, all the survivors immediately showed fierce glints in their eyes. No longer fleeing, they rushed toward this squad like madmen, comparable to zombies seeing living people. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Moreover, They were human. The squad that had originally been laughing sinister laughs while encircling them saw this scene, and their expressions changed. Their entire squad had over a dozen people, and their levels were almost all 4th level, with one 5th level captain. They were even equipped with excellent black gold equipment. But looking carefully, the fleeing Ongwa survivors were not inferior. Their numbers were even greater. More critically, to be able to flee for so long under such an encirclement, their levels were also almost all 4th level existences. There were even 2 5th level ones. It was just that their equipment was a bit inferior. And now, facing such a desperate situation, the cornered Ongwa survivors released all their pin-up rage. They directly broke their cauldrons and sank their boats, charging at these soldiers. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Die, your mother. I'll fuck your ancestors. An Ongwa man directly charged like a madman toward a soldier who was also 4th level. The black gold knife in the soldier's hand thrust forward, instantly severing the blade in the man's hand and piercing through the man's abdomen. The enraged man simply didn't care, taking advantage of the momentum to tackle the soldier, then directly bit the soldier's neck, continuously tearing and biting like a mad dog. Even in death, he would drag the soldier down with him. The soldier screamed miserably, instantly panicking. He abandoned his attack, frantically trying to pry open the man's mouth, only wanting to survive. But facing a man who didn't care about his life, wanting to escape now was clearly already impossible. You, what are you trying to do? We came to save you. On the treetop, the squad captain saw this scene, his expression changing drastically, trying again to suppress them with the same reasoning. You'd better save yourself first. As he spoke, the gaunt man carrying his daughter had already set down the daughter on his back. The instant he stood up, raging flames ignited around his body, and he shot toward the squad captain without regard for his life. This was a 5th level ability. The squad captain's face turned deathly pale, looking at the soldier whose neck was being bitten and wouldn't let go, and at the crazed gaunt man. He instantly lost his will to fight, turning around only wanting to flee. Several soldiers in succession were tackled and killed in close combat by the desperate and kingdom survivors. The squad leader was so frightened he was the first to flee. The remaining soldiers instantly panicked. How could they dare continue the encirclement, even holding advanced weapons? Their will to fight vanished in an instant. One by one, they fled in disarray. Fuck you. Don't run. I'm taking you down with me. Fuck you. Come on. Weren't you going to capture me? Come capture me. However, the bloodthirsty and kingdom survivors had gone mad. Even as these soldiers fled, they refused to let them go. Abilities fully unleashed, like bombs strapped to their bodies, they pursued frantically. The offense and defense reversed in an instant. We'll return to our country right away. Soon, the fleeing soldiers were caught one after another, but under fear, their fighting spirit greatly diminished. In an instant, they were pinned to the ground. Facing these desperate and kingdom survivors, they seemed to see zombies. Many were literally scared to the point of wetting themselves. Go home. Fuck you. You think you can leave after coming here? Go to hell. Fuck you. And kingdom is your graveyard. Weren't you going to save us? Come on. Come save us. Fuck you. The in-kingdom survivors seized the opportunity, giving these soldiers no chance to breathe, targeting heads, throats, hearts, and other vital points, ripping out hearts and lungs. Each one truly resembled a wild beast. At the end of the escape route, the squad leader was tackled by the self-immolating, emaciated man. Raging flames instantly engulfed him. No matter how the squad leader struggled, I want to live, but you won't let us live. Compared to the agitated and kingdom survivors, the emaciated man was incomparably calm. But the continuously released fierce fire represented his determination. The squad leader was terrified, both from the burning flames and from the death-defying gaze of the emaciated man beneath the flames. Too late. The emaciated man answered calmly, more flames covering him. His ability exhausted, he directly used his own flesh as fuel. The squad leader finally looked desperately behind him, only hoping the 6th-level supervising general was nearby. Buzz! His cry for help was quickly answered. Above the jungle sky, a supervising black gold fighter jet instantly descended, then stopped above the jungle. The gale stirred up countless branches and leaves. Ha ha! We're saved. Our general is here. you're all dead, huh? Seeing this scene, the originally desperate squad leader and soldiers immediately became excited. The fighter jet in the sky simultaneously opened while hovering. A Yuelang Kingdom Yuelang general wearing even more advanced blue combat gear appeared before everyone. Beside him were several 5th-level deputy generals. Seeing this scene, the in-kingdom survivors despaired. But they no longer feared. They continued riding the soldiers beneath them, bombarding wildly. Even in death, they would drag these people down with them. Kill. On the fighter jet, the Yuelang Kingdom's Yuelang general saw this scene, his gaze slightly cold, immediately giving the order. He and the several 5th-level deputy generals behind him simultaneously attacked, planning to annihilate these disobedient troublemakers in one strike. Whoosh! However, just as their killing moves were about to land, from the distant forest, several black shadows descended like a gale. Moreover, the abilities released from these black shadows were all 5th-level existences. The Yuelang general's expression changed slightly. He and several deputy generals were forced to change direction, meeting these mysterious people. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief collision, the Yuelang general and several deputy generals were instantly sent flying. Who are you people? The Yuelang general's expression changed as he looked at this group of suddenly appearing black-clothed people. Who gave you dogs the guts to even set foot in an kingdom? Answering him was the afterimage of the leading black-clothed person's attack. The other black-clothed people simultaneously followed. What they drew from behind were all black gold weapons. The Yuelang general and several deputy generals' expressions changed, forced to engage in battle. However, after exchanging blows, they were shocked to discover that this group of mysterious people's strength was terrifyingly powerful. Their coordination was even more perfect to the extreme. In just a few minutes, 2 deputy generals were killed on the spot, throats sealed. The Yuelang general's chest was then slashed open by the leading black-clothed person. The opponent's sharp, cold gaze, like a war god, made him shudder. Flee. His expression changed. Facing this group of mysterious people, his will to fight instantly vanished, and he turned to flee in disarray. Only a few minutes had passed since his domineering entrance. No, General Sir, what about us? We're still here. Ah. The soldiers who had just rekindled hope saw this scene and fell into despair again. The in-kingdom survivors' eyes gleamed sharply, immediately delivering the final blow to these allied soldiers. Ah. The squad leader, in the emaciated man's loving embrace, was literally melted by love. Becoming a skeleton, the flames dispersed. The emaciated man's entire body was already charred black, skin split, and flesh torn, appearing severely burned. But he still dragged his broken body back to his daughter's side. The other survivors also sat exhausted on the ground, looking at the foreign invaders they had personally slaughtered. All of this felt like a dream. But after only a moment's pause, everyone's gaze turned to this group of mysterious black-clothed people who had appeared. Who are you people? The knife-wielding woman asked, her face covered in blood. This time she alone had killed 3 soldiers. Protectors of the sick, Shinjo Alliance. The leading black-clothed person looked at the survivors, powerfully declaring an unprecedented title. Shinjo Alliance? The survivors' expressions changed slightly. This was the first time they'd heard this title, but it felt inexplicably familiar. Shinjo, wasn't that the representation of an kingdom? Now the apocalypse forces of various countries are all invading an kingdom. Those who want to survive, or want revenge, follow me. The leading black-clothed person spoke, then led the other black-clothed people, taking the 2 deputy generals, and left. If Song Bing were here, looking at the leading black-clothed person's back, he would definitely find it very familiar. The survivors looked at each other, all decisively following. They had seen with their own eyes how powerful these black-clothed people were. Following these people was better than continuing to be treated as stray dogs, hunted everywhere by the apocalypse forces of those small nation alliances. And so, under that setting sun, a group of survivors, staggering yet resolute, followed a team calling themselves the protectors of the sick of the Shinjo Alliance. Similar scenes were still playing out in various border corners of an kingdom, facing the continuous deep encirclement and slaughter by the apocalypse forces of various countries. Countless in-kingdom survivors became homeless existences, and where there is oppression, there will inevitably be resistance. Many escaped and kingdom survivors gathered together, choosing to resist. During this period, this so-called Shinjo alliance mysteriously appeared. They called themselves protectors of the sick, appearing and disappearing like ghosts at in kingdom's various borders, while rescuing and kingdom survivors. They were also resisting the invasion of the apocalypse forces of various countries. The place where the protectors of the sick appeared most was along the route of the White Gull Seven-Nation Alliance, which had the fiercest offensive momentum. So much so that the originally fastest White Gull Seven-Nation Alliance was gradually overtaken by the Fan Kingdom's Relic Gate. While at the same time the borders of a nation were being invaded by representatives of apocalypse forces from various countries. Song Bing had already traveled all the way south, moving in a semi-encircling pattern, beginning to harvest the zombie merit from cities across a nation. Over the course of several days, Song Bing had harvested quite a few small cities. Like a barefoot doctor, he would arrive at a city and save that city. Not only did he absorb the diseases from zombies, but Song Bing also absorbed any survivors he encountered. If this had been at the beginning of the apocalypse, Song Bing would generally only absorb zombies that had completely died. Forget about survivors. Even living zombies, Song Bing would deliberately avoid absorbing. He simply didn't want the extra trouble. But now, Song Bing didn't care anymore. He needed merit. So, under the coverage of his mental power, he absorbed everything. Of course, as compensation, whether they were still living zombies or survivors, Song Bing healed all their injuries free of charge, and returned to them a highly compatible and even more powerful ability. He even gave free upgrades to many of the lower-level ones. After all, he had enough duplicate merit. Song Bing was essentially converting duplicate merit into enhancement merit. This was a win-win. Of course, such conversion actually consumed more mental power. But Song Bing couldn't just take without giving, could he? Turning them into ordinary people and leaving them in this apocalyptic world. What difference would that be from killing them? Song Bing didn't like being a good person, but he wouldn't be an utterly wicked person either. This was his principle. And so, under Song Bing's blanket absorption, every city he passed through, countless survivors infected and turned into zombies, or numerous survivor bases surrounded by zombies. All were saved from dire straits after Song Bing's mental power swept over them. Like a spring breeze passing through. Countless zombies parasitized and controlled by the zombie virus, wandering in agony. Countless desperate survivors trapped under zombie siege. Countless people gravely injured or poisoned, able only to await death. Countless survivors clutching their wives, children, and parents, praying in anguish. They were all victims of this apocalypse. They had all suffered endless torment in this apocalyptic world. They had all endured despair through countless days and nights, humbly praying to the divine in their hearts countless times. But there had been no response. And this time, a mysterious mental power swept over them, bathing them like sunlight, taking away all their diseases, giving them hope. The divine, has the divine heard our prayers? Countless rescued survivors rose to their feet, all excitedly looking toward the sky. And there, no deity manifested. There was only a tall figure in a white coat, like a celestial being descending, flying past overhead. In that moment, he was not divine, yet he was no less than divine. Countless rescued survivors all fell into a daze. They had only caught a fleeting glimpse of Song Bing's handsome face, yet it was already deeply branded into their souls. Countless survivors all showed expressions of shock, frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. That handsome face that had flashed by matched perfectly with divine physician's song from the peaceful era. Such scenes played out in every city Song Bing passed through. In this apocalyptic world overrun with ability users and zombies, Song Bing had no need to conceal his abilities anymore. Whether it was Mind Brain, Tetanus Wings, or Forbidden Pupil. What Song Bing wanted was the fastest harvesting of merit for leveling up. And along this harvesting journey, Song Bing's enhancement merit count had accumulated to over 600 million. Two limitations had emerged in this process. The first was naturally the absorption saturation limit. At Song Bing's current level, the saturation limit was the merit points needed for the previous level's upgrade. That is, 100 million merit points. In other words, every time Song Bing absorbed more than 100 million enhancement merit, he needed to rest and buffer, unless candy appeared to help him digest it. But what pained Song Bing was that candy, sleeping in the kidney ruins, still showed no signs of awakening. She seemed to have fallen into some kind of deep slumber. This troubled Song Bing greatly, but he was helpless and could only accept it. Even with self-digestion, at his current speed, he believed he could achieve merit perfection within a few days, reaching level 8. But what truly created a crisis for Song Bing was the second situation that emerged from this absorption journey. The level 1, 2, and 3 zombies or survivors he had absorbed in the greatest numbers began successively showing duplicate merit. Even some level 4 zombies had shown a few types. That's right, this situation was just like back in the peaceful era when, after reaching level 3, the various diseases he absorbed began showing duplicate merit. Clearly, these apocalypse diseases that initially seemed so varied, highly mutated, and unlikely to duplicate, were actually just a larger disease ecosystem. As Song Bing absorbed and accumulated more low-level zombie diseases, and his level increased, duplication began to appear. Just like when he was level 1, absorbing diseases from Blue Star's ecosystem in the peaceful era, he never imagined duplicate merit would exist, until it appeared at level 3. In some mysterious way, this seemed to be a constraint on Song Bing's leveling. As a result, along this absorption journey, Song Bing had clearly absorbed several small cities. Although their quantity and level didn't match in capital, the number of zombies and survivors absorbed far exceeded in capital by countless hundreds of times. Yet the enhancement merit only increased by just over 300 million, only because many low-level zombie diseases had become duplicate merit. Fortunately, currently only diseases below level 4 had appeared. Nothing above level 4 had appeared yet, and the base number was far larger than in the peaceful era. So currently, the impact on Song Bing wasn't very significant. At most, he just needed to absorb a few more cities. Song Bing's figure finally descended upon a tower that soared into the clouds. And at this moment, beneath Song Bing's feet, as far as the eye could see, were nothing but high-rise buildings. This was a prosperous city no less magnificent than in capital. That's right, the prosperous metropolis beneath Song Bing's feet was called Mo Capital. Besides in capital and Mo Capital, there were 4 more similar major cities in a nation. And Song Bing's main targets heading south were these several prosperous metropolises. Even with duplicates existing, Song Bing believed these several major cities would be enough for him to achieve merit perfection and reach the pinnacle of level 8. Looking down from the Oriental Tower, among the prosperous streets and corridors, countless zombies wandered. Not a single living person could be seen. From several nearby buildings came waves of heart-trembling roars from high-level zombies. The levels of these zombies were definitely all above level 6. If a survivor appeared here like Song Bing, what would greet them would absolutely be these zombies' explosive killing charge, like a chicken thrown into a crocodile pool. Unfortunately, facing Song Bing, these zombies had no courage to attack, only because of the white coat Song Bing wore. Since you won't come out, then let me come to you. Seeing these high-level zombies that dominated their territories dared not show themselves, a sharp gleam flashed in Song Bing's eyes. Shanghai, on top of the towering Oriental Tower, a tall, slender figure in white stood atop it. Splash! The cold wind whipped his white coat, making it flutter loudly. The next second, the young man's slender figure was seen falling straight down from the tall tower in the east, carried by the wind. A white straight sword suddenly appeared out of thin air in his hand. He descended faster and faster, just as the straight blade in his hand solidified. He finally moved. His figure vanished suddenly. Uft! A sharp, piercing sound rang out. The next second, Song Bing's figure appeared inside the eastern tower. He raised the life-saving knife in his hand. The other end of the sharp blade pierced through a level 7 zombie king inside the tower. The zombie king's eyes widened, clearly not expecting to be discovered without even making a sound. Ding successfully absorbed the level 7 stinky zombie virus, merit plus 10 million. Before it could resist, Song Bing had already easily absorbed its zombie disease through the life-giving blade. As expected of Shanghai, they start at level 7. Song Bing smiled with satisfaction, while simultaneously detecting several level 7 beings around him. He plundered several small towns along the way. In total, We only managed to capture 7 level 7 zombie kings. The difference is indeed quite large. Sizzle. Having successfully absorbed the energy, Song Bing drew his life-giving straight sword. The moment the blade was pulled from between the brows of the zombie in front of him, the latter's wound healed simultaneously. It was as if the hole had never been pierced through his head at all. The level 7 zombie king stared wide-eyed at Song Bing one more time before collapsing to the ground. However, his originally ferocious, armor-like skin began to peel away and heal. Song Bing's figure disappeared again. They continued towards the surrounding zombie kings. A massive cleanup operation thus began, centered around the Oriental Tower. Under the suppression of the white coat in the candy version, Song Bing absorbed the illness with exceptional ease. No matter how powerful these zombie kings in the city are, they can only stand there and let Song Bing plunder them. In less than half an hour, Song Bing had managed to collect 7 level 7 animals and 24 level 6 animals. One of them was exceptionally powerful, seemingly on the verge of reaching level 8. Song Bing continued to strike while the iron was hot, again using the Eastern Tower as the center, and found several level 5 and a few level 6. It reached saturation in an instant. This is the fastest time for Song Bing to reach saturation. At this moment, he had absorbed almost exclusively the high-level zombies at the center of the Eastern Tower. There were still countless zombies around, almost none of which had been absorbed. Left with no other choice, Song Bing could only find a place to rest. We'll continue cleaning once it's fully digested. Barring unforeseen circumstances, we won't need to absorb the remaining 5 major cities. Song Bing felt that he should be able to advance to the 8th rank. That night, Song Bing completed the final cleanup of Shanghai. In total, I received nearly 200 million merit points. Repeatedly accumulated merits exceeding 2 billion. So, Song Bing seized the opportunity and continued south, arriving at the 2nd major city, Guangqing. The merits of the meritorious deeds amounted to 150 million. Repeatedly accumulate merits exceeding 3 billion. Song Bing encountered more and more repeated merits. However, by this point, Song Bing's accumulated merit points had reached approximately 970 million. With only 50 million left, one can reach the 1 billion mark of merit and perfection. On a high-rise building above Guangqing, Song Bing, who had recovered from his illness, opened his eyes. His gaze was intense. With the final 50 million, he will be promoted to level 8. What will it be this time? Song Bing did not linger and continued south. Along the way, Song Bing discovered many survivors who had fled south. Moreover, these survivors all appear to be from Manhua. Everyone was filled with fear and embarrassment. Song Bing frowned slightly. But as always, they continued to exchange information about diseases. They even generously upgraded them. Anyway, there are so many good deeds to be done repeatedly now. It's already over 10 billion. If it were replaced with strengthening merit, he's already at level 9. Who is that? The group of fleeing survivors also discovered Song Bing in the sky. At first, they thought they were foreign soldiers chasing after them, and they immediately became like frightened birds and wanted to run away. But before they could escape, Song Bing flew directly over their heads. All their combined strength came crashing down at once. The group sat back down in a daze, their minds filled only with the last image of Song Bing. However, they were completely unaware of the changes in their own bodies and the dissipation of the original fear. Meanwhile, Song Bing continued his southward advance. We finally arrived at the 3rd metropolis, Shenzhen. At the same time, more and more Manhua survivors are fleeing north from this area. Song Bing finally learned the reason why these survivors had fled. Because he saw many squads of soldiers looting extensively. These soldiers did not have the faces of Manhua people. They are foreigners. Looking at the foreign soldiers who had been looting and plundering along the way, and the slogans they were displaying made Song Bing's eyes turn slightly cold. I understand something. He immediately took action, using his intellect to wipe out several squads. They were driven to their demise in despair. However, Song Bing did not continue his southward pursuit and investigation. Instead, it quickly entered the urban area of Shenzhen. Because, through his continuous plundering and replacement, his merits have already approached 1 billion. We can only wait until we upgrade before heading south to find out what's going on. As for the other foreign troops that went north in pursuit, if they want to pursue someone, Let them pursue them. Meanwhile, the place's song being passed through. Was that a god who just flew by? It looked so familiar. The survivors gradually awoke from their daze. Oh no, how did we fall asleep? Get up quickly, or those beasts will catch up with us. Many of the fleeing leaders realized what was happening and hurriedly shouted in panic. The others were also startled and instinctively tried to run away. But as soon as they stood up, they were all stunned. Wait, how come my leg is all better? My knife wound is healed too. My child is healed. Wait, we feel like we're filled with power? My superpower seems to have changed, but I also seem stronger? Boom. Level 5, I actually leveled up? And I leveled up twice in a row. Could it be that I'm a genius among geniuses, breaking through my potential and despair? Me too. I think I've leveled up to level 5 as well. I've leveled up too, to level 6. The survivors, who were just about to get up and run away, were all stunned. When they woke up, not only were their injuries healed, but they had also all leveled up. Almost all of them have been upgraded to level 5. There are several level 6 exams. Could this be the white-clad figure from just now? Yes, I just glanced at him, and my body immediately reacted. He looks like a doctor. And he looks so familiar. Doesn't he look like Dr. Song? Those beasts are saying they want to capture Dr. Song. So, Dr. Song knew we were in danger and came specifically to save us. After the initial excitement subsided, many sober individuals recalled their last glimpse of Song Bing. My heart trembled uncontrollably. Where do you think you're going? At that moment, several foreign teams took the opportunity to catch up. Unleashing a powerful level 4 supernatural ability, it instantly surrounded the stunned survivors of Zhongmen Kingdom. This time, however, he looked at the foreign soldiers who were chasing after him. The survivors of Manhua did not run away. They looked at each other, and surprisingly, they both wore the same expression. These soldiers are so weak. Those who don't want to die, kneel down. The squad captain stepped forward, releasing his 5th level pressure. What did you just say? An in-country survivor stepped forward, also emanating 5th level energy. And before this, he had only been a 3rd level small fry. 5th level. Seeing that among this group of in-country survivors there was actually a 5th level existence, the squad captain immediately became alert. But it was only one 5th level. He still had confidence. So he took out the Barrett from his back and pointed it at the 5th level in-country survivor who had stepped forward. He coldly threatened, I told you to kneel down. This isn't country. The ones who should kneel are you. As he spoke, another in-country survivor stepped forward, also with 5th level pressure. The squad captain's expression stiffened slightly, and the Barrett immediately pointed at the latter. 2 5th levels. Looks like I've hit the jackpot. No, 3. At this moment, another survivor stepped forward, still with 5th level pressure. The squad captain immediately couldn't laugh anymore. 3 5th levels. How was that possible? Not just him, the surrounding soldiers were the same. The terrifying 4th level abilities they had been proudly releasing. By comparison, they were pathetically weak. It was like showing off your Nokia in front of someone's iPhone 16 Pro Max. However, before they could finish being shocked, more survivors continued to step forward. There's also me. And me? What about adding me? One survivor after another released their abilities, their bodies beginning various terrifying mutations. The originally thin little boy directly transformed into a burly muscle king. The originally short old man directly became a scion over 2 meters tall. The originally frail-looking woman directly grew countless sharp spikes all over her body. What was even more terrifying was that every single one who stepped forward was a 5th level existence. In just a few seconds, over a dozen 5th levels had stepped forward. The squad captain's face instantly turned deathly pale. The Barrett in his hand, originally so imposing, swept across them, and he suddenly didn't know who to point it at anymore. And us. At this moment, the remaining few people finally stepped forward. 6th level pressure bloomed. The squad captain's pupils contracted sharply, and his rigid Barrett finally went limp. The soldiers were also dumbfounded, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. All 5th level, and the remaining few were all 6th level. Yet in their squad, the strongest fighter was the 5th level squad captain. They were all only 4th level. How were they supposed to fight this? Fight what? Didn't you want to capture us? Come on. That's right. Come on, capture us. We will never submit. The in-country survivors who had stepped forward declared with firm resolve. The squad captain and the soldiers, however, began trembling and retreating. Capture what? Fourth levels capturing fifth and sixth levels, with their lives? With this lineup, even if their general came, he'd only have the fate of being captured, right? Fake, it's all fake. You can't bluff me. Die. Suddenly, the squad captain, as if he'd taken some suicidal drug, abruptly raised the Barrett in his hand and fired at the in-country survivors. A sixth-level in-country ante actively burst forward, meeting those bullets head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets hit her body, all bouncing off as if hitting steel, accompanied by a shower of sparks. At the same time, the sixth-level ante had already arrived before the squad captain. Without explanation, she threw a punch, carrying an extremely crisp and terrifying force. The squad captain's pupils contracted sharply. He wanted to flee, but it was impossible. Bang! The ante's punch went straight through the Barrett and penetrated the squad captain's chest. Not just his heart. His internal organs exploded along with it. A mouthful of black blood was forcibly squeezed out from the squad captain's mouth. The squad captain died instantly, as dead as could be, and finally believed that this wasn't fake. Before dying, the squad captain still looked at the ante before him in disbelief, unable to understand why such a powerful person would be hiding here. I farm the fields. The ante answered the squad captain's question, and at the same time exerted force. Rip! The squad captain's body immediately burst apart, turning into a mist of blood. The soldiers, seeing this scene, were scared to the point of wetting themselves. How would they dare continue the siege? They turned and scattered in all directions. But how could the survivors, who had been hunted and oppressed for so long, let them go? They immediately transformed into terrifying afterimages and gave chase. We were wrong. Spare us. Hero, spare my life. Spare my life. Spare you? Then give me back my pigeon's life. Ah! How could these fourth-level soldiers be a match for the fifth and sixth-level and country survivors? In an instant, they were completely wiped out, dead as could be. And even in death, these soldiers couldn't understand. If these survivors were this strong, why did they run? Which stratagem from in-country's art of war was this? At the same time, in Shenzhen, Song Bing went deep inside until he reached the urban area before stopping. Leveling up here was obviously the safest. Opening the forbidden pupil, Song Bing planned to find a lucky zombie to serve as the final merit for his breakthrough. Under the forbidden pupil, the high-level zombies hiding in the surroundings all came into view, with nowhere to hide. But Song Bing's gaze was attracted by a peculiar zombie. Immediately, Song Bing's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he had already arrived above an extremely vast cemetery several kilometers away. At a glance, there were countless tombstones all around, nearly filling the entire hillside. Under this night curtain, it was filled with an indescribable corpse chi. Song Bing's brow furrowed slightly as he landed directly in front of a tombstone in the center of the cemetery. Bang! With a palm strike, the entire grave was immediately overturned. And beneath this tombstone, there was no urn, but rather a coffin made of golden Manhua wood. It looked extremely luxurious. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, before Song Bing could continue his attack, the coffin suddenly began shaking violently, like a boiling kettle. Continuously, cold black corpse cheese surged out from within. Bang! The next second, the coffin lid suddenly flew out in Song Bing's direction. Song Bing had anticipated this. A handleless dagger condensed from Jixing bone flew out, easily splitting the lid in two. It crashed down on both sides of Song Bing. Roar! At the same time, inside the coffin, as if losing the suppression of the lid, even more cold corpse chi surged out. Immediately after, a tall figure stood straight up from the coffin. Its two fangs protruded outside its mouth, its entire body stiff and straight, as if forged from pure silver. Its two arms were similarly extended straight, revealing those incomparably sharp fingernails. The moment it appeared, the surrounding corpse chi exploded, as if it could corrode everything. A jiangshi. Looking at the appearance and movements of the jiangshi before him, Song Bing's eyes immediately widened. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, because this zombie before him, whether in appearance or temperament, looked extremely similar to the Jianshi performed in movies. Roar! Just as Song Bing was startled, the zombie atop the coffin exhaled corpse chi. With a single leap, it shattered the coffin beneath its feet and lunged towards Song Bing to kill him. The corpse chi it emanated even surpassed the scope of level 7. Song Bing's expression changed slightly, shocked by the zombie's power. He was even more shocked that it dared to attack him. What did this mean? In a daze, Song Bing felt a chill and didn't dare be careless. His tetanus wings instantly shot out, transforming into a shield to block in front of him. Bang! The zombie arrived almost simultaneously, like a small cannonball fired at explosive speed, crashing heavily into the tetanus wings. It instantly sent Song Bing flying. Its pair of sharp claws even pierced through the wings at the moment they closed. They stopped mere millimeters from Song Bing's eyes. The black nails carried oppressive corpse chi, as if trying to invade Song Bing's body. Roar, roar. The zombie's low growls continued, wishing it could tear through Song Bing's wings and drain his blood dry. But unfortunately, Song Bing's tetanus wings were too sturdy. After struggling for a long time without success, it violently flung Song Bing away. Song Bing's body immediately hurtled toward a large tree. At the moment of collision, his wings spread open, dispersing the force as he flew up and landed on the treetop. This thing has become sentient. Looking at this zombie, Song Bing was extremely surprised. This was his first time experiencing level 8 combat power. Truly terrifying. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing that Song Bing was unharmed, the level 8 zombie bared its fangs and roared, leaping again and charging forward as a blur. Perfect, then let's have a level 7 farewell battle. Song Bing's eyes gleamed sharply. With a flick of his hand, several sharp silver needles formed from vital bone shot out first. Roar! The level 8 zombie appeared 10 meters from Song Bing almost simultaneously. Facing these silver needles, it didn't dodge at all, charging straight ahead. Several vital bone silver needles shot into its body at once. Accompanied by a flash in Song Bing's eyes, several diseases were sent out simultaneously like slides, including level 7 egg pain. However, the level 8 zombie seemed to have cultivated an indestructible body, completely unaffected. It struck down at Song Bing. Ripples appeared in Song Bing's eyes. He abandoned sending diseases, and a vital bone blade condensed in his hand, slashing toward its hands. Clang! This slash was like striking steel. The level 8 zombie seized the opportunity to grab the blade and pounce. Its terrifying strength sent Song Bing flying again. During this time, Song Bing tried various types of diseases, but the zombie before him was completely unaffected. Song Bing simply had to give up, exerting force with his feet to instantly stabilize himself. Roar! The level 8 zombie wanted to press forward again. Song Bing's violent punch had already struck out. Bang! This time, it was the level 8 zombie's turn to be violently sent flying by Song Bing. Roar! But the next second, it leaped forward again, completely unharmed. This time, Song Bing no longer used other methods, only speed and pure strength to fight it, attempting to suppress it. Man and corpse fought more fiercely as the battle went on. Everything around them had long been destroyed beyond recognition. They fought until dawn. When the first ray of morning sunlight fell, the level 8 zombie finally showed fear. The corpse chi around its body continuously dissipated under the sunlight. As expected, Song Bing's eyes narrowed slightly, finally confirming certain things. The level 8 zombie's special ability was corpse chi. That's why it slept in the graveyard, because these places had heavy corpse chi. Corpse chi belonged to extreme yin and dispersed when meeting yang, which is why it feared sunlight. This was just like those movies where Taoist priests catch zombies. It seemed zombies really did exist in the past. Roar! Feeling its corpse chi dissipating, the level 8 zombie stopped fighting Song Bing. It turned and tried to flee. But how could Song Bing let it go? After fighting all night, he was determined to absorb this level 8. Song Bing spread his wings fully, immediately becoming a blur and blocking the level 8 zombie's escape route. Roar! The level 8 zombie roared angrily, but facing the rising sun, it immediately changed direction to flee. Song Bing arrived first again. The level 8 zombie grew furious and directly pounced. Song Bing pulled out a handful of glutinous rice from his kidney void and scattered it toward the level 8 zombie. However, it seemed to have no effect. It had definitely become sentient. Helplessly, Song Bing could only throw out his fists while deliberately exposing an opening. Rip! The level 8 zombie's claws finally pierced into Song Bing's body as it wished. It took the opportunity to bite toward Song Bing's neck. However, the expected blood didn't appear. Instead, it was like biting an incredibly hard rod. At the same time, this rod instantly grew larger and longer, taking the opportunity to block its mouth. Without a doubt, this rod was formed from Song Bing's vital bone. At the same moment, the level 8 zombie's claws that had pierced into Song Bing's body were also locked by the vital bone inside Song Bing. MMPH. The level 8 zombie realized something was wrong and wanted to release its bite, but it was obviously too late. Don't you like hugging? Then hug a while longer. Song Bing smiled slightly, actively embracing the level 8 zombie tightly as his tetanus wings shot out. He directly carried the level 8 zombie soaring into the sky, flying upward, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Roar, roar, roar. Sunlight immediately poured down from all angles. The level 8 zombie instantly struggled violently, but locked down by Song Bing. Everything was futile. It could only let its corpse chi evaporate and dissipate like water vapor. Ding successfully absorbed level 8 zombie disease. Merit plus 100 million. At the level 8 zombie's weakest moment, Song Bing easily stripped away its disease. The first level 8 disease entered his body. Song Bing immediately felt refreshed and invigorated. Ding, congratulations, host. Enhancement merit accumulated 1.0854 billion, completing the 7th round of merit perfection. Enhancement beginning. Hearing that enhancement was beginning, Song Bing immediately shuddered, directly diving down while holding the level 8 zombie, landing back in its original grave pit. Song Bing threw aside the drained level 8 zombie and entered the grave pit himself. Almost simultaneously, that familiar terrifying pain struck, instantly making Song Bing's muscles tremble and veins bulge. Reverse scale, mind-brain, vital bone, all released uncontrollably. Ding disease transmission system upgraded to version 9.0. Congratulations, host. Your disease source constitution, speed, strength, reaction, thinking, self-healing, etc. has received comprehensive enhancement, advancing to level 8 abnormal. Congratulations, host, on awakening exclusive body talent ability. Immunity blood. Obtained permanent usage rights to the 1.0854 billion merit point diseases absorbed. The instant the system voice sounded, it was as if all the disease light points in the kidney void poured through blood vessels into Song Bing's blood. Immediately, Song Bing felt as if his blood was boiling, being baptized by these disease light points. Song Bing's pupils dilated. This feeling was like his blood being boiled alive. The pain was unimaginable, not something a human could endure at all. Accompanying the mutation of the blood within his body, Song Bing's blood vessels began to bulge throughout his body. His heart also began to beat violently. The protruding blood vessels all over Song Bing's body visibly showed blood flowing at high speed. And with the fusion of various disease light points, they began to turn multicolored, like countless cars speeding endlessly on the roads between cities, leaving only afterimages. And Song Bing himself was like this flowing heaven and earth. Under such terrifying circulation, Song Bing's blood vessels seemed as if they might burst at any moment. Song Bing could no longer endure it and let out a low roar. Ding reverse, scale 100% activated. In an instant, all of Song Bing's physical talents entered a berserk amplification state as reverse scale reached 100% activation. Buzz! Below the grave pit, an invisible wave of energy rippled outward. Song Bing's fully amplified body floated up as if losing gravity. The clothes on his body all turned to powder, revealing his perfectly muscular physique. And between those muscles, as all bodily functions were fully amplified, the blood vessels that were about to rupture stabilized instantly. The blood continued to flow and mutate at high speed. Song Bing's heart continued to beat rapidly. At the same time, Song Bing's aura was also rapidly soaring. After an unknown amount of time, the rapidly flowing blood finally slowly came to a stop. Information about immune blood simultaneously flooded into Song Bing's brain. Immune blood function notes. Function 1. Absorb and transmit disease. Immune blood possesses super strong ability to absorb and transmit disease, while also having the ability to temporarily store and transport circulating diseases. Function 2. Super immunity. Immune blood possesses the ability to devour and immunize against all diseases and viruses in the world. At the same time, by devouring diseases and viruses, it can infinitely perfect the host's constitution and enhance the host's vitality and lifespan. Note: those who fuse with and withstand the host's immune blood may also possibly possess abilities similar to the host's immunity to all viruses and diseases. Function 3. Immune suppression. Immune blood also possesses the ability to corrode and suppress infected disease bodies. For disease bodies below the host's level, when immune blood is injected into their body, it can be controlled by the host to completely devour and destroy all diseases and viruses within the disease body simultaneously. These diseases can be recovered as merit when the host recalls the immune blood. For disease bodies above the host's level, when immune blood enters the body, it can temporarily suppress the disease source within the disease body, causing it to temporarily lose its special abilities. Note: the immune ability of immune blood is mainly controlled by the host and may also be related to the disease body's constitution. Please use with caution, host. And as the host's level increases, the immune ability of immune blood will also strengthen accordingly. Current remaining enhancement merit points, 85.4 million points. When accumulated merit reaches 10 billion, the 9th round of merit perfection can be performed. If merit falls below 1 billion, it will damage the host's constitution. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Song Bing was suspended in the grave pit leveling up, several high-level zombie kings in the surrounding area had already arrived, drawn by the commotion. Around the edge of the grave pit facing the sky, ferocious and terrifying high-level zombies appeared one after another, all existences of level 5 or above. Because Song Bing's white coat had been shattered and scattered, losing the suppression of Kanti's aura, these high-level zombie kings all continuously crawled toward the edge of the grave pit. Like mutated and terrifying beasts, they had gradually lost their human form. Roar, roar, roar. When they saw Song Bing suspended in the grave pit leveling up, the zombie kings immediately became excited. Thick liquid flowed from the corners of their mouths like drool. Ayo, ayo, ayo. In an instant, several level 7 zombie kings took the lead, bloodthirstily pouncing towards Song Bing below the grave pit. Roar, roar, roar. A crowd of level 5 and 6 zombies followed successively. As for the terrifying aura continuously soaring from Song Bing's body, they weren't afraid at all. More precisely, they simply didn't know what fear was. They only knew flesh and blood. Thus, above the grave pit where sunlight poured in, several high-level zombies rushed in recklessly. But they seemed to be affected by the psychic waves released by Song Bing. Their movements began to slow down as they approached Song Bing. Roar, roar, roar. But these crazed zombies still struggled forward under this psychic wave. It seemed that Song Bing's exposed muscular form held even greater allure for them. Tisk, tsk, tisk. Under this struggle, a level 7 female zombie with a pale body, 2 heads, and long tongues finally reached Song Bing. She waved her sharp claws, and her 2 scarlet tongues eagerly extended toward Song Bing's face. Just as her tongues were about to touch Song Bing's cheek, Song Bing, who had been leveling up with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. A pair of bewitching and soul-stealing heterochromatic pupils appeared, accompanied by an even more terrifying psychic wave rippling outward. Like a paralysis spell, the affected zombies were instantly frozen in place. Die. However, this wasn't the end. As Song Bing's lips parted slightly, coldly uttering a single word, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next second, countless red needles shot out from Song Bing's body. Like a storm of pear blossoms, they precisely pierced the brow of each zombie king. These red needles were composed of supreme life bone, plus immune blood. The instant the blood needles entered, the frozen zombie kings immediately began to howl in pain. The next second, the zombie aura they emitted visibly dissipated rapidly. If one could see through their bodies, they would discover that all of this originated from the red needles that had been shot in. The red needles entered, and the immune blood, wrapped around the needles, instantly transformed into countless microscopic molecules, invading the zombies' bodies. Then they began to devour the zombie virus within their bodies on a large scale. And these zombie viruses had no power to resist when facing immune blood. As if encountering a natural enemy, they could only be devoured. Just like antibodies devouring viruses, except immune blood seemed even more terrifying. In just a few seconds, the zombie disease of all the zombie kings was completely eliminated. They instantly lost their combat ability. Retrieve. Song Bing spoke again, still indifferently. The next second, the several red needles flew out from these zombies' bodies, instantly returning to Song Bing's body. The moment they entered his body, the red needles split in two. The supreme life bone fused with Song Bing's bones, while the blood automatically entered his blood vessels, transporting the absorbed disease light points to the kidney ruins. Ding successfully absorbed level 7 heteromorphic zombie virus. Merit plus 10 million. Ding successfully absorbed level 6 frenzied zombie virus. Merit plus 1 million. Ding successfully absorbed level 5 deranged zombie virus. Merit plus 100,000. As immune blood delivered all the disease light points it had just devoured back to the kidney ruins, system notifications simultaneously rang in Song Bing's mind. Splash. Several zombie kings in the grave fell to the ground one after another. His last glance before closing his eyes was still fixed on Song Bing. Song Bing's body slowly landed, and he took out a new set of clothes from the kidneys and put them on. Only then did they emerge from the grave. However, Song Bing did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at the level 8 zombie that he had left in the corner before upgrading the tomb. To be precise, without the zombie virus, he is now just a corpse. A corpse with a 1,000-year-old gene pool. Indeed, under the forbidden eyes, the corpse before them had died 1,000 years ago. However, the body underwent special treatment and was sealed in a coffin made of Phoebe Genon wood. That's why it hasn't rotted. Then, by chance, it was parasitized and fused with the level 8 zombie virus that Song Bing had just absorbed. That's how level 8 zombies came to be. Every step in this process is indispensable. It's unclear whether it was intentional or a genuine coincidence. But what is certain is that it all benefited Song Bing. With a flick of his wrist, Song Bing decisively absorbed the ancient corpse before him into his kidney ruins. He now has a zombie disease. This means having the ability to create an army of zombies. This is something different from zombies. However, before that, Song Bing needs to do more research and find a way to control this zombie army. Otherwise, if they were created and couldn't distinguish between friend and foe, that would be quite amusing. After accepting the ancient corpse, Song Bing finally looked up at the entire deep city. Next, naturally, was to clean up the entire city. While we're at it, let's finish looting the remaining 2 major cities. Let's continue south and see what the situation is like. Call out. The next second, Song Bing's figure had disappeared from the spot. It transformed into a blur and began clearing out the entire city. Song Bing's promotion to the 8th rank was much faster than expected. Mindfulness has a wider coverage and a faster absorption rate. For levels below level 6, simply use air suction. A large sinus of grade 6 or above. Most importantly, the saturation limit for Song Bing has now been raised to 1 billion. Once you absorb a city, you no longer need to worry about saturation. In just 1 hour, Song Bing had already appeared in the southeastern suburbs of Shenzhen. Merit points increased by 140 million. The accumulated merits amount to over 4 billion. It's still a long way from saturation at 10. Song Bing did not linger for long, releasing his tetanus wings and heading east. Of the remaining 2 major cities, one was named Xiangdu. Another one is called Aoqing. Both major cities are relatively close to Shenzhen and are located on the coast. Less than 10 minutes later, Song Bing arrived in Xiangdu. They still looted their way there. Without saying a word, Song Bing started cleaning it up. Xiangdu's population is less than half that of Shenzhen. However, the number of high-level zombie kings remained almost the same. An hour later, merit points increased by 110 million. Repeatedly accumulate merit of 2 billion. Song Bing continued to absorb people from the south and arrived at Aoqing. The population of Aoqing is even smaller, but there are still many advanced zombies. Less than half an hour. strengthening merits by 0.8 billion. Repeatedly accumulate merits exceeding 1 billion. By this time, Song Bing had made his way south and thoroughly cleaned up the 6 major international capitals of Anghua. But the Song dynasty did not stop there. Instead, it continued to absorb those who moved south. Finally, we found the location of a home team that has invaded foreign countries. This is a coalition force with members from multiple countries. Around 20,000 to 30,000 people. There were black and white people, as well as many South Asian faces. At this moment, the entire army is taking a short rest in a heavily fortified base. Small squads of soldiers continued to loot various supplies and capture Angolan survivors to enter. This impregnable base was clearly not built by this coalition force. On the damaged city wall, a single character is still faintly etched. Dragon. Through information from the Qingchuan family and those puppet troops. It's not hard to tell that the base in front of us is clearly the Long family, one of the 3 great families of Anghua Tianqi. It was clearly abandoned after being captured by the Qingchuan family and then seized by this allied force. Song Bing entered the base silently. At this moment, the base was filled with laughter and joy. The entire coalition relied on the various foods scavenged from the refugees of the survivors in Angolan. While eating and drinking their fill, they did not forget to play with and torture the Angolan survivors they had captured. After toying with and torturing them, they finally gathered all the captured Anghua survivors in the central square of the base. On the high platform in the square, several officers of the Allied forces appeared. The surrounding building passageways were filled with Allied soldiers watching the show. It looks like they're about to start their speech. As expected, after gathering all the thousands of captured survivors, one of the short, stout 6-star officers stepped forward. Ahem. Do you know why we've brought you here? He picked up a microphone, cleared his throat, and asked in a condescending tone in Innu. He has a mannerisms reminiscent of many leaders in peacetime. However, none of the 1,000 Anghua survivors in the audience answered this question. These invaders are destroying the shelters they have painstakingly built, plundering the life-saving supplies they have painstakingly stored, and abandoning the invaders who have killed their loved ones. They only harbor hatred. Seeing that no one answered, the short, stout officer didn't mind and continued to speak into the microphone. That's because of Song Bing. He was once regarded as a divine doctor by everyone in Anghua, but now he's hiding a witch for his own selfish gain. A demonic woman who, once awakened, can control all the zombies in the world. Once the witch awakens, she will be able to command all zombies, at which point human civilization will be completely destroyed. That bastard Song Bing. And you, Anghua, will all be accomplices and criminals. The short, stout officer began to explain in detail the existence of the witch. In short, Candy is described as a woman who unleashes terrible demons. Song Bingqing became an accomplice in the secret plot. Anghua and all its survivors also became accomplices and a place of evil. After a tearful and indignant explanation, the short, stout officer then adopted a righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor. He continued, "That's why we've come from so far away. Not only us, but all the forces of justice in the world have come, all for the purpose of eliminating the witch, saving Earth, and saving human civilization, to atone for the crimes committed by Song Bing, and even by your Anghua." The short, stout officer's impassioned brainwashing speech was quite inspiring. But the survivors of Anghua did not seem to buy it. Even a disheveled woman stood up with a sneer, looked at the officer on the platform, and mocked. "Ha ha ha, how righteous you are. But you've burned, killed, looted, and committed all sorts of atrocities against us. How are you any different from that so-called world-destroying witch? That's right, you destroyed our homes and stole our supplies. You are more terrifying than those zombies. A bunch of hypocritical beasts, talking so nicely. If you want to kill, then kill. Stop being so pedantic." Led by the woman, several brave survivors also stood up. From the moment they stood up, they had already accepted death. The Allied soldiers guarding the position turned cold and were about to raise their guns to shoot him. But this time, the officer on the stage raised his hand to stop him. Long family base. A quiet, secluded room. A tall, white military officer, holding a stunningly beautiful mixed-race woman, couldn't wait to throw her onto the bed. "You're so rude. The mixed-race woman grabbed the blanket and covered her alluring body, while one of her crystal-clear white feet glided smoothly across her long, fair thigh. Every movement is filled with ultimate allure. Looking at the mixed-race woman's face, her features are three-dimensional and exquisite, without a single flaw, and her pair of beautiful brown eyes are full of deep beauty. Her long brown hair cascaded down her fair and flawless skin like a waterfall. It seems to have gathered all the advantages of mixed-race individuals from various countries, coupled with her alluring smiles and gestures. She was like a natural beauty. "Oh, you little vixen, you're so beautiful, I can't resist." With just a smile, the white officer was startled and pounced on her impatiently. But the next second, his throat was pressed against that exquisite Greek jade foot. "Don't rush me. You promised me you'd protect me and my sister, right?" The mixed-race woman changed to a more alluring pose, but still didn't get the white officer any benefit. This further excited the white officer. His peripheral vision then glanced towards the corner. There lay quietly a girl of even greater beauty. Without hesitation, he grinned wickedly and said, "Don't worry. Once you become my woman, I will definitely protect you and your sister." As he spoke, he lunged forward again. But he was stopped again by the mixed-race woman's other foot. "You also promised someone that you would let Song Bing cure my sister's illness." The mixed-race woman looked at the white officer up close and continued to demand, Don't worry. Once we catch Song Bing in the north, I'll make sure he cures your sister as soon as possible. Is that all right?" The white officer nodded confidently, already unable to resist the captivating beauty of the mixed-race woman. But when he pounced on the bed, the mixed-race woman dodged with a graceful roll. "Don't rush me. Let me take a shower first." She then wrapped herself in a bath towel and walked towards the bathroom. The white officer looked over and saw that the mixed-race woman had already closed the bathroom door. This left him helpless, even though he was eager to get started. "We can only wait." But after several attempts to lure and retaliate, the white officer's desires reached their peak. Meanwhile, on the high platform in the square, "I know you all hate us. Our behavior was indeed somewhat inappropriate. On behalf of our allied forces, I apologize to you all." Facing the angry survivors of Zhong'an Kingdom, the short, stout officer placed one hand on his chest and bowed to express his apology. Then he got straight to the point. "But we do this only to eliminate the witch and protect human civilization. To protect Blue Star, we went through countless dangers before abandoning everything to come to Anghua. I have no choice but to borrow some food from you all. Although the methods were somewhat forceful, it was not our intention. We have invited you all here. The purpose was simply to make everyone aware of what that bastard Song Bing was doing, and the current crisis facing human civilization." The short, stout officer continued his chaotic brainwashing. Only then did he reveal his true purpose. "Therefore, I hope that everyone here today can join us in the fight against Song Bing and the extermination of the witch. This is to atone for Anghua's sins, and also to atone for the sins of you all. At the same time, I assure you all that if we can capture the witch on this trip north, we will definitely compensate you for your current losses." After finishing his speech, the short, stout officer looked at the surrounding soldiers, raised his fist, and declared in a righteous and awe-inspiring voice, "Warriors, have you all eaten and drunk your fill? Today, we will set off again, heading north to subdue Song Bing, annihilate the witch, and protect Blue Star. Defeat Song Bing, eradicate the witch, and protect Blue Star. Defeat Song Bing, eradicate the witch, and protect Blue Star. Defeat Song Bing, eradicate the witch, and protect Blue Star." All the soldiers around immediately raised their weapons and shouted in unison. This imposing presence immediately quelled the anger and agitation of the Anghua survivors. Compensation? Then make red bean paste for your parents. Then bring out your wife and kids for everyone to play with. We'll compensate you then. But a few survivors, who were ready to die, still looked furious, because everything they had was destroyed. The short, stout officer's gaze immediately turned venomous, like a poisonous snake, as he squinted at the few ungrateful survivors. He immediately put on a cold, accusatory remark. "It seems there are a few of Song Bing's accomplices here. Drag these people away and interrogate them thoroughly. They should know where Song Bing is." Yes. Several soldiers immediately stepped forward with their weapons and began to brutally beat the standing survivors. Behind the high walls, Song Bing, who witnessed the entire event, narrowed his eyes slightly. At this point, we could roughly guess what had happened. Have all the apocalyptic forces from various countries arrived? He had anticipated this day. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly, and that's why they'll reunite like this. Clearly, the Apocalypse organization is still manipulating things behind the scenes. However, this time the lineup is extremely large. It seems that after repeated failures, the Apocalypse organization is no longer able to hold back. More precisely, it was the Emperor behind it. This time, the Apocalypse organization may finally make its appearance. The premise is that he can eliminate those apocalyptic forces. It seems necessary to go back and prepare for the upcoming arrival. Having absorbed so many zombies, the accumulated merit is increasing. This time, with a different person, there should be far fewer instances of duplicate merits. Of course, before that, we need to deal with this so-called righteous coalition of small countries. Bang, bang, bang. Tell me, where does Song's illness lie? To tell or not to tell? To tell or not to tell? Swear, I'll fuck your ancestors. In the square, several soldiers, wielding black and gold iron rods, brutally beat the few Manhua survivors who refused to submit. It's clearly an attempt to make an example of someone. Even though the few survivors from Manhua were beaten bloody, they were still filled with resentment. Hey, you're pretty stubborn. Well then, I'll give you a little push. Hope you can stay tough forever. A soldier, with a cruel smile on his face, drew his knife from his waist. Then, without saying a word, he grabbed his brother. Sizzle. The next second, he severed ties with his brother. But without changing his expression, he looked at the few survivors from Manhua and threatened, "Will you talk, or not?" This scene caused the expressions of the several Manhua survivors who had been beaten to change slightly. This is what they call strength? To scare them by self-harm? Not only the survivors, but also the soldiers standing nearby were stunned. They stared in horror at the soldier with the knife. I just felt a chill beneath me. That's too ruthless. They didn't even flinch. Also, what kind of intimidation tactic is this? While the soldiers were still in a daze, the soldier with the knife suddenly and accurately grabbed the brother of the soldier next to him. What? What are you going to do? The soldier's expression changed slightly. Will you talk or not? What's wrong with Song? The soldier with the knife looked at him and asked. Then, with a swift motion, he chopped him down on the spot. Ah! The soldier collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound and writhing in agony. The other two soldiers who were beating the victim were so frightened by this scene that they retreated repeatedly. But the soldier with the knife was already looking at them. Will you talk or not? The two soldiers felt a chill beneath them and turned to run, but the soldier with the knife strode forward. He then chopped down the brothers of the two soldiers with his knife. As he hacked away, he glanced at the few Manhua survivors on the ground and demanded, "Will you talk? Will you talk?" The survivors were completely bewildered, but I was also afraid. That's too ruthless. For a moment, they didn't know whether to speak or not. "You bastard, what are you doing?" Upon seeing this, the short, stout officer on the platform changed his expression drastically. The intention was to make an example of someone. As a result, they really made an example of someone. But this is not what he wanted. At that moment, the soldier with the knife was immediately drawn to the short, stout officer and looked at him. He immediately grabbed the knife and ran towards the stage. "Will you talk or not? What's wrong with Song?" The short, stout officer's pupils constricted slightly. The other seated officers immediately stood up as well. Court death. Seeing the soldier who still dared to charge at him with a knife, the short, stout officer's face turned icy cold. He unleashed his level 6 supernatural power and was about to kill the soldier with the knife. He instantly transformed into a blur and descended, striking the soldier with a palm directly on the head. Bang! However, under this terrifying level 6 palm strike, the soldier holding the knife remained completely still, his body seemingly having his Ren and Du meridians opened up. His muscles began to bulge. A terrifying, violent aura erupted. Level 7-7? How is that possible? The short, stout officer's expression changed drastically. The expressions of several officers on the stage also changed. "Tell me, what's wrong with Song?" But the soldier with the knife ignored him and kept looking at the short, stout officer, asking him a question. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing that he did not answer, the next second, he struck again with his knife, turning into a blur and killing the short, fat officer's brother. Faced with a level 7 speed, the level 6 short and stout officer couldn't react at all. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. Immediately, the short, stout officer clutched his head and collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. The soldier with the knife stepped over the fallen, short, stout officer and looked at the other officers, using the same tactic as before. Will you tell me or not? Where is Song Bing? He seems to be only interested in his brothers. The officers' expressions changed drastically, their composure vanished. They were all so frightened that they retreated repeatedly. The short, stout officer and a few other officers present were all at the 6th rank. All other officers were at the 5th rank. Faced with the sudden appearance of level 7 soldiers wielding knives, they had no courage to resist. Oh dear, where is Song Bing? Will you tell me or not? The soldier wielding the knife suddenly went berserk, shooting forward like an old woman wielding a kitchen knife, turning into a blur. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the blade flashed, and a group of officers fell to the ground one after another. Quick, what are you waiting for? Stop him. Where is the Earl General? Quickly, summon him here. The officers who had escaped from the high platform shouted in terror. Behind him were soldiers chasing after him with knives. Will you tell or not? Will you tell or not? The surrounding soldiers heard the order. Several brave individuals immediately stepped forward. But before he could even make a move, he was overwhelmed by the soldiers wielding knives. Seeing this, the other soldiers dared not step forward. When the officer who was fleeing towards him appeared, he also fled. Why don't you try the previous one? However, the next second, the flooded soldiers stood up one after another. Just as if the soldier with the knife had been possessed, he immediately drew his own knife and joined the grand celebration of singing and dancing. Will you talk or not? What's wrong with Song? I don't know, no? Will you talk or not? What's wrong with Song? Song Bing. Song Bing is in the distant horizon. Wrong answer, cut 3 times. No. Faced with several level 7 soldiers wielding knives, the officers and soldiers had no way to escape. Like little piglets waiting to be salted, they all collapsed to the ground, howling in grief at the loss of their brothers. The rousing pre-battle mobilization meeting of the previous second quickly turned into a castration meeting. Left alone in the center of the square, the group of Manhua survivors stared blankly. Is this meant to intimidate them? I don't understand it at all. Boom. While the survivors of Manhua were still in a daze, an impregnable closed city wall suddenly collapsed. Everyone looked over. A figure wearing a white coat stepped in. Like a veterinarian in a zoo who is responsible for checking the physical condition of animals, Song Bing entered so calmly. Yin Gu was checking on the fallen soldiers and officers around him. It's pretty good. Throughout the journey, Song Bing nodded in satisfaction. I'll also collect a fee from Brother Yin. Even Xiao Mao Yin Gu, Little Cat Rock Brother, has earned several thousand. People naturally become more expensive. Dr. Song. It wasn't until Song Bing passed by a group of Manhua survivors that someone finally recognized him and exclaimed in surprise. Shoo! Song Bing turned around, looked at the people, made a shushing gesture, and at the same time indicated the broken city wall. The survivors reacted and immediately understood everything. It was shocking, but faced with this chance to escape, they all got up and couldn't wait to flee this place of despair. The survivors, who had been severely injured, instinctively tried to struggle to their feet while clutching their wounds. But suddenly I realized that I didn't feel any pain anymore. His weakened body was inexplicably filled with strength. Moreover, this force continues to surge. They were stunned for a moment, then quickly recalled the glance they had just exchanged with Song Bing. That one glance made them forget their pain. No, that's not forgetting. Instead, the pain vanished instantly. It's a Song Dynasty disease. All of this must be a Song Dynasty disease. The group, realizing what had happened, gave Song Bing a grateful look, bowed deeply, and then left. This time, no soldier stopped them, because almost everyone became Brother Yin. Song Bing, also dressed in a white coat, climbed all the way to the high platform. It's you, Song Bing. The short, stout official on the stage, who was in pain, was shocked when he saw Song Bing. Clearly, they couldn't understand why Song Bing was here. At this moment, He desperately wanted to capture Song Bing himself. But the pain of his disability made him suffer unbearably. But soon, he realized something, looked at the soldier who had initially held the knife, and shouted excitedly, "Here, Song Bing is here." The soldier who initially held the knife was indeed drawn over. The short, stout officer became even more agitated, shouting, "Quick, he's Song Bing. Salt him! Salt him! Quick!" However, no matter how much he shouted, the soldier with the knife just stared at Song Bing without moving. This guy has too much beard. It must be because his beard isn't clean enough. Drag it down and salt it several times. Song Bing waved directly at the soldier with the knife. Yes. The soldier with the knife nodded numbly, then looked down at the short, stout officer and grinned wickedly. No, don't salt me, don't salt me." The short, stout officer turned deathly pale and shook his head frantically. But no matter how much he pleaded, he was dragged into the grove by the knife-wielding soldiers. Soon, screams echoed throughout the entire square. At this point, all the officers and soldiers of the entire Allied army lay neatly on the ground, singing and dancing. I scanned the area to make sure everyone was taken care of. Song Bing then turned his head and looked at the fortress behind the high platform. His eyes narrowed slightly. A quiet, soundproof, enclosed room. The white officer listened to the rushing water in the bathroom and the faintly visible, alluring figure. They were already impatient. His attention was almost entirely focused on the direction of the bathroom. He was so indifferent to the commotion outside that he didn't even bother to pay attention to it. Creak. Just as he was about to rush in, the bathroom door finally opened. A mixed-race woman emerged from the room, her shapely body wrapped only in a bath towel. Her long, slender, fair legs were exposed. The water droplets that hadn't been wiped dry looked like drops of crystal-clear nectar on her smooth skin. Her long, wet, brown hair cascaded down, adding to her allure. Gulp, beautiful, so beautiful. The white officer stared wide-eyed. He rushed over instantly and picked up the beauty in front of him. That soft, boneless touch, that refreshing fragrance. This caused his blood pressure to spike to its peak instantly. Don't try to renege on your debt after you've eaten. They'll be heartbroken. The mixed-race woman raised her slender finger and gently tapped the white officer's nose. This time, she seemed to give up. "Ha! Good, good. Don't worry. After today, I will immediately mobilize a large army to go north, find Song Bing, and treat your sister." The white officer had already been seduced beyond recognition. Knock, knock, knock. But just as he was about to make a big splash, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Who sent me this message? I'm not seeing anyone today. Get the hell out of here." The white officer immediately roared in anger. It also carried a powerful 6th-level energy that surged outwards from the door. Why did they have to come at this exact moment? How could he not be angry? Anyone would be angry in this situation. Knock, knock, knock. However, after he finished yelling, the knocking continued and became even more intense. My beauty, wait for me." The white officer was so angry he wanted to curse, but he could only put the beauty in his arms on the bed first. "No rush, they're waiting for you." The mixed-race woman lay seductively on the bed, while simultaneously untying the knot in her bath towel and giving the white officer a flirtatious wink. It looked like it was ready for anyone to pick. Well, the white officer swallowed hard, then immediately turned and strode quickly to the door. He angrily opened the door, and a figure in white appeared before him. "You damn bastard, I'm going to kill you." He threw a furious punch. Regardless of who it was, they were to be killed. But his fist stopped abruptly just centimeters from the white-clad figure's nose. It was as if we were being blocked by an invisible wall that was so terrifying and irreversible. The white officer finally saw the white-clad figure clearly. His pupils suddenly contracted. "You!" Bang! Crack! However, before he could even roar out, Song Bing had already kicked out. The white officer's internal organs were shattered, and he flew out instantly, smashing through most of the wall. Song Bing then stepped into the secret room. Out of the corner of his eye, his gaze first fell on the mixed-race woman on the bed who was extremely adept at seducing men. The latter, equally flustered by this sudden turn of events, quickly pulled the towel back up. Song Bing didn't look at it again and continued to move his gaze, which fell on the corner cubicle. Under the blankets lay an unconscious white-haired girl. Upon seeing the girl, Song Bing's brows furrowed slightly. However, this action instantly caused the originally alluring mixed-race woman on the bed to show a look of horror. She quickly covered herself with a bath towel, ran barefoot off the bed, rushed to the corner of the cubicle, and shielded the white-haired girl behind her. This also blocked Song Bing's view. Seeing this, Song Bing didn't say anything more, but instead focused his attention on the white officer in the corner. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the Earl and General that those who lost their eggs were shouting. At this moment, the white officer, who was nearly killed by Song Bing's kick, coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and finally caught his breath. He stared at Song Bing with terror and horror in his eyes, finally completing the sentence, "You are Song Bing." Upon hearing Song Bing's name, the mixed-race woman, who had been wary of him, narrowed her eyes and looked at him again, her body trembling with excitement. "Weren't you all coming to surround and kill me? I've come in person, but you don't seem very happy." Song Bing did not deny it, and stepped forward step by step. The white officer's pupils contracted, filled with fear. Song Bing's kick just now rendered him unable to fight. Not only were his internal organs shattered, but several of his bones were also broken. This allowed him to instantly witness Song Bing's terrifying combat power. It's definitely not level 5. It's not level 6 either. It must be a terrifying existence at level 7. The information is incorrect. The information those protectors gave him was false. As Song Bing drew ever closer, the white officer felt as if death was approaching, his eyes darting around. They tried desperately to think of ways to survive. But in the end, all he could do was look at the mixed-race woman not far away. Dr. Song, please don't kill me. These two stunningly beautiful women are people I found along the way, and I haven't even touched them yet. I'm offering them to you now. As long as you don't kill me, they're all yours, Click. However, before the white officer could finish speaking, Song Bing's foot had already pierced through his chest. At the same time, he leaned down and said, "Foolish. Even if I kill you, won't they all still be mine?" Well, the white officer did not die immediately. Instead, he stared wide-eyed at Song Bing with a look of resentment and despair. Why is this happening? Filled with endless resentment, the white officer finally died. Ding. Successfully absorbed a level 6 muscle-bursting disease. Merit plus 1 million. After dealing with the white officer, Song Bing turned around and looked at the two women behind him. To be precise, it was the white-haired girl who was blocked by the mixed-race woman. Song Bing, are you Song Bing? Please save my sister. Please save my sister, she's dying. Before Song Bing could speak, the mixed-race woman pitifully rushed over, excitedly trying to hug Song Bing's legs and beg for his life. But before she could hug him, Song Bing took a step back in disgust. At the same time, he used all his strength to lock his throat and stop him in place. Then he questioned, "Judging from your appearance, you are not from Manhua?" No, we are not from Manhua. We come from Lade Kingdom. And me? I'm not with them either. I brought my sister to Manhua just to get treatment from you. However, the Kingdom of Lade is too far from the Kingdom of In. I had no choice but to use my body as a bargaining chip to get him to bring us here. The mixed-race woman confessed everything directly. At the same time, seemingly afraid that Song Bing would refuse, she quickly resorted to her best skill. "I didn't bring any payment, but if you cure my sister, I can give you my body as payment. Don't worry. Although the journey has been difficult, I have never let any man succeed. I am clean now. If you don't believe me, you can try it. If it's not clean, you don't have to save it." As the mixed-race woman spoke, she loosened her towel, once again displaying her innate seductive skills. She crawled towards Song Bing with an alluring charm. Seeing this scene, Song Bing's brows furrowed slightly. In that moment, the mixed-blood woman had already displayed her alluring posture, crawling to his feet like a docile kitten. Then she extended her tongue, about to lick his hand. Slap. But in the next second, Song Bing's hand had already impatiently landed on the mixed-blood woman's seductive face. The mixed-blood woman was stunned by this unexpected slap, looking at Song Bing with disbelief. With her beauty and innate seductive skills, being so proactive, what man wouldn't fall for it? The white military officer from earlier was the perfect example. Yet at this moment, Song Bing had slapped her? Stop pretending. Do you really think I can't see your ability? Are you trying to test me? Or do you want to drain me dry? Song Bing stared at the woman before him, his eyes cold. The mixed-blood woman before him was indeed beautiful and alluring. Any man would find her hard to resist. But if you saw her special ability, you wouldn't think so. Ding, rare disease body detected. Body, human. Disease, essence drain. Level 5. Symptoms. This disease can silently absorb the essence of the opposite sex, especially in an aroused state, able to easily drain them across levels, thereby enhancing one's own vitality and energy. This was the mixed-blood woman's special ability. Very unique. And very rare. Song Bing had seen through it from the first glance. When the white officer was excited earlier, his essence was actually being continuously absorbed by the mixed-blood woman. If it had continued for a few more minutes, the white officer would have been easily controlled by the mixed-blood woman. This was control through sexual desire. Like smoking opium, the white officer had simply been under her spell the whole time, unaware. Looking again at the long-dead white officer in the corner, his dark circles were particularly obvious. This was clearly severe essence deficiency. Moreover, this explained why such a stunning mixed-blood woman could survive so long in this apocalyptic world. If she were just a fragile beauty, would the white officer have waited until now? Terror flashed in the mixed-blood woman's beautiful eyes, clearly not expecting Song Bing to see through her secret at a glance. Panicked, she hurriedly confessed everything. No, Divine Dr. Song, let me explain. I don't know why I have this ability either. My power can indeed absorb men's yang energy to nourish my own abilities. In this apocalyptic world, I've relied on this special ability to keep my sister and me alive until now. Otherwise, I couldn't have brought my sister across countries to find you. But I swear, I have never absorbed your essence from beginning to end. You're the only one who can save my sister. How could I possibly harm you? I really just want you to save my sister. As long as you can save her, I'm truly willing to give you. Facing the mixed-blood woman's completely panicked explanation, Song Bing said nothing more, but walked toward the sister she mentioned. From entering the secret room until now, the mixed-blood woman indeed hadn't used essence drain on him. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be alive. Of course, she couldn't take it anyway, unless Song Bing willingly gave it. Song Bing came to the corner of the partition, lifting layers of blankets. Inside was a white-haired girl, so exquisite she seemed like an angel. Song Bing's pupils couldn't help but ripple, amazed by the white-haired girl's appearance. She looked so perfect and flawless. Every inch of her skin glowed white, not like a mortal being. At this moment, the only one Song Bing could think to compare her to was Candy within his body. Of course, compared to her appearance, what Song Bing was more interested in was her disease. Because when he had just used the forbidden eye to observe, he surprisingly couldn't discern what disease she had. Divine Dr. Song, my sister has been in a deep sleep since the moment the apocalypse descended and hasn't woken since. Her hair and body also changed to look like this. I've found countless people in the apocalypse who gained healing abilities, but none could cure my sister. The mixed-blood woman crawled over excitedly at this moment, and as if afraid Song Bing lacked motivation, continued. Because of my ability's special nature, no man has truly touched me. As long as you can save my sister, my body is the consultation fee. Don't worry, my ability can be controlled. As long as I don't actively absorb, men who come in contact with me won't be harmed. Song Bing ignored the mixed-blood woman's words and directly reached out his hand, placing it on the white-haired girl's exquisitely unparalleled face. The mixed-blood woman watched nervously from the side. From her anxious eyes, it wasn't hard to see the white-haired girl's importance to her. Song Bing's brows began to furrow slightly as he touched her. Then he changed positions and touched several more places. The mixed-blood woman's beautiful eyes couldn't help but shift as she watched. Why did she feel like Song Bing was getting addicted to touching? She wanted to stop him, but looking at the white-haired girl who remained in deep sleep, she gritted her teeth and endured. It seemed Song Bing was her last hope. Ding, level 9 high-risk disease body detected. After touching for who knows how long, Song Bing's eyes suddenly opened, sharp light flashing in them as he stared intently at the white-haired girl before him. His face showed disbelief. How is it? Divine Dr. Song, how is it? Don't worry, as long as you cure my sister, I'll definitely give myself to you. No, if you don't trust me, I can give myself to you right now. Seeing Song Bing finally open his eyes, the nervous mixed-blood woman hurriedly grabbed Song Bing's arm, extremely anxious. It seemed for the white-haired girl, she could sacrifice everything. Song Bing still looked at the white-haired girl in shock. After a long while, he looked at the mixed-blood woman and said, "I can treat her, but her condition is very serious. It can't be cured in one session. It will require multiple treatments." Really? Hearing this, the mixed-blood woman couldn't hide her joy. She grabbed Song Bing's arm again. "Divine Dr. Song, as long as you cure my sister, I'll definitely keep my word." Song Bing stood up, shaking off her hand, and said calmly, "Saving lives is my duty. Stop insulting me with this." The mixed-blood woman was slightly stunned, looking deeply at Song Bing. She discovered Song Bing was truly different from other men. Throughout this journey, every man who had seen her appearance, which one didn't want to possess her? Though in the end they were all silently drained by her. But when she decided to actively give herself to Song Bing, she was rejected. This was the first time she'd been rejected. In an instant, the way she looked at Song Bing changed. "Also, I have urgent matters I need to handle in the north first. If you want treatment, you'll have to wait until I return." Song Bing continued, "No, we can go with you." Hearing this, the mixed-blood woman seemed afraid Song Bing would run away, nervously grabbing him. "You have 3 minutes to prepare." Having received the answer he wanted, Song Bing directly walked out of the secret room. Hearing this, the mixed-blood woman hurriedly got up, grabbed clothes from the corner, and put them on, then carefully picked up the white-haired girl along with the blankets on her back. Only then did she hurry out after him. Outside the secret room, Song Bing had already prepared a black gold war vehicle covered in fingerprints, waiting. Facing this merit that had delivered itself to his door, he naturally wouldn't refuse. What did level 9 mean? Only he knew clearly. This was a race against time, and would be a bold surgery. Above the western border of Incurable, under the cover of clouds, a large black gold fighter jet, forged from countless purple gold materials, was silently entering Incurble's airspace. The entire purple gold fighter jet was considerably larger than a large passenger aircraft from the peaceful era, but in appearance and structure, it was quite different. Not only had the wings increased to 2 pairs, but even the fuselage was more streamlined and natural. It looked like an alien spacecraft descending from the heavens, giving people a very visceral sense of shock. And at this moment, inside the slowly flying purple gold fighter jet, in a fully intelligent smart room, as a green light lit up, a fully purple gold hibernation pod in the very center suddenly rose upright. Then, the hatch opened, accompanied by a surge of red gas, revealing the naked man sleeping inside the hatch. His originally lifeless muscles and chest began to rise and fall with movement. When the red gas dissipated, the man finally slowly opened his eyes. And the man was none other than the Yu clan president, La Yedon. Forgot to review chapter 771. Only compared to his initial appearance with a face full of white beard, looking like a 60 or 70-year-old elderly man. The current La Yedon seemed to have grown 30 or 40 years younger. Not only had his beard turned black, but even his body had become much stronger. He had directly transformed from an elderly man past his 60th year into a robust middle-aged man in his 30s. Simply miraculous. La Yedon at this moment looked down at his own muscular, youthful physique, revealing a satisfied smile. Now, he was not only younger. The virus in his body, with the assistance of the Emperor's blood, had also directly completed its fusion. If he had let it fuse naturally, it would have taken about another year. 2 more periods of hibernation. But the Emperor's blood had directly shortened the time to just a few days. How could this not shock him? The 2 guards responsible for watching nearby, seeing this, hurriedly picked up a black robe and stepped forward to drape it over La Yedon. La Yedon restrained the aura around his body while stepping out of the hibernation pod. Only then did he ask in a deep voice, "What's the situation now?" Reporting to President, after the announcement on the Apocalypse Network and the secret instigation by the 4567 series, the Apocalypse Force representatives from various countries could no longer restrain themselves, mobilizing almost all their elite forces and weapons to join this plan to encircle and suppress Song Bing and the Witch. Currently, the White Gull 7 Nations Coalition, the Vatican Relic Gate Army, the Lee Country Major Group Coalition, the Southeast Small Nations Coalition, have successively descended upon in country, under the banner of Execute the Witch, Protect Blue Star. In an encircling formation, they are heading toward Incurable. Everything is proceeding according to plan. One guard immediately reported respectfully. The other guard followed up. In addition, the leaders of the 4 series who completed their missions have successively returned, with all specific information in their hands, waiting for President's summons. Also, the remaining 5 members of the 8 series have also returned. Using the Qingchuan family, they discovered more secrets about Songbing. Oh, hearing this, La Yedon's eyes brightened, and he immediately said, "Have the 8 series come see me first." Yes. That guard immediately received the order and withdrew. Before long, he had led the remaining 5 members of the 8 series to arrive. Under her mask, 8 saw La Yedon the instant she arrived, a trace of coldness flashing through her beautiful eyes. But it was only for a moment before it vanished. "We pay our respects to Chief Priest La Yedon." The moment they saw La Yedon, the 5 placed one hand on their chests and bowed in unison. "I had you secretly monitor Songbing. Why did you return early?" La Yedon sat back in a smart chair, narrowing his eyes as he looked down at the 5 members of the 8 series, his gaze finally settling on 8 at the front. Those sharp, eagle-like eyes seemed able to see right through 8. In response, 8 also took the initiative to step forward and report. Reporting to Chief Priest La Yedon, "We were originally following orders to monitor in secret, but unexpectedly, when the Qingchuan family invaded, we were discovered by Songbing. With no choice, we could only decisively take action, but that Songbing actually possessed terrifying combat power at level 6. However, with the 5 of us working together, we still injured him. Just as we were about to capture him, we were poisoned by him. By the time we gradually recovered, he had already escaped." 8 explained in detail, paused, then continued. "But he was also seriously injured. We believe he cannot escape in country in the short term. At the same time, from this exchange, we confirmed Songbing's combat power. Combined with his miraculous poison techniques, we estimate he possesses combat power approaching level 7. Hearing this, the 4 members of the 8 series all nodded, clearly agreeing with 8's account. This matched their memories exactly. They had been so close to capturing Songbing and achieving great merit. Level 6? Just as I thought. In his seat, La Yedon's eyes couldn't help but flash with sharpness. This was consistent with the information he had obtained not long ago. But soon, La Yedon's brow furrowed, his sharp gaze continuing to wander over the 5 people. Finally settling again on 8, who had made the report, he asked a fatal question. "You monitored in secret for so long. Why were you discovered at that particular moment?" As soon as this question was asked, the expressions of the 4 members of the 8 series all changed slightly. Only 8, under her mask, looked deeply at La Yedon before her, then stepped forward again. Reporting to Chief Priest, "We are also very puzzled by this. But at that time, it wasn't just Songbing who appeared. By his side, there was also a little girl with twin tails. Based on information collected from Antarctica, we preliminarily determined that this little girl is very likely the original generation, one who carried the witch's blood before the apocalypse." Beastification. When Songbing went to Antarctica initially, it's very possible he wasn't fleeing, but rather going to find number 1. Therefore, this subordinate suspects. Could our discovery be related to this number 1, beastification, who possesses the witch's blood? Facing La Yedon's pressure, 8 showed no panic, instead revealing another shocking piece of news. Moreover, she invisibly threw the question back to La Yedon. Sure enough, upon hearing about number 1, beastification, La Yedon's eyes immediately gleamed with sharpness. Perhaps for others, the original generation experimental subjects before the apocalypse were merely the apocalypse organization's initial experimental semi-finished products. Once entering the apocalypse, these original generation subjects would be eliminated. Just like the production of phones, one generation replacing another. This statement was indeed correct, but only half correct, because it only applied to experimental subjects after original generation number 4. As for the first 3 of the original generation, it was completely inapplicable, because they were existences that had fused with the witch's blood. Moreover, Among all the experimental subjects of the Apocalypse organization, only the first 3 of the original generation had successfully fused with the witch's blood. These were not semi-finished products to be eliminated. They harbored too many uncertain factors. What they would mutate into after the apocalypse, no one could say clearly. But La Yadon believed they would definitely be terrifying existences. After all, the witch's terrifying nature was right there for all to see. If possible, how could the Apocalypse organization allow the first 3 of the original generation to grow freely outside? Unfortunately, now the witch had drawn away all of the Apocalypse organization's attention. So much so that he simply had no extra energy to search for the first 3 of the original generation. But now, by coincidence, he had discovered the existence of original generation number 1. How could this not surprise him? In fact, whether it was the first generation number 1, beast transformation, or all the other first-generation experimental subjects, Layden was no stranger to them. In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as familiar with them. Because back then, these first-generation experimental subjects were all under the responsibility of his clan. From the construction of the experimental base, the covert capture of experimental subjects, observation of the experimental subjects' growth, regular testing and recording of experimental results. Over 13,000 children from more than 100 countries worldwide. All had to be controlled within 4 years of age. Physical condition, family circumstances, ethnic ratios. Everything had to be taken into consideration. All these processes were also handled by his clan people. Only the initial virus injection and transformation was carried out by the Emperor himself. In this first-generation experiment, the role he played was called supervisor. He witnessed almost the entire progress of this first-generation experiment. He even witnessed these more than 13,000 first-generation experimental subjects continuously dying in agony, until finally fewer than 1,000 remained, as well as the final riot and escape triggered by the top 3 first-generation subjects. Therefore, Layden was practically the operator of this experiment. He witnessed the growth of all first-generation experimental subjects. Naturally, he also roughly understood the abilities awakened by each first-generation experimental subject. Among them, number 1, beast transformation, possessed super strength and the ability to transform. One obvious talent it also possessed was its sense of smell. Although it was unknown what it might have mutated into by now, its super strong olfactory talent would certainly not have dissipated. In that case, if that little girl really was number 1, beast transformation, if her sense of smell had evolved, it wouldn't be impossible for her to discover the 5 hidden 8 series members. Did she transform and attack at that time? Layden continued to look sharply at 8. Just beast transformation alone had instantly captured his full attention. No, Songbing only brought that little girl to find us and launched a sneak attack on us. After we severely injured him, he fled with that little girl. 8 recalled slightly. Could it be that she's still in the mutation stage, so she can only exist in her original child form? Layden instantly reached a conclusion. After all, having fused with the witch's blood, the level after mutation would certainly not be simple. It couldn't possibly have fused successfully so quickly. In that case, putting everything together, it all made sense. You've worked hard. I will report your merits to the organization. From now on, you don't need to take action anymore. Come with me to Andu. After pondering for a moment, Layden looked at the 5, 8 members again. Thank you, Chief High Priest Layden. Upon hearing this, all 5 were unable to hide their excitement as they bowed in gratitude. Let the representatives of the other 4 series come in. Layden continued to look at the guard beside him. Yes, President. The guard nodded and withdrew again. Before long, 4 people dressed in black identical to the 5-8 series members followed the guard in. However, on their arms were the numbers 4, 5, 6, and 27. We pay our respects to Chief High Priest Layden. The 4 arrived and bowed respectfully as well. Layden looked at the 4, his brows slightly furrowed, finally settling on 27, and asked, "Why is it you? Why didn't 7 come?" Reporting to the Chief High Priest, 7 and 17 are responsible for going to Uba country to persuade the Han Financial Group. They are currently still on their mission. I received word that 7 asked me to represent the 7 series to report. 27 reported truthfully. Hearing this, Layden said nothing more. After all, the Han Financial Group was among the top forces in the apocalypse powers of various countries. Under the apocalypse end times, it practically represented the entire Uba country. Among the 4 series, the 7 series was the weakest, with only 7 barely reaching level 7. To mobilize the entire Han Financial Group, it was normal to spend more time. Give me a detailed report of the situation. Layden immediately continued. Reporting to the Chief High Priest, under our covert instigation and assistance, the powerful apocalypse forces of various countries have all successfully entered in country's territory. We believe that within 5 days, they will successively arrive at Andu. 4. Took the initiative to step forward and report first. Why will it still take so long? However, upon hearing this, Layden showed displeasure. 5. Hastily explained. Regarding this suddenly emerged Shinjo alliance, they were also helpless. The members of this alliance were scattered and wouldn't confront you head-on. Either they would interfere with scavenging teams, attacking and then fleeing, or they would lure zombies, making it impossible for you to strike at them. This should be a group of scattered soldiers spontaneously organized by those in-country survivors. Then don't worry about it. 5 days it is. Upon hearing this, although Layden's expression was gloomy, he didn't pay too much attention. He continued to look at the 4 and said, now that your mission is complete, from now on, have all members of the 4 series gradually retreat behind these apocalypse forces. Without my orders, there's no need to take action again. Yes. The 4 protectors immediately accepted the order. Additionally, I have good news to tell you all. The Great Emperor is about to awaken, and the witch is a gift that must be presented before the Emperor awakens. Therefore, this plan must succeed and cannot fail. Otherwise, we will all commit suicide as sinners to apologize to the Emperor. Layden looked at the 4 and revealed another shocking piece of news. Yes, this time we will certainly capture Song Bing alive, take down the witch, and present her to the Emperor. Upon hearing this, the 4 series representatives all showed sharp glints in their eyes and knelt on the ground with utmost respect to guarantee. Their reverence for the Emperor was carved into their bones. Among the 5/8 series members, 8's beautiful eyes beneath her mask also flickered as she listened to Layden's words. Andu. Several days quietly flew by, and in these short few days, the entire Andu had already undergone earth-shattering changes. Looking down from above, from inside to outside, the first ring, Song Bing's zoo and botanical garden were connected to each other, expanded to a terrifying degree, like a large figure-8 gourd. Below the botanical garden, among the dense vegetation, was the renovated and family manor, where the people of the hospital resided. In the Song Bing Zoo across from it, beneath the gradually growing vegetation, were hidden terrifying behemoths. The 100-fruit tree, like an ancient towering tree, had been invisibly relocated to the center of the 2 major park areas, standing proudly among them, like a stabilizing pillar. This 1 tree and 2 park areas occupied almost the entire first ring of Andu. Further out were countless renovated buildings and roads of Andu. Not only had all the previous garbage been cleaned up, but collapsed and damaged buildings and towers had been renovated with black gold. Even fortresses and military bases made of black gold had been successively built in 4 directions. In the spacious bases, rows of black gold chariots and fighter jets were lined up. Inside the bases were stored countless black gold weapons. All were spoils of war accumulated over time. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rings were all the same, all prepared for battle at any time. Further out, all the way to the suburbs outside Andu's 5th ring, a great wall of watch encircling Andu was taking shape at this moment. Outside the end of 5th Ring Road, the majestic Great Wall seemed to rise overnight. Like a giant dragon, it surrounds the entire well-built Andu. A cruel apocalypse completely cut off from the outside world. The Great Wall is more than 20 meters high, and the interior is supported by black gold steel bars. It is dozens of times stronger than ordinary city walls. Between the towering surrounding city walls, there is a strong watch fortress every 100 meters. There are people guarding everything inside. On the city wall, there are vehicles that can quickly shuttle to every watch fortress on the Great Wall. Wireless communication equipment has been built between the watch fortresses, able to deliver information immediately. If one side of the construction is in trouble, other directions can quickly provide support in a very short time. It can be called a large military fortress. At this point, the moment the construction of the Great Watch Wall is completed, the entire Enda homeland was declared to take shape. It is more technologically advanced and more magnificent than before the apocalypse. At least this is the case in terms of interconnection between cities and defense capabilities. From outside to inside, it is the surrounding guard of the Great Wall. It is like the city wall of Andu's home, firmly protecting all the rings of Andu. The military bases between each ring not only incorporate contemporary black gold materials, as well as various black technologies of the apocalypse forces. Even the traffic on the ground and underground are interconnected and point to each other. With the Great Watch Wall connecting them, they can all be reached quickly. As for the central link, it combines the two major animal and plant parks created by Song Bing using disease methods. This is the last secret weapon of Anda homeland. It is also the most terrifying and mysterious existence. The entire city of Andu has become the first city on Blue Star to be completely cleared of zombies and rebuilt into a human home. I would like to ask which apocalypse force has achieved this so far. Apparently not. The sun sets. At the last fortress of the Great Watching Wall, Sia and other hospital members gathered here. The dining table has also been moved here. Although the food on the table is very simple, but it was like a banquet, especially festive. The setting sun shines on everyone's face. They were all full of fatigue because they had not slept for a long time. But everyone showed a happy smile. Looking down from the Watch Fortress to the whole new Andu, everything is like a dream. With the Great Watch Wall as the dividing line, Andu inside has a completely new look and is full of hope. The outside world in the distance is still a scene of deathly apocalypse. The feeling at this moment is particularly intuitive. Will this be our home from now on? It feels like a dream. Zhang Taizhu was the first to speak with a silly smile, which immediately brought the touched people back to their senses. That's right. From now on, we don't have to hide around. This is our home. I feel a sense of belonging like never before. From now on, I will defend our homeland with my life. Everyone spoke with emotion one after another. Love this home more than ever. This home given to them by Song Bing. Yes, this progress is far beyond expectations. Thank you all for your hard work. Sia also sighed with emotion. We didn't have much hard work. To say it was hard work, it was indeed the Sakura soldiers and puppet troops who worked hard. If they hadn't worked hard day and night, the progress would not have been so fast. Don't worry, I'll add an extra frozen potato to each of them when we get back. Ha! Mentioning those Sakura soldiers and puppet troops, Pan Bugo hurriedly patted his chest and promised. You will never be treated badly. Everyone couldn't help but be amused. Of course it's not true gratitude. That's what they should be doing. Come on, let's all eat for now. The fruits and vegetables in the botanical garden are almost ripe. Then we will have fresh fruits and vegetables to eat. Luo Yin stood up and announced good news again. I haven't eaten fresh fruits and vegetables for so long that I almost forgot their taste. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Instantly, I was even more looking forward to it. Everything is developing in a good direction, and the days are getting more and more promising. All of this was brought to us by the Dean. Although he is not here now, we still let us respect the Dean together. Sia suddenly stood up and suggested. Everything they have now was given by Song Bing. No matter the food is about to mature, or the entire Enda homeland, or maybe it's the superpower that everyone has. Nothing was given by Song Bing. If Song Bing hadn't been there, one can imagine what their situation would have been like. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stood up with respectful expressions on their faces, and all raised their wine glasses from the bottom of their hearts. Jing Song disease. Song Bing at this moment is faith in everyone's heart. Faith to survive in the apocalypse. So, taking advantage of the last remaining warmth of the setting sun, everyone raised their glasses and drank together on the Great Wall. Enjoy this rare comfort. Although the apocalypse is very cold, everyone's heart is warm. This is what home feels like. In this cold apocalypse, home is so rare. Wang Xiao, who has always been sexy and cool, picked up the camera and silently recorded this rare scene. Looking at everyone's heartfelt smiles, she, who had always been cold, also smiled. How beautiful. Such a smile is so rare in these last days. As the last ray of sunset was shrouded in darkness, the cheerful crowd finally calmed down. This day is destined to be unforgettable. At this moment, Yin Hong, dressed in a nurse's uniform, came out of the darkness. In fact, she was already here. Came with Song Bing's order. Just looking at this rare scene, she didn't bother him. Until the sun sets, just choose to show up. Seeing Yin Hong's arrival, the smiles of Zhang Taizhu and others completely disappeared. Although now Yin Hong has become Song Bing's slave. But for this enemy who once wanted to invade the hospital, it is inevitable that there will be a gap in everyone's heart. At least it's impossible to accept it so quickly. What happened? The shrewd Xia took the initiative to ask. After Yin Hong surrendered to Song Bing, he followed Song Bing all the time. Now that he suddenly came alone, he obviously came because of something. The dean asked me to come, Yin Hong said directly without too much nonsense. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned pale, especially Luo Yin and her daughter. After Song Bing left that night, he never appeared again. It's not easy for them to inquire too much about this. Now that Song Bing came with a message, everyone couldn't help but be touched. What can you tell me? We are all ready, Xia said with a bit of solemnity, realizing that the matter was not simple. The dean said that the construction of Andu Park is very good, and he has seen it all. Everyone has worked hard these days. Yin Hong truthfully conveyed the words Song Bing asked her to take. The dean is back. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up and they couldn't help but look around. But Yin Hong did not answer, but continued to deliver another message from Song Bing, saying, in addition, there is another unfortunate thing. The dean said that those apocalyptic forces are coming. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone looking around changed, and they all looked at Yin Hong solemnly again. This time, representatives of the apocalypse forces from all the powerful countries in Blue Star have arrived. It is estimated that there are more than 10 coalition forces. With the help of the Apocalypse Organization, they have invaded Anghua from all the borders of Anghua. Today, survivors across Anghua have been destroyed. It is estimated that in a few days, these foreign apocalyptic forces will be encircling Andu. Facing everyone's solemn gazes, Yin Hong continued to convey Song Bing's words. When everyone heard this, their hearts sank. The coalition of apocalypse forces from Blue Star countries. What a terrifying force this would be. You know, before this, they had only fought against the apocalypse forces of Anghua and the apocalypse forces of Sakura Kingdom. Now, the apocalyptic forces from all the powerful countries in Blue Star have arrived at the same time, or came in the form of a coalition army to encircle and suppress them. Not to mention the weapon level. How many troops are there alone? It was as if Anghua had suddenly become a public enemy of the world. It is being targeted and suppressed by all the powerful countries in the world. The danger in this can be imagined. But it was only a moment of shock, and everyone's eyes quickly became sharp. Mada, come here. Andu is our home that we have built with great effort. These bastards want to destroy our home. So they stepped on me, Zhang Taizhu, first. Zhang Taizhu spoke first, his eyes flashing with lightning, full of anger and domineering. Yes, this time, we will not give up Andu again. As soon as we built it, they wanted to destroy it, so they attacked us. Now that our Andu homeland has been fully constructed, we might as well fight. I swear to live and die with Andu. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another. Facing these unknown forces from various countries that are about to come, no one will be timid. Today's Andu is the home built by each of them. It's their hope. Almost everyone's efforts were devoted to it. How could they let their newly ignited hopes be extinguished? All personnel immediately enter the battle preparation state. All trump cards are fully activated and are ready to face the enemy. People are at home, people are dead, and families are dead. Xia and Luo Yin looked at each other and immediately gave orders decisively. Yes. All the members shouted in unison, filled with the hope of death. Yin Hong watched this scene and was touched by everyone's united attitude. She had never seen such spontaneous cohesion in the Yin family. Some are just Deadpools who have been brainwashed and coerced. In an instant, she was no longer so firm in her previous beliefs. Perhaps, this is what human civilization should pursue. Maybe, everything she did for the Yin family was wrong from the beginning. At this moment, Yin Hong's mind was filled with waves. Yin Hong's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she subconsciously glanced at the darkness in the distance. Then he continued to look at the crowd and said, "The dean asked me to tell everyone, just fight with all your strength. He's always there." This sentence was just passed on to her by Songbing. In fact, she had never seen Songbing. Whether it was just now or what he said before, Songbing used his brain power to convey it to her. But this also shows that Songbing has returned. And right near Andu, we are witnessing the completion of the construction of Anda home. Otherwise, it would be impossible to use brain power to convey information to her. As for why Songbing didn't show up, she doesn't know either. And once these words came out, they were undoubtedly a reassurance. It made everyone who was originally full of fighting spirit even more hopeful. "Dean, he is always there. Tell the dean for us that we will not let him down." Sia looked at Yin Hong and said, "Yeah." Yin Hong nodded but did not leave. Instead, he stayed and joined the upcoming war. Soon, under the cover of night, Sia and others deployed. While weapons in each military district were ready, additional guards were posted at each watch fortress. At the same time, several caregivers who were good at hiding were dispatched, each carrying a red flag and a wireless communicator, and sneaked in various directions in Andu. Expand the scope of surveillance. In this way, which country's army of apocalypse forces is coming will be known immediately. If the investigating caregiver is unfortunately discovered, he can quickly hide in a zombie-filled town with the red flag he carries. Of course, this is just a guarantee. After all, most of today's caregivers are at level 5. As long as you don't take the initiative to expose yourself and just hide under covert surveillance, there won't be much danger. As a result, Anda Homeland entered a state of advanced combat readiness overnight, just waiting for the arrival of the apocalyptic forces from various countries who are like wolves and tigers. At the same time, it was 200 miles southwest of Andu. The relic army of the Brahma Kingdom is approaching in great force, because it has the least interference from the Shinjo alliance and is adjacent to Anghua. Therefore, by such a coincidence, the army of the relic sect became the closest thing to Andu. Due to the looting and plundering along the way, the army of the relic sect is now fat and strong. Several black gold motorcycles were used to bundle the looted materials. In the rear of the army, countless Anghua survivors were captured, no matter men, women, or children. Prince Bagari, according to the map, our army is now less than 200 miles away from Andu, and none of the scattered spies found the existence of other Apocalypse Force troops. In other words, our relic gate is the army closest to Andu. At this rate, tomorrow, my army of 100,000 relic gates will be the first to arrive in Andu. At that time, 100,000 troops will be sent out, and they can easily defeat Andu in one fell swoop, becoming the first force to take down Songbing and the witch. In the chariot, Arashur appeared again and excitedly reported the good news to Bagali. "Ha ha! I didn't expect that we could be the first to arrive, even though we encountered some people who were blocking us on the way. It seems that the development of apocalypse forces in other countries is really nothing more than this." The apocalypse forces of Anghua were so frightened when they saw our 100,000 strong army of the Brahma Kingdom that they abandoned their base and fled without a fight. They are really weak. Of course, don't look at it. Which apocalyptic force can bring out an army of 100,000 in such an environment full of zombies? Only my great relic sect. That's. Tomorrow our Brahma Kingdom's 100,000 strong army will descend on Andu to capture Songbing and the witch, just like searching for something from a bag. The following generals of the relic sect also boasted proudly. Along the way, Invincible did not encounter a single apocalypse force from Anghua, and will be the first to arrive in Andu. This is a happy thing. All of this made their self-confidence instantly expand to the extreme. Not only did he think Anghua was vulnerable, even the apocalypse forces in other countries are like this. Bagali also opened his eyes at this time, his eyes sharp and sharp. Baptized by the confidence of the generals, he was gradually affected. Immediately, he gave an even more domineering order. "Tomorrow is too long. Please pass on the order and have the 2,000 elites of the Ace Ahu Regiment open the road ahead all night long. No rest is allowed. We must arrive at Andu before dawn." In one go, they conquered Andu, captured Songbing, and captured the witch. Only then can we show the power of our Brahma Kingdom's Relic Gate army. Yes, I will make arrangements now. Erasure immediately took the order and retreated. Although traveling all night is a bit eager for quick success, but facing the temptation of the witch, he couldn't hold it any longer. What's more, there are 2,000 elite Ahu regiments opening the way. What surprises can happen? You know, the Ahu regiment has 2,000 5-level elites. After layers of training and selection, the best of the best, talent among talents, the most elite team among the 100,000 troops of the Relic Gate. Each one is capable of defeating 1 against 10. Soon, on Bagali's order, 2,000 elite Ahu regiments hidden in the 100,000-strong army appeared at the front of the army. Each soldier is well-equipped and has a cool purple-patterned motorcycle. Buzz buzz. 2,000 Ahu elites, driving 2,000 black gold motorcycles, rushed out in an inverted V shape. The domineering sound of the accelerator is matched with the powerful level 5 momentum of 2,000 Ahu elites. Suddenly, it was like 2,000 tigers rushing out. In this way, he led the 100,000 elite members of the Relic sect and accelerated towards Andu. At night, there is a quiet mountain in the north of Andu. Hidden in the mountains is a manor. Looking at the building and scale, it is worth hundreds of millions. It should be a retirement place for a rich man or high-ranking official in peacetime. It's a pity that an apocalypse turned everything into nothingness. Under the night of this mountain forest, looking around, the whole villa is inexplicably full of weirdness. If you open the door at this time, there will be a surprise. The villa in the silent night is deserted. But in the garden at the entrance, there were several zombies that were emaciated and hungry, wandering around at the moment. At a glance, there were 7 female zombies and an old male zombie. The 7 female zombies are still wearing various sexy clothes and various toys from their lifetimes. Although they were already emaciated and covered in bite wounds, it was not difficult to see that these women were young and beautiful when they were alive. As for the only old zombie, he was obviously an old man in his 50s or 60s. Apparently, they were playing hide and seek in this garden. It seems like I have been trapped here for too long. At this moment, 7 female zombies were eating the only old zombie. The lower body has become a skeleton. The fatal wounds on their bodies were obviously caused by each other. Eating each other. It became a way for them to survive forever. Crunch. At this moment, the door that had been sealed for a long time suddenly opened. The 7 female zombies who were eating the old zombies all turned around when they heard the sound. Under the faint night light, the person who opened the door was a figure wearing a white coat. Tisk, tsk, tisk. The empty faces of the 7 female zombies were suddenly filled with excitement, and their mouths couldn't help but bite. Ho 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 ho. In an instant, the 7 female zombies abandoned the unpalatable old zombie and rushed towards Song Bing in excitement. Song Bing, who was under the gate, glanced at the old zombie with only half of his body left in the distance, and then he fell on the 7 female zombies that were rushing towards him excitedly. He frowned. Zombies eat zombies. This was the first time he had seen it. Judging from the obvious hunger and thirst, if a holy mother were here, she would probably let them take a few bites with pity. Song Bing didn't move. He just used his brain power, and the 7 female zombies that rushed towards him instantly rose into the air. Tisk, tsk, tisk. Although the 7 female zombies were only at level 2 or 3, they were still full of hunger and thirst in the face of Song Bing's mental constraints. I wish I could eat Song Bing alive who was so close. Their faces and pupils are also obviously different from other zombies of the same level, covered with strange black bloodshot eyes. Song Bing watched carefully for a long time, and finally used his brain power to absorb the zombie diseases of the 7 female zombies. In an instant, the 7 female zombies lost their breath. No one survived. They were already dead, and there were deadly zombies on their necks, heads, and chests. It was obviously caused by mutual harm, but Song Bing still collected the 7 corpses into the Shun ruins. Although the level of these 7 female zombies is very low. But this is the first time I have seen Song Bing, a zombie who can eat zombies. It is of great collection and research value. Maybe it will come in handy later. This also seems to have become a habit since Song Bing's apocalypse. Whenever I see a good corpse, I like to collect it. The woman from the Battle of Antarctica. The previous level 8 zombie. The 7 female zombies just now. At this moment, A space in Song Bing's kidney ruins became a place where Song Bing's corpses were piled up. Invisibly, they have piled up into a hill. Ho 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 ho. In the corner, the old zombie with only the upper body left was also crawling towards Song Bing. Bang! Song Bing just glanced at it, absorbed the disease, and then threw it away like a big gray wolf with a wave of his hand. Of course, it's not that Song Bing dislikes him, but the old zombie is old and has lost all his teeth. Only the upper body is left, so there is no need to collect it. After dealing with the old zombies, Song Bing continued to look around and made sure there were no other zombies before he whistled outside the villa. Not long after, the mixed-race woman came in carrying the white-haired girl on her back. Next, you will stay here first, and I will treat your sister here. After Song Bing looked back at the mixed-race woman, he casually took out a bright flashlight and led the way into the dark villa. Okay, thank you, Dr. Song. The mixed-race woman looked grateful. Carefully carrying the white-haired girl on his back, he followed Song Bing into the villa. By the way, I don't seem to know your names yet. He seemed to have thought of something and led the way. My name is Jin Shiai, and my sister's name is Minoko. The mulatto woman answered without hesitation. Song Bing's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he turned around for a moment, looking at the mixed-race woman with a strange expression on his face. Your name suits you very well. Jin Shiai's pretty face flashed with blush. Her name does seem to match her current abilities. Song Bing said nothing and continued to lead the two sisters toward the basement of the villa. What are we going to do down there? Facing this dark environment, Song Bing walked all the way to the basement, and Jin Shiai couldn't help but show a hint of fear. It's great to be treated here. At the same time, Song Bing, who was leading the way, also stopped and threw several bright flashlights around. Of course, with Song Bing's current vision, there was no difference between night and day. But after all, there is still surgery to come. The light suddenly illuminated everything around him. This appears to be a unique underground tool room. The design is very artistic. The surrounding walls are filled with various props. There is also a lot of red wine. Of course, Song Bing only took a fancy to the mahogany table in the center. The design is very ergonomic. It also looks big and strong. Can be used as an operating table. With the illumination of the light, the worry in Jin Shiai's beautiful eyes dissipated. Put your sister on top. Song Bing pointed to the mahogany table in the center of the room. At the same time, the procedures required for the surgery began. Masks, disinfection. Jin Shiai hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and wiped the table clean. Then he carefully placed the white-haired girl wrapped in quilt on the table. Dr. Song, how are you going to treat my sister? After carefully placing the white-haired girl away, Jin Shiai looked at Song Bing, who was preparing. What I do is my business. Next, you just need to go out and wait for me. Song Bing, wearing a mask, walked to the front. I'm worried about my sister's condition. Can I stay here to help you? Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will restrain myself. Jin Shiai prayed. Looking at the white-haired girl on the table, she seemed very worried. You should know the rules of hospital surgery. Of course, if you can't trust me, you can also choose to stay while I leave. Song Bing refused calmly. No, I'm going. Scared, Jin Shiai hurriedly left. Before closing the door, she did not forget to continue praying. Please be sure to cure my sister. I promise you, I will definitely give it to you. It wasn't until the door closed that Song Bing withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and looked at the white-haired girl lying quietly on the table. Song Bing directly raised his hand and peeled off the quilt layer by layer. It's like peeling back the layers of a lotus flower. Soon, the white-haired girl wrapped under the quilt was exposed. She still had her beautiful eyes closed, as if she was sleeping soundly. Under the surrounding lights, it looked so beautiful. Her skin, whiter than snow, seemed to be glowing. It's like an elf born from a spiritual flower. It can only be viewed from a distance, but not played with. But Song Bing didn't care about all that, and started directly. Start stroking and absorbing. Daybreak is approaching. And a home. In a watch fortress, Sia and others, who had been squatting all night, soon received the first urgent message. Report, I discovered a very large apocalypse force in the southwest. It is less than 100 miles away from Andu. It is estimated that there are hundreds of thousands of people. The leaders are all level 5 beings. They are speeding up their attack towards Andu. We expect to arrive in Andu at noon. Looking at the information on the screen, everyone's hearts trembled. The stormtroopers are all level 5. Which country's apocalypse force is this? Why is it so strong? Zhang Taizhu couldn't help but speak. Everyone was instantly solemn. Everyone was confident at the beginning. After all, they were all upgraded through Songbing. Almost every capita is level 7. The lowest level caregivers are all level 5. Take it as a reference with the previous apocalypse forces in Manhua and the strength of the Qingchuan family. Even if the number of people is small, they can still be crushed level by level. Now, the first news that came was this. An army has 100,000 soldiers. Those charging forward were all level 5 beings. How could it be so strong? How strong will the soldiers at the rear be? What about the armies of apocalypse forces in other countries? How much will it add up to? Can they still be crushed by level? Therefore, for a moment, everyone was solemn. Don't worry, everyone. These apocalyptic forces come from across the country. They have a long way to go, and they have to experience the threat of zombies on the way. Now the first force is the first to arrive. He also reacted sideways that this must be the strongest apocalypse force. Therefore, it is understandable that it can be so powerful. Seeing this, Sia took the initiative to step forward, analyzed and comforted. Sister Sia is right. The one who comes first will definitely be the strongest. It's impossible for every team to be so strong. Yes, in today's battles, high level determines almost everything. Not to mention the number of people below level 6. Compared with level 7, almost all of us on site are level 7. No matter how strong they are, level 7 is equivalent to us. With today's defense, we can still fight. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Invisibly, the power of these apocalypse forces has also increased a lot. Well, although we are outnumbered, we have the right time, place and people. Advance to attack, retreat to defend. The most terrifying thing about the enemy is that they all gathered at the feet of Andu and surrounded and suppressed him together. Therefore, I suggest that we should not sit back and wait for death, but take the initiative. Whichever enemy unit arrives first, we will attack first. By then, even if you can't defeat them one by one, you can still hurt their vitality first. Luo Yin expressed his opinion at this time. Yes, although we are small in number, we have many high-level ones. If we take the initiative, we can catch them off guard or escape intact. Everyone nodded in agreement. Let me go. I'll take Shenglong, Wang Kai, and a few brothers with me. Zhang Taizhu immediately took the initiative to ask for help. Can't wait for a long time. He wanted to see which country this powerful team, with level 5 as the vanguard, belonged to. So fierce. Everyone looked at Zhang Taizhu and nodded. Song Shenglong and Wang Kai are the hospital's trump cards, second only to Zhou Xian. The killing power was witnessed by everyone in the mental hospital. Now that the two have entered the 7th level, they are definitely more terrifying. The most important thing is that Song Bing is not here, and only Zhang Taizhu can control Song Shenglong and Wang Kai. Therefore, Zhang Taizhu led Song Shenglong and Wang Kai to take the initiative. It's quite appropriate. The dean said that as the first battle, everyone does not need to move, and let Zhou Xian lead the Pai family's army to deal with the first arriving guest. Just when Zhang Taizhu was about to call Song Shenglong and Wang Kai to set off, Yin Hong, who was left behind, took the initiative to speak. Now she is equivalent to Song Bing's substitute. Everyone looked at Yin Hong in surprise, especially Sia and others. Zhou Xian and Pai Jiajun are now the trump cards of Anda homeland. When the hospital was invaded many times, the building was saved from collapse. Not long ago, Zhou Xian alone, leading an army of 2,000 men, destroyed the Qingchuan family, which had an army of 130,000 men. Its power can be imagined. Therefore, everyone planned to save Zhou Xian and the Pai family army until the last resort. But now, facing Song Bing's instructions, although they were puzzled, they would not disobey him. The first apocalypse force to come must be powerful. Therefore, the dean directly asked us to send the Pai King and the Pai family army as the first battle. He must be trying to show Anghua's momentum. With the fighting power of King Pai and the Pai family army, no matter how strong the enemy is, they will definitely be able to fight a resounding battle. By then, we might be able to repel many of the apocalypse forces that will come later. Luo Yin explained. It makes sense. The dean is more foresight. Everyone suddenly understood. Okay, I'll put it away. Upon hearing this, Zhang Taizhu immediately rushed to the residence of Zhou Xian and Pai Jiejun. The residence of Zhou Xian and Pai Jiejun is just southwest of Andu. Looking down at this moment, the former gymnasium is no longer there. It was replaced by a giant hemispherical building. The exterior is entirely reinforced with black gold and purple gold. At a glance, it looks like Patrick's stone house. On the top sign, there are 4 characters written home of the Fart King. Zhou Xian and a group of Fart family troops apparently lived here. This was created during Andu's renovation, when 20 Sakura kamikaze squads were specially sent to expand and strengthen the gymnasium. In order to repair this Fart King's house, 20 Sakura death squadrons, a total of more than 4,000 people, all died heroically. Zhang Taizhu quickly put on protective clothing, arrived at the Fart King's house, and pressed a doorbell on the Zijin gate. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell continued to ring, and after an unknown amount of time, a purple patterned pipe that resembled a chimney slowly rose from the top of the Fart King's house. Who is looking for me? The next second, Zhou Xian was seen rising from the tube with domineering energy, and the poisonous gas on his body was also discharged into the sky. This is what an architectural designer specifically designed. Zhang Taizhu raised his head and looked at Zhou Xian, whose appearance was no longer clear. He took a few steps back in fear, and then said, "King Fart, another enemy is coming." Huh? There are still enemies. Zhou Xian looked down, with poisonous farts blooming in his eyes. Why are there so many enemies all day long? Can't finish the smoke? Yes, and this time the enemy is very powerful and comes from foreign countries. They invaded our Anghua from the southwest, burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of evil. They even threatened that there are no masters in Anghua, and they will crush our Anghua and make you surrender under their feet. After following Song Bing for so long, Zhang Taizhu has already mastered the essence of ordering Zhou Xian. Bang, how brave. Sure enough, before Zhang Taizhu finished speaking, Zhou Xian was so angry that poisonous farts flew all over his body, and his anger level soared on the spot. In an instant, he transformed into wings and flew up. He looked down at the Fart King's house with a fierce fighting spirit and immediately fell down with a loud fart. Rumble. The next second, he saw black gold tubes extending out one after another around the Fart King's house. It looks like countless large cannonball holes sprouting from the back of a giant turtle. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately afterwards, one by one, the Fujiao army exploded out of these black gold tubes like cannonballs. In the end, it was like a programmed drone, suspended in midair, and formed a huge square array in the void. The artillery shells are still being fired, and the Fujiao army is still firing out in a steady stream. The phalanx in midair is also expanding. 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. What's even more terrifying is the terrifying aura emanating from the Fart family army. It directly changes the color of heaven and earth and distorts space. In the end, the number of the Fujiao army stayed at 10,000. The ones at the front were the first 2,000 elite members of the Pai family army. The Fart power exuded was not comparable to that of the 8,000 Fart family troops at the rear. Behind them are the more than 10,000 Sakura soldiers who were selected before. After a smoky transformation, only 8,000 were left. But the survival rate has also been greatly improved. Among them, the 14 grade A generals have already been recruited, with Zhou Xian's personal favor. At this moment, their eyes were full of wisdom, and they were no longer loyal to Qin Chuan Zhujun. Instead, he was loyal to Fart King Zhou Xian. On the Great Wall, everyone looked up at the sky, looking at this legion of tens of thousands of people. Not only is it becoming more formal, it's getting stronger and stronger. The elite troops that can be called the Anghua homeland today are all so impressive that people can't help but hold their breath. Strong, too strong. With such a powerful aura, no matter how strong the enemy is, they will definitely be able to fight. See you, your majesty, long live my king. See you, your majesty, long live my king. See you, your majesty, long live my king. Above the void, when the black gold tube of the Pit King's house stopped releasing, all 10,000 Pit family troops appeared. They all stood respectfully in the void, turned their farts into wings, and bowed their heads to Zhou Xian. Children, the enemy has come again, and this time he dared to take advantage of our seclusion to kill, burn, loot, and damage the national prestige of our country. He also threatened to ask me to surrender, which is simply unforgivable. I want you to go on an expedition with me, save Anghua from danger, and show off the power of my family's army. Zhou Xian's voice was domineering, and his imperial dragon energy soared to the sky. It could be seen that Zhou Xian was really angry this time. Kill, kill, kill. All the soldiers of the Fart family were immediately fighting to the sky. King Fart, the enemy is outnumbered, and we are outnumbered. Act according to your ability. If you can't defeat us, retreat. Zhang Taizhu below spoke with some concerns. Although they believed in the strength of Zhou Xian and the Pai family army, they had not figured out the enemy's strength yet. No one knows how strong a level 5 vanguard is. Failure is not in my dictionary. Children, follow me and charge. Zhou Xian smiled proudly at Zhang Taizhu below and immediately took the lead, taking the lead and shooting towards the southwest of Andu. Bayubiubiu. The 10,000 Pei family troops immediately sped up and followed Zhou Xian's footsteps. Without fear, the Fu family's army is so powerful, no matter how strong the enemy is, they will still be able to fight. That's right. Even if it can't wipe out the Qingchuan family, it can definitely inflict heavy damage on the enemy. Everyone on the Great Wall looked at it, unable to conceal their feelings. Who would have thought that these people who were imprisoned in the mental hospital by Song Bing would one day grow into terrifying beings in their own right? Just asking you, who dares to fight? Okay, now that Zhou Xian and the Fu family army are not here, we should be more alert and beware of the arrival of other apocalypse forces. Xia reminded. Everyone nodded and dispersed one after another to monitor. At the same time, they are also waiting for the battle situation between Zhou Xian and the Pai family army. This battle will affect the future momentum of both sides. Mountain Villa. In the basement. After touching for an unknown amount of time, Song Bing finally opened his eyes. But the white-haired girl's 9th-level disease was not completely absorbed by Song Bing. Instead, it only absorbed the head area. Yes, the white-haired girl's disease is unique. It's so unique that Song Bing can't absorb it all at once. This is the second such unique disease Song Bing has encountered. The first is the genetic disease that absorbed candy before the apocalypse. Therefore, Song's disease can only be treated in the same way as candy. Treat the white-haired girl in front of you. Of course, there is actually a second way to absorb it all at once. That is total absorption. But obviously, this is inappropriate. At this time, the white-haired girl's long eyelashes began to blink. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes, like a sleeping princess waking up. These are a pair of beautiful eyes as deep and bright as stars. One look at it and you can't help but lose your mind. When she first saw Song Bing, the white-haired girl immediately showed fear. Like a frightened deer, she wanted to move, but found that only her head could move, and the lower parts of her body seemed to be anesthetized, unable to move at all. Song Bing calmly looked down at the stunning white-haired girl. Her voice is equally surprising, delicate and ethereal. Every detail she showed was perfect to the extreme. Coupled with that pitiful appearance, it can instantly arouse anyone's desire for protection. Only your head has recovered now, and the remaining parts still need follow-up treatment. But Song Bing just stared in silence for a few seconds, and then started to pack it up. Click. Sister, you wake up. Jin Xiai heard the noise at this time, and opened the door. When she saw the white-haired girl who was awake, she immediately leaned down at the table in excitement. Tears were shed. When the white-haired girl saw Jin Xiai, she finally showed a bright and charming smile. It was Divine Dr. Song who saved you, your favorite Divine Dr. Song before. After the surprise, Jin Xiai hurriedly introduced Song Bing to the white-haired girl. You guys chat. I have something else to do. Song Bing didn't seem to notice the white-haired girl's excitement. After cleaning up, he was about to leave. Next, he still has a lot of things to do. No, Divine Dr. Song, can you not leave? I like you very much and want to see you before the end of the world. Can you stay with me? Seeing that Song Bing was about to leave, the white-haired girl begged with a look of reluctance. Those little eyes that yearned for weakness seemed to really like Song Bing. Faced with such pitiful begging from a stunningly beautiful girl, it would be difficult for an average man to refuse. Song Bing also stopped, looked back at the girl's longing eyes, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, there is plenty of time for the next treatment." After that, Song Bing left the basement without looking back. The sisters were left alone in the basement. Song Bing came to a guest room on the surface. Then he released his brain power and gained insight into the current situation in Andu through Yin Hong and Gao Ling. At the same time, Song Bing began to do two things. While adapting to the immunity blood, he began to upgrade, integrate, and transform more diseases. For other aliens, combat power depends on level and abilities. For Song Bing, it seems that he has no special powers. Song Bing's combat power depends not only on his level, but also on the number and types of diseases he controls. Therefore, after every breakthrough, Song Bing would upgrade or transform some highly lethal diseases. This is also a way to enhance combat power. But this time, Song Bing's upgrade and transformation was particularly crazy, even crazier than ever before. Looking inside the kidney ruins of Song Bing, disease spots all over the sky are flickering and blooming at this moment, or merge with each other, or they collide and separate from each other. At a glance, it looks like countless stars dancing together in the night sky, extraordinarily gorgeous and dazzling. But in fact, this was nothing more than a unique experiment by Song Bing. At this moment, Song Bing was like an invisible controller wearing a lab coat. We are using various chemicals and doing various chemical experiments. The collision and fusion between these disease light spots sparkle and bloom. It's like a chemical reaction again and again. At the same time, southwest of Andu, 100 miles away, with the 2,000 Ahu legions leading the way, the Relic Gate army was unstoppable. It even goes directly across a town with zombies. Fight your way through life and death. 2,000 Ahu elites rode black gold motorcycles in one hand and held purple patterned scimitars in the other. Just like the elite cavalry in ancient times, they kill zombies on sight. They are indeed extremely brave. In the Zijin battlefield behind the army, Bagali and a group of Sari-men generals even appeared on the roof of the car. Xiaoyong admired the 2,000 Ahu elites in front of him. Strong, too strong. I'm afraid our Ahu Legion is the most powerful elite in the world right now, right? Ha ha ha. Of course, who can compare? Before the apocalypse, if our Brahma kingdom had such an elite force, they would have unified the world long ago, right? Ha ha, that's inevitable. We will arrive in Andu today and capture Song Bing and capture the witch by then. A unified world is just around the corner. Ha ha. A group of generals kept boasting around Bagali. Everyone is starting to fantasize about unifying the world. Report, in the mountainous area about 7 kilometers away from the main march line on the right front, another Ongwa survivor shelter was discovered. This shelter is very large. Preliminary judgment should be that there are nearly 1,000 survivors. Search. At this time, a spy soldier from the front hurriedly came to report. It's only 7 kilometers away. Let Ahu's elite pass through it and capture it together, demonstrating the power of our Brahma Kingdom's army. Earthy, who was in charge of the army, ordered without thinking. The silent Bagali did not object. It would be best to have more Ongwa prisoners to witness the power of his Brahma Kingdom. Maybe it will help his relic clan rule Ongwa in the future. Yes. The soldier quickly retreated to report. After receiving the order, Ahu elite immediately turned the direction of the motorcycle and accelerated towards the Ongwa survivors' refuge. The 2,000 Ahu regiment were extremely fast and soon discovered the shelter hidden in the mountains based on the information from the spy soldier. This is an absolutely secluded sanctuary, hidden in a dense forest in the mountains. Most of the shelters are hidden in caves in the mountains. The fence is also made of branches and soil camouflaged. If you don't look carefully, it's really hard to spot. Haha, brothers, this will be the best training before we set foot in Pingan capital. Cheer up and kill anyone who dares to resist. Let the people of Ongwa know how powerful we people of Brahma are. Captain Ahu raised his purple-patterned machete high and gave the order with a ferocious smile on his face. Kill. 2,000 Ahu elites rushed out on motorcycles and holding machetes with excitement on their faces. Buzz, buzz. The exhaust sound of the black gold motorcycle is loud. 2,000 Ahu elites were like bandits, heading towards the mountain refuge. Wherever it passed, weeds and trees were flattened. The shelter wall covered with branches was easily broken through by Ahu's elite in an instant. The survivors in the shelter were quickly alerted. They all walked out of the earthen caves. When I saw the 2,000 Ahu group rushing towards me on motorcycles, suddenly their expressions changed drastically. It's this group of people, they're catching up. Why is this happening? We have already given up everything, so why do we have to kill them all? Run away, run away. Mom, wife, you go first. Faced with the Ahu elite, all of whom were at level 5, the survivors in the shelter despaired. There are many people in the whole shelter, there are thousands of people. Among them are many survivors who were chased by the army of relic gates from the southwest and fled here. In order to survive, they have all abandoned their base and food. They fled in embarrassment all the way and hid here. But he still couldn't escape the claws of the relic army. Buzz, buzz. Despicable people of Manhua, surrender under the noble iron heel of our Brahma kingdom. Long live the Brahma kingdom. At the same time, 2,000 Ahu regiments descended like a mighty force. They loudly proclaimed their nobility in broken and dialect. A group of Manhua survivors wanted to escape. Many men even took the initiative to meet these soldiers in order to buy time for their relatives to escape. But facing 2,000 Ahu elites who are all at level 5, this behavior is tantamount to trying to block the flow of traffic. In just a few minutes, the entire shelter was surrounded and controlled by 2,000 Ahu regiments. None of the survivors hiding in the shelter escaped. At the same time, the Relic Gate's 100,000-strong army also arrived and stopped several hundred meters away. They all looked at Ahu's elite performance with pride on their faces. At this moment, the pride of every relic soldier was at its peak. When the Manhua survivors in the army were captured along the way, they all showed deep despair when they saw this scene. Many of them met their relatives and friends. They were arrested to buy time for their loved ones. But now, their hope of exchanging their lives has been ruthlessly shattered. Inform the Ahu group to fight quickly and don't waste time. Our target is Andu. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed directly. On the chariot, seeing the Ahu regiment displaying its might and easily suppressing this 1,000-man refuge, Bagali, who had been silent for a long time, showed a bit of boredom and immediately gave an order from a high position. Yes. When a personal guard next to Bagali heard this, he quickly spread out a pair of feather wings behind him and flew to report. Why? You all robbed our base and food. Why don't you let us go? Why? We just want to live. Why is it so difficult? Why do you have no humanity at all? In this apocalyptic environment, why don't you unite and only think about invasion and robbery? Under the shelter at the foot of the mountain, smoke was everywhere, and nearly 1,000 Manhua survivors finally fell among the ruins trampled mercilessly by 2,000 Ahu elites. Faced with the siege of 2,000 Ahu elites, the possibility of escape was completely cut off. Many survivors, young and old, died tragically in such chaos. The remaining survivors looked up at this group of humans with Brahma faces, their eyes filled with grief, anger, and helplessness. Haha, why? Because you Manhua has Song Bing, you are sinners. And my great Brahma army has traveled thousands of miles to come to Manhua to destroy the witches and save you. We are great. You should thank us. 2,000 Ahu elites sat on motorcycles, looking down at the trampled survivors of Manhua, and spoke proudly. Facing the survivors, young and old, who died tragically because of them, they did not feel that they had done anything wrong. Instead, they only felt supreme honor and confidence. Therefore, any crime committed against Manhua should be regarded as an act of justice. Invisibly, people from the Brahma kingdom are considered to be nobler than the people from the In kingdom. You fart. Is this your salvation? I think you are the witches, and you are the ones who deserve to die. Seeing the superior self-confidence of these Brahma people, many survivors stood up with angry eyes. At this moment, they truly realized what it meant to eat the weak. But they could have killed generously. But he must stand on the moral high ground and cover himself with a pure white sheepskin that symbolizes the so-called justice during the massacre, to prevent yourself from getting blood. Seeing that there were still people who dared to stand up and resist, Captain Ahu frowned slightly. Show displeasure. Prince Bagari personally ordered that the Manhua people are barbaric and uncivilized. Our target is Songbingwich. Anyone who refuses to surrender will be killed, and their corpses will be killed in the wilderness. At this moment, the guard beside Bagali flew over to send a message. The voice that delivered the message was loud and proud. not only for the Ahu group, but also for the survivors of Anghua. Take orders. Upon hearing this, Captain Ahu first saluted the guards with respect, then turned to look down at the survivors of Anghua, raised his scimitar in his hand even more contemptuously, and said, "You must have heard it too, right? We, the Brahma Kingdom's army, are merciful and now give you sinners a chance to live. Kneel down obediently and crawl under our feet to express your surrender. Otherwise, they will all be killed. Kill, kill, kill." 2,000 Ahu regiments raised their scimitars high and shouted in unison. Before the apocalypse, they had always been inferior to the In people. Being able to trample on the people of Anghua now naturally makes them feel endless satisfaction and confidence. You're dreaming. Kill if you want. Bah, you are not qualified to ask your grandfather to kneel down. Such humiliation was difficult for all Anghua survivors to accept. Survivors kept getting up and glaring at the Ahu regiment and the 100,000-strong army of the Relic Gate not far away. Would rather die than surrender. At this moment, they only hated why this group of Brahma nations could still form an army in the last days. But their Anghua didn't, seeking death. Upon seeing this, Captain Ahu's expression immediately turned ferocious. I just felt like I was being violated by a group of untouchables. In that case, let me help you sinners. Cut off their hands and feet, and let these Anghua criminals die little by little. He immediately thought of a method of torture and gave the order. Kill, kill, kill. 2,000 Ahu elites immediately rushed out with distorted, ugly faces. Under the brainwashing and release along the way, they have fully demonstrated the evil side of human nature. Buzz, buzz. There was a sound of motorcycles, and every Ahu elite rushed out with a smile on their face, waving their scimitars in their hands. Not far away, the 100,000-strong Brahma army and the officers of the Relic Gate on the chariot were watching the show. His eyes were full of anticipation. He no longer regards Anghua people as human beings. Only the Anghua survivors who were captured in the army were desperate. They all closed their eyes and couldn't bear to look directly. In the shelter, listening to the ugly laughter of the 2,000 Ahu group, the survivors who stood up also closed their eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. Facing such a powerful Brahma army, all resistance is obviously in vain. Whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. However, just as 2,000 Ahu rushed towards the Anghua survivors, the butcher's knife was about to fall. Over the mountains behind the shelter, crackling sounds suddenly sounded. This sudden movement quickly attracted everyone's attention. The 2,000 Ahu regiment, which had originally charged in and planned to go on a killing spree, also stopped vigilantly when the leader of the regiment raised his hand. He looked up at the mountains above. Not far away, the 100,000-strong army of the Relic sect and the generals of the Relic sect also looked at them with frowns. The crackling sounds became louder and denser, and then gusts of wind suddenly blew from the mountains. It also has a slight aroma. Hulala. The strong wind became stronger and stronger, blowing through 2,000 Ahu groups. It also blew to the location of the 100,000 Relic Gate army. It makes people subconsciously hold their breath and find it difficult to open their eyes. Hula. Also, when the army of Relic sects was puzzled, a domineering figure covered in pitch black appeared on the top of the mountain as if falling from the sky. An invisible gust of wind centered on him, lifting up the tattered and windy black cloak behind him. The pupils of the 2,000 Ahu group and Bagali and others in the distance were slightly condensed. But it's not over yet. Whoosh whoosh. After the domineering black shadow of a king appeared, figures of different colors descended from the sky one after another and landed on the mountain. Soon the mountain was filled. There are tens of thousands of people. The pupils of the 2,000 Ahu who witnessed it at close range suddenly shrank, and they became more vigilant. The expressions of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers at the Relic Gate in the distance changed slightly. Bagali and all the Sariman officers stood up. I was shocked by this army of 10,000 people who seemed to fall from the sky. On the other hand, the Anghua survivors' hearts beat faster inexplicably, and they tried hard to look. At this moment, every survivor of Anghua longs for this army of gods to belong to Anghua. But gradually I saw the skin color of these people. All hope suddenly turned into despair. Most of them are black, but there are also other colors. At first glance, it is dominated by the Feijo country. Which country's apocalypse force are you from? This refuge was conquered by our Brahma kingdom. They are ours. The Ahu group at close range calmed down and stepped forward confidently, speaking domineeringly and declaring their sovereignty. On top of the mountain, Zhou Xian looked down the mountain and saw the tragic situation of the Anghua survivors being tortured. There is also the arrogance and cruelty of the army of this country. His face suddenly darkened. Who gave you the courage to invade my country like this? Zhou Xian deliberately lowered his voice and spoke in anger. The poisonous farts around me have started to work. He always remembered that Song Bing awarded him the title of Great Hero of Anghua. As a great hero of Anghua, how can he see his country being trampled and humiliated so much by foreign countries? So now he is angry. Anger like never before. It's not just him, but also all the Fu family soldiers who were affected. The moment Zhou Xian spoke domineeringly, the world fell into a brief silence. The Anghua survivors trembled in their hearts as the sound struck their souls. Such a standard on-you accent and tone are not something foreigners can learn. On the other hand, the faces of the Brahma army changed slightly, and they also heard that this was a standard in language. People from Anghua, are they the Apocalypse Organization of Anghua? Surprise flashed in Bagali's eyes. It's not like that, and didn't those Apocalypse protectors say that? Several powerful Apocalypse forces represented by Anghua were all wiped out by Song Bing. Arisha reminded, is this Song Bing's person? Bagari's eyes suddenly condensed. It is possible that Song Bing can destroy several major Apocalypse forces in Anghua, and he must have his own army. It seems that Song Bing must have discovered our army, so he sent troops to stop us. But he seemed afraid to show up in person. Arisha analyzed rationally. Bagari's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he also thought this sharing made sense. I don't dare to come, but I try to send an army of 10,000 people to stop our Brahma Kingdom's 100,000 army. It's really ridiculous. Prince Bagari, please give me 5,000 level 4 elites. I will kill this ridiculous army within half an hour. A relic sect general immediately took the initiative to ask for orders. Extremely confident. No need. It's just an army of 10,000 people. Why do we need to take action? The Ahu regiment will handle it on its own. Arisha smiled. Bagali stopped talking and sat back on the golden throne. He naturally trusts Ahu Tuan. Are you in Gua's army? At the foot of the mountain, Captain Ahu's face darkened when he heard Zhou Xian's standard words of comfort. Charge me to death, and this time I won't leave any prisoners. Be careful not to accidentally hurt the people of Anghua. Zhou Xian, however, just glanced at the so-called Captain Ahu with contempt and ordered without any nonsense. This time, he didn't even bother to take action. Yes, charge the duck. The 10,000-strong Pei family army received the order and immediately rushed down the mountain, holding their farts. Although air combat has high efficiency, wide coverage, and strong lethality, but in order not to accidentally hurt the survivors of Anghua, they can only choose to fight on the ground. Of course, as an elite team upgraded from level 0, they are good at any kind of battle. Stupid. Seeing that the 10,000 soldiers of the Pei family were charging towards them empty-handed without even a single weapon, Captain Ahu sneered. 2,000 Ahu elites also laughed. The fear that was originally caused by the domineering way of the Pai family army suddenly disappeared. Ahu group listens to the order. This is a team sent by Song Bing to stop them. Prince Bagali asked you not to hold back anymore. Use all your strength, kill them all, and don't let anyone go. The personal guard flew over again to deliver the message. The 2,000 Ahu elites suddenly showed their sharpness. Did you hear everything? The great Prince Bagari is watching in person. The opportunity to show off has come. Killing each one will count you as a first-level meritorious deed. Keep your spirits up, kill them all, and leave no one behind. Captain Ahu immediately raised his machete and charged out at the first glance. Kill, kill, kill. Buzz, buzz. When the 2,000 Ahu elites heard the credit, they immediately pulled the accelerator to the bottom and rushed out excitedly. At this moment, the 10,000-person army became a meritorious achievement in their eyes. Every Ahu elite can't wait to be the first to rush to the Pai family army. Both teams were moving very fast and kept converging halfway up the mountain. Haha, even if they don't have weapons, they are still dressed in rags and look like beggars walking out of the slums. Do these people deserve to be soldiers? Unkempt and disorganized, they are worse than untrained skirmishers. Mad. I was almost scared just now. This is not an army. I think this is clearly a beggar that Song Bing organized to be killed so that he could take the opportunity to escape. On the chariot in the distance, when they saw 10,000 soldiers, they did not release their breath and had no weapons. All of them looked like beggars fleeing from famine, and some even rolled down the mountain directly. This made all the relic sect officers couldn't help but laugh. Is this also called an army? Look at their 2,000 Ahu group. Although they are small in number, they are all well equipped. Each person is equipped with a black gold motorcycle. Always maintain formation. The contrast is too obvious. Every officer immediately sat down, ready to watch the show. Watch a one-sided show where a small amount of people abuse a large number of people. On the contrary, the Anghua survivors watched nervously. Although the 10,000-person army doesn't look very formal. But in the end, it was the appearance of the Pai family army that allowed them to survive. Although it may only be temporary. Ha ha. Prince Bagari, I think these are just a bunch of bad guys. There is no need for the elite Ahu regiment. If I had known, I could just bombard them. One officer laughed and flattered. While he was flattering him, the two armies finally collided halfway up the mountain. Buzz buzz. 2,000 Ahu elites showed a faint smile on their faces and slashed out their scimitars in their hands. Boom boom boom. Puff puff puff. At the same time, 10,000 soldiers from the Fart family took the initiative to join in when they saw these useless soldiers. Suddenly the breath was no longer concealed. In an instant, the slovenly-looking Fu family soldiers were letting out poisonous farts all over their bodies, and their combat power at level 5 and 6 instantly soared. It's like setting off firecrackers. Every time a firecracker explodes, a level 5 or 6 Fu Jejun is born, facing the sharp black gold scimitar slashed by Ahu's elite, directly clamped by a divine dragon. The butt muscles swelled up, and the 2,000 Ahu elites were thrown off the motorcycle. Think. The pupils of the 2,000 Ahu group suddenly shrank, and facing the sudden change, their brains fell into a brief state of confusion. So much so that the grins and ferocity on their lips had not had time to change. After reacting, the faces of each Ahu elite changed completely. But before they could muster up the courage to fight back, the poisonous farts erupted from the 10,000 fart army quickly covered them. Ouch, it stinks. The moment the breath surged into their noses, they were so ecstatic that they almost rolled their eyes. Don't release them randomly. Your Majesty said you should charge closely so as not to accidentally hurt the people of Anghua. Several elders reminded loudly. Only then did the 10,000 Pei family troops restrain themselves, and they immediately planned to catch him before releasing him. Something's fishy. Cough, cough, cough. Something's fishy. Retreat quickly. Cough, cough, cough. With his level 6 combat power, Commander Hu successfully shook off a level 5 member of the Pai family army. But when he came to his senses, the 2,000 elite whose troops were already surrounded by 10,000 Pai family soldiers. One by one, they were thrown off the motorcycles. Where can we retreat to? Even a single one-on-one fight against a member of the Pai family army or an elite member of Ahu's forces would be difficult to withstand. What's more, they were facing a PJC army with an all-star lineup of 10,000. This was a battle with no suspense whatsoever. The 2,000 elite troops under Ahu were completely panicked. Thanks to their level 5 combat strength and the baptism of the Ganges, they did not fall immediately. But faced with so many level 5 or 6 Pai family army soldiers surrounding them, they instantly lost their will to fight. It was as if the lowly people who were originally to be slaughtered had suddenly become heavenly soldiers and generals. This sudden change was something they simply couldn't adapt to. Charge out. Follow my formation and charge out. Commander Ahu, quick-witted, spoke up again. Fight your way out. You're dreaming. Watch me, Guanyin sitting on a lotus. I know that trick too. Watch this, my invincible whirlwind fart. Poison dragon drill. Several elders sneered, then immediately sat cross-legged and, taking advantage of the terrain, descended from the sky, all heading towards the level 6 commander, Ahu. Oh. Commander Ahu's expression changed drastically as he had just blocked an attack from an elder. The other 5 elders arrived, bringing with them the farts of all the heavens to suppress the enemy. Even if Commander Ahu is incredibly brave, He is no match for the suppression of 6 level 6 elders. They had no power to resist at all and were instantly knocked to the ground. The group of Pi family soldiers immediately displayed their unique abilities, like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. They all unleashed their signature skills, suppressing the 2,000 elite soldiers who were attempting to break through. No. 2,000, Ahu's expression changed drastically. He still wanted to resist, but he was facing a Pi family army that outnumbered him several times over. They had absolutely no chance to fight back. In an instant, he was pinned to the ground as if in a brawl. The 10,000-strong army had a clear division of labor. 5 people held down one of Ahu's elite soldiers. Then it's all about getting close and unleashing your ultimate. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Okay, it's my turn. I can't hold it in anymore. Wait a minute. My ultimate move isn't over yet. Boom, boom, boom. Let me handle this. My ultimate move is powerful. Mine is even fiercer. Watch me, going against the current. Upon receiving Zhou Xian's order not to take prisoners, the entire Pi family army completely let loose. Holding down 2,000 of Ahu's elite troops means they can take turns unleashing their ultimate attacks at close range. That was incredibly cruel. What are you going to do, No. Kill me, help. Ugh. In contrast, the 2,000 elite troops of Ahu were all wide-eyed in terror when faced with the next big move from the 10,000 Pi family army. They tried to struggle, but their limbs were pinned to the ground by 4 other members of the Pi family army. They tried to beg for mercy, but were quickly rendered speechless by the Pi family army's powerful attacks. One by one, they stared wide-eyed in despair, veins bulging, enduring the relentless bombardment from the Pi family army. He died with his eyes rolling back in his head. At the foot of the mountain, Bagali and a group of Sherrymen officers were still watching the play and boasting. But the moment the 10,000-strong army erupted, the smiles on their faces froze. His expression gradually changed from playful to serious to shocked. Level 5, all level 5. How is that possible? Bagali stood up in shock. I instantly lost my composure. This. Watching as 2,000 of Ahu's elite troops were instantly crushed to the ground by 10,000 of Pi family soldiers. The group of sycophantic officers from the shrine were all stunned, their mouths agape, speechless. The 100,000-strong army of the Relic Gate, who had been cheering, froze. They stared in disbelief at the horrific scene unfolding halfway up the mountain. The once invincible Tiger's elite troops faced a tough challenge when confronting the Pi family army. They were all like mice seeing a cat. They were instantly controlled. How is that possible? All the soldiers of the Brahma kingdom were completely bewildered by this scene. In contrast, there were a group of survivors from Manhua. They hadn't held out much hope anyway, until the moment when the 10,000 Pi family army unleashed their power and crushed the 2,000 Ahu regiment. They were all stunned. Very competitive. Prince Bagali, save me. Hey ho, it can talk? Guys, give him a big one. Watch me, the Super Guanine sitting on a lotus. Bang. Ugh. Halfway up the mountain came the desperate shouts of Commander Ahu, but the sound was quickly silenced. Only motorcycle parts and tires continued to roll down the hillside. To ensure that the poisonous farts do not spread and accidentally harm the people of Anghua. If the 10,000 Pi family army members really go face-to-face and unleash their ultimate skills, they'll guarantee that all their ultimate attacks will hit the 2,000 Ahu. The 100,000 Brahma soldiers finally came to their senses. This also confirmed the facts we were seeing. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and go save Ahu's regiment. This is the most elite force of our relic sect. Bagali spoke with a grim expression, which finally snapped the bewildered officers out of their daze. Prince Bagari, don't worry. The enemy outnumbers us, which is why the Tiger Gang is at a disadvantage. We'll go provide support right away. Several generals quickly spoke up. He immediately stepped forward and led tens of thousands of troops to charge towards the mountains. Ahu's elite troops, hold on, we're coming. Several generals from the Relic Gate shouted loudly. Ugh. However, halfway up the mountain, the 2,000 members of the Tiger Gang had already rolled their eyes in disbelief. His face was black, his body was stiff, and smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Faced with 10,000 members of the Pi family army, taking turns unleashing their ultimate attacks. It's simply unbearable. Don't die? I haven't even used my ultimate skill yet. It's all your fault. You drove for so long. I didn't get to drive it much. Stop fighting. Can't you see how many enemies there are? It's my turn to go first this time. The group of Pi family soldiers stood up one after another, looked at the tens of thousands of troops who had taken the initiative to attack, and revealed an evil smile. It's good that you don't need to control the dosage. Damn beast, release my tiger elite. Kill them all. Kill them all, whether they are survivors or soldiers, leave no one alive. Several generals from the Relic Gate took the lead, their eyes wide with anger as they gave the order. The expressions of the Ongwa survivors at the foot of the mountain changed slightly. They wanted to escape, but faced with the massive army of the Relic Gate, there was nowhere to retreat. You want it? Here you go. The elders sneered and waved their hands. The 10,000 Pi family army soldiers immediately threw the 2,000 Ahu regiment members who had been killed by the great strike at the foot of the mountain. As the elite whose soldiers rolled toward them one by one, the generals of the Relic Gate stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Because at this moment, each of Ahu's elite soldiers had already become a stinking, blackened corpse with its mouth agape and eyes wide open in death. The horrific scene was enough to send chills down one's spine. It's hard to imagine how I died. The tens of thousands of troops that followed also stopped in their tracks in fear, looking up at the 10,000-strong army of the Pijia army on the mountain from close range. Feel the terrifying aura emanating from each member of the Pi family army. They immediately lost their will to fight. 2,000 of Ahu's elite troops were all turned into dried corpses. What kind of tactic is this? Help me. Suddenly, Commander Ahu crawled out from among the taut Ahu elites and used his last strength to call for help. He saved his life by using his unique ability to put himself into a state of suspended animation. But at this moment, all he wanted was to escape this terrible place. Children, form a formation to protect the people of Ongwa. On the top of the mountain, Zhou Xian ordered again. Yes. The 10,000-strong Fart army roared loudly. The next second, every single one of the Fart family's troops transformed into wings and soared into the air. The breath is more awe-inspiring. In an instant, 10,000 Pijia troops were suspended in midair, giving them the momentum of a 100,000-strong army. Seeing this scene, the tens of thousands of soldiers from the Relic Gate who rushed towards them were so frightened that they backed away, even less willing to fight. Even the most elite Ahu group was reduced to this. How do they fight? What are you afraid of? Kill me. Kill me. They are all bluffing. Several admirals roared angrily, but they themselves retreated continuously. The Ongwa survivors' eyes were shining brightly, and at this moment, they finally found a way to survive. They were no longer afraid and headed towards the 10,000 soldiers on the mountain. You don't need to be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you today. Behind Zhou Xian, a pair of domineering black wings also bloomed and stepped out. The monstrous fart intention of level 7 is no longer covered up, covering this world. Next, it was his turn to perform. A great hero is always the last one to appear. On the chariot in the distance, Arashi's eyes widened. Looking up at Zhou Xian, a sense of fear arose spontaneously. Not just him, but Bagali too. At this moment, he was inexplicably panicked. Anyone who offends our country will be killed without mercy. Zhou Xian descended over the 10,000 Pei family army, his eyes sharp and his raised hands lowered at the same time. Kill, kill, kill. Puff, puff, puff. Bang, bang, bang. Bayu. In an instant, 10,000 soldiers from the Fart family dispersed and fought out, using Fart as the trumpet. Just like heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, they are surrounded and charged away. The loud rushing sound resounded throughout the world, directly hitting the soul. During this period, sniper Fart bullets were condensed and shot out. 100 meters away, the heads of the Relic Gate soldiers were shot one after another. The faces of the tens of thousands of Relic Sect soldiers who rushed to the foot of the mountain changed drastically. They completely lost their will to fight, and everyone wanted to run away frantically. Don't run away, come back here. Several admirals shouted gloomily, but they were the fastest. A bunch of trash. Arashi's face turned gloomy when he saw this scene, and immediately a powerful 6th-level flame aura bloomed, turning into a flaming man, and headed towards the battlefield with a few steps. As Erishur rushed out, the flames became more powerful and soon turned into a giant tens of meters tall. Death. The moment he arrived at the battlefield, his domineering voice sounded, and his huge flaming figure soared into the sky at the same time, heading towards the group of soldiers, trying to suppress everything by oneself. The army of tens of thousands of relics men who fled in panic were also frightened and looked up with hope. Bagali also looked at it solemnly, pinning his hopes on Erishur. However, above the void, Zhou Xian just glanced at it, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next second, his figure disappeared as if teleporting. When it reappeared, it had already appeared above Earthy. Erishur reacted, raised his head, looked directly at Zhou Xian at close range, and was instantly discolored by the aura on Zhou Xian's body. "Get out of here." Zhou Xian spoke scornfully and let out a fart at will. Bang! The next second, the fart turned into a terrifying pillar of fire, rushing directly towards Earthy. Arashi's pupils widened, but without giving him time to react, he was swallowed up by Zhou Xian's fire fart on the spot, rushed directly back to the ground. Boom! In an instant, dust flew everywhere on the ground, creating a huge, deep pit. Erishur only appeared for 1 second and was eliminated like this. Hiss! All the soldiers of the relic sect on the scene were stunned. Just one move. Marshal Earthy, whom they regarded as the god of war, was defeated? On the chariot, Bagali's eyes showed uncontrollable fear. Until this moment, he finally recognized Zhou Xian's strength. Finally felt the fear. At the same time, the tens of thousands of relic sect soldiers fled faster. Completely lost my thoughts. Above the void, 10,000 Pei family troops spread out their formation. Like 10,000 fighter jets, it transformed into a larger fighter jet and fired wildly at the escaping relic gate soldiers, killing them. Every fart is a precise hit. Nothing is wasted. If it is wasted, the army of the relic sect will die faster. These seem to be a bunch of monsters. How about we withdraw first? In the army, when they saw this scene, the officers who were the most flattering officers suddenly panicked and spoke to Bagali tremblingly. Withdraw? Haha. Our Brahma army has finally reached here. It is only 100 miles away from Andu. Do you want me to withdraw? Bagari laughed angrily. Insult our Angwa. Hurt our Angwa people. None of you can escape. Above the void, Zhou Xian had already shot forward. Seeing Zhou Xian coming directly towards him, Bagali's expression changed drastically. Facing level 7 Zhou Xian, he didn't even have the courage to fight. Even if he is injected with the pathogenic agent, he can barely reach level 7. Not to mention ruining his future, he may not be able to defeat Zhou Xian. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Inject, pathogen agent. Quickly, you're a bunch of trash. What do you usually do to feed you? Bagari was so frightened that he backed away. At the same time, he frantically pushed the flattering officers around him to take action. But all the officers naturally understand the same truth. Most of them are level 5, and the injectable medicine is only level 6. What to take? Take your life. Bang! Just when Zhou Xian was about to attack with domineering force, Earthy, who was knocked away from the dust on the ground, suddenly rushed out. His body was already in decay, but his aura was as strong as level 7, turning into an afterimage and shooting out again. Apparently, a pathogenic agent was injected. However, facing Zhou Xian today, it was obviously not enough. This method again? I no longer notice it. Zhou Xian turned around and sneered. Death! Earthy arrived at the same time and punched out a 7-level fire punch with a ferocious face. Kneel down. However, Zhou Xian just snorted coldly. The next second, the flame on Arashi's fist suddenly went out, and a mouthful of black blood suddenly spurted out. His pupils widened, and he suddenly felt difficulty breathing. That's right, this is the trick that I learned during my solitary retreat, a string of intestinal farts. Anyone who is hit by this fart will have his intestines pierced and rotten to death within 7 steps. You have just taken 5 steps. If you take 2 more steps, you will be dead. Zhou Xian sneered. During the retreat, he had gradually mastered the poisonous fart skills given to him by Songbing. Arashi's pupils widened, with a look of fear on his face. But it only took a moment. He jumped forward, hugged Zhou Xian's feet, and shouted in the direction of Bagali. As he hugged Zhou Xian's feet and shouted, a terrible breath poured into his body, instantly corroding his throat and internal organs. He glanced down at Zhou Xian's feet and fell to the ground with eyes wide open. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw quickly. Take those prisoners to cut off the queen. On the other side, seeing this shocking scene, Bagari still dared to leave. Just use the running one, not even taking a second look. Not only Bagali, but also the officers and tens of thousands of soldiers around him. Zhou Xian was so frightened that he ran away in the direction he came from. It can be said that no matter how domineering you are when you come, you will be very embarrassed when you escape. At the same time, 10,000 Pai family troops also fought their way here. Just planned to continue the pursuit. The bottom army of the Relic Gate directly pushed all the Ongwa survivors captured along the way to the front. Threatened, don't come over. If any of you dare to come over, I will kill them. The invincible Fu family army suddenly did not dare to act rashly. It was Zhou Xian's order not to harm the prisoners of Ongwa. In the whole world, you are still the first person who dares to hold my feet. Your courage is commendable. At the same time, Zhou Xian looked down at Erishur who fell on his feet, showing admiration. Immediately, he ordered the soldiers who had already killed him here to say, drag him down and put him in the concubine's register. Yes, your majesty. Several elders immediately supported Erishur with expressions of admiration. Even people of their level did not dare to get close to Zhou Xian's feet. This girl is so cruel, just hug her. Awesome. After entrusting Erishur, Zhou Xian turned to look at the threatening Relic Gate soldiers at the bottom. The next second, it turned into a fart shadow and came out. Bang, bang, bang. Oh. In an instant, the soldiers of the Relic Gate who held the survivors of Ongwa hostage were shot in the head by Zhou Xian one after another. Zhou Xian also appeared in the sky, overlooking the Ongwa survivors, and said coolly, you are free. Let's go. Your Majesty, are you our Ongwa army? All the Ongwa survivors who survived the disaster all thanked Zhou Xian with tears in their eyes. They no longer knew how to express themselves to the Fu family army who was saving them in front of them, so they could only follow a group of Fu family soldiers and call them the king. That's right, take these supplies with you. Find a safe place and live a good life. Whoever bullies you in the future will report my name to you. Zhou Xian looked domineering, but the corner of his mouth was harder to suppress than AK. He was happy to be thanked. Is this what it feels like to be a great hero of Ongwa? Simply wonderful. We will build you a sculpture. You are our great hero. Hearing Zhou Xian's words, the survivors of Ongwa became even more grateful and stepped forward to carry the supplies left behind by the Relic Gate army when they fled. Almost all the food in it belongs to them. At first, everyone just wanted to get some food of their own. But Zhou Xian waved his hand and asked the survivors to take them all, regardless of food, weapons, or these black gold chariots and motorcycles. The Fu family army has no use at all. Of course, except for the golden throne that left Bagali behind. In this way, Zhou Xian generously distributed all the materials accumulated by the Relic Sect army to the Ongwa survivors. As a result, Zhou Xian gained even more heartfelt gratitude from these survivors. Your Majesty, there are still many enemies running away. Do you want to chase them? It wasn't until a group of Ongwa survivors led the Relic Army's supplies and left that several elders came to Zhou Xian and asked. Zhou Xian bid farewell to the survivors of Ongwa with a smile, and then looked towards the direction in which Bagali and others were fleeing, and suddenly said with sharp eyes, chasing, of course we have to pursue. The enemy has been invading us all along. This time, it's time for me to try to invade them. The past few times, I smoked them and it hurt. This time, I want to smoke them and make them completely inferior. Let these enemies surrender completely to the feet of this king. Let their territory become the territory of our country. Listening to this, the 10,000 soldiers of the Pei family suddenly all had their eyes lit up. A sudden enlightenment. Yes, all this time, they have been waiting for the enemy to come to them. They are so powerful. Why do they take the initiative to go to the enemy's lair to find the enemy? Wouldn't there be endless enemies in this way? Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king! Immediately, the 10,000 soldiers of the Fart family all shouted excitedly. Under the shouts of the 10,000 Pei family troops, Zhou Xian walked step by step towards the golden throne that Bag Ali had no time to take away. The dragon robe waved behind him. Ba Dao said, "Children, are you willing to bow your head for this king? Will you follow this king on an expedition to other countries, expand your territory, and benefit Anghua? The general will go where he wishes. Follow the king to the death. Open up territory and expand the territory to benefit Anghua." The gazes of the 10,000 Pei family troops were blazing, and they all immediately knelt down in unison, the sound shaking the sky. "Ha ha ha! Okay, follow me and kill." Seeing this, Zhou Xian laughed loudly, waved his dragon robe, and then sat on the golden throne. At the same time, he pointed in the direction where the Relic Gate army was escaping. The four elders understood instantly. Dou Pai turned into wings and stepped forward, lifted the dragon chair, and flew into the sky. The 10,000 Fard army all spread their wings and followed in an instant. They chased in the direction where the Relic Gate army was escaping. The battlefield soon became quiet, until a certain moment. Under a patch of grass in the distance, the nurse responsible for secret observation finally recovered from the shock. As for the Fu family's army, they could defeat the Relic Gate army so easily. He really didn't expect it. He thought it would be a fierce battle. We are even ready to report the situation in real time. As a result, before he could report it, the army of the Relic sect collapsed. The promised level 5 opening is really only level 5 opening. The so-called power is just an act. This is simply worse than the Qingchuan family. Of course, it's also possible that the Pai family's army has become stronger again. But that's not important. What's important is that at this moment Zhou Xian seems to be leading the Pai family's army to continue the pursuit. He seemed to have heard that Zhou Xian wanted to expand his territory. If the Fu family's army is defeated, please show up in time to persuade them to leave. You must keep Zhou Xian. While the nurse was confused, a mechanical voice of inquiry came from the wireless communicator in her arms. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but he still took out his communicator and wrote back everything that happened in writing. At the same time, the remaining army of more than 70,000 Relic Gates fled all the way. It was almost adrenaline taking over. Under the control of fear, I didn't know how long I ran away, and finally came to a canyon. Unable to feel the pursuit of the Pai family army behind them, the army of Relic sects panted and stopped. At the front of the team, Bagali's face was particularly gloomy. Bang! Suddenly, he punched a boulder heavily and finally roared. Damn, what a bunch of trash. 100,000 troops. Now without even seeing Song Bing's face, they fled like a bereaved dog. What about being invincible? What about being number one in the world? A group of fleeing officers were scolded so hard that they could not hold their heads up. No one dared to answer the call, especially the several officers who were hit by the collapse. Their heads were still smoking. Fortunately, at this time, the officers who had been following Bag Ali made sure that the Pu family army was not chasing him, and immediately stepped forward with twinkling eyes. Prince Bagari, the failure of this battle was entirely due to the sneak attack of this monster army, which left our Relic Gate's 100,000 strong army defenseless and unable to deploy its formation. Yes, and this army is not normal at first glance. I guess I was transformed by that bastard Song Bing, who used various anti-human means. Those apocalypse forces in Anghua must have been defeated by these monsters. That's right, you can't blame us at all. If you want to blame it, blame Song Bing for being too despicable and doing whatever it takes to win. Our army is already strong enough. The apocalypse forces in Anghua were all wiped out by Song Bing using these monsters. And we were able to escape unscathed from the sneak attacks of these monsters. Which apocalyptic force can do that? Yes, that's very well said. You're so right. Several officers who were good at flattering stood up again. The more I spoke, the more excited I became, and the more I spoke, the more confident I became. All the soldiers who were originally downcast became confident again. That's enough, we've said so much. What should we do now? Are we going back in such a dejected manner without even seeing the face of which Song Bing? Or should you go ahead and reorganize your formation? Then you can kill those monsters? Bag Ali interrupted impatiently, his eyes full of unwillingness. Several sycophant officers were instantly frightened into silence. It's okay to let them suck up to you. Going to kill the Fart family army? Isn't this a joke? Prince Bagari, my subordinate, has a plan. I don't know whether to tell him or not. But at this time, a shrewd sycophant officer still managed to get rich and rich from danger. Say, Bagali said impatiently. The shrewd sycophant officer glanced in the distance, then showed a sly smile and said, Prince Bagari, please calm down. In fact, our army was not defeated. It was just blocked by those monsters and cannot reach Andu for the time being. You have also seen that the group of monsters did not pursue us, and they were obviously afraid of my army of relic gates. In this case, why don't we continue to search and capture the survivors in Andu? Wait for other apocalypse forces to hold back the group of monsters first. At that time, we will take the opportunity to go around Andu and capture Song Bing and the witch in one fell swoop. As soon as these words came out, all the officers suddenly showed their sharpness. Yes, they can't beat them. Can't they hide from them? Wouldn't it be better for them to wait until the other apocalypse forces lure away the group of monsters? Wonderful, wonderful. Hearing this, Bagali, who was originally unwilling to be angry, also calmed down. Immediately he nodded coldly and said, Okay, then let's go around to search and arrest the Ongwa survivors first, so as to recharge our batteries and wait for other apocalypse forces to take action first. This time, the old, weak, sick and disabled will be killed directly, and Ongwa will have to pay the price. That's right, everyone in Ongwa deserves to die. All the officers suddenly looked ferocious. I plan to temporarily inflict all the humiliation on the survivors of Ongwa. And just when all the officers were beginning to fantasize about how to take revenge on Ongwa, a relic sect soldier came to report in panic. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the officers who had just revealed their ferocious faces turned pale instantly. What did you say? Bagali's eyes widened even more, and fear quickly filled his face. Insult our Ongwa, bully our Ongwa people, and still want to escape? I'll take my life from the country of Rice Tong. Kill, kill, kill. This time, there was no need for soldiers to report. A loud and domineering voice came from the sky outside the valley, accompanied by waves of stinky wind that makes people's hearts tremble. Whoosh whoosh. Oh, Zhou Xian and his 10,000 Pi family troops appeared in the sky. Before anyone arrived, dense cannonballs were already raining down. Without the restraints of Ongwa survivors, the whole army of the Fard army was directly enlarged. Indiscriminate bombardment. In an instant, the entire relic sect army was knocked upside down. Prince Bagari, run away quickly. The officers who had been flattering him a second ago were so frightened that their legs weakened. They grabbed Bagali and ran away. Let me go, you losers. Bagali angrily broke away from the officers and at the same time gritted his teeth and took out his pathogenic agent. You forced me. Bagali gritted his teeth and without hesitation injected the pathogen agent into his neck. Soon, Bagali's pupils began to turn extremely dark, and the black energy lingering around his body began to soar. Prince Bagari is about to take action. All the officers suddenly showed their sharpness. Boom. As he spoke, Bagali's breath surged, and he turned into an afterimage and rushed out. But it was heading in the opposite direction of the Pi family army. He disappeared in an instant. The pupils of the officers and soldiers who had just begun to look forward to it shrank. Obviously, he didn't expect that Bagali injected the pathogenic agent in order to escape. Are you asking them to let go because you think they can't run fast enough? Bang! While all the officers were distracted, a long-range cannonball from Zhou Xian came instantly, accurately hit a number of officers. All the officers were immediately scattered in all directions, and most of them were on the verge of death. Their pupils shrank suddenly, and they instantly understood the reason why Bagali injected the pathogenic agent and escaped. Each one of them immediately took out the pathogenic agent and couldn't wait to inject it, and then they followed Bagali's footsteps in embarrassment. Prince Bagari, wait for us. Oh! Screams echoed throughout the valley. Without the Ongwa survivors as a shield, the entire relic sect army was no match for the Pijiao army. After being bombarded, he abandoned the flag of the relic gate and fled in panic. At this moment, they just want to escape from Ongwa. Return to the Brahma kingdom. Just mark the scent, and then we'll chase Todoroki and rely on these people to lead the way to their capital. Above the sky, Zhou Xian said domineeringly. He didn't kill him. Instead, Mark the scent. Otherwise, how could these useless soldiers escape? Don't worry, Your Majesty. These enemies have been marked by our presence, and they cannot escape from our 5 palms. Several elders vowed to do so. Yeah. Zhou Xian nodded, then looked at concubine Haika, who was following him loyally. With so many beloved concubines, he still prefers concubine Haika. Then he said, Coffee, we have a long journey ahead, so you will stay at King Pai's house to convey my will. Your Majesty, I want to join you. Gao Xingjie pouted his mouth in grievance. Don't worry, I will personally teach you my unique skills when I return from the victory. Zhou Xian coaxed him for a long time before letting Gao Xingjie reluctantly return. Leaving the housekeeper behind, Zhou Xian immediately waved his hand and led the Pai family army to continue to follow the Relic Gate army. Directly stage a siege, but not attack, attack, but not kill. Just crazy bombardment, driving the Relic Gate army to lead the way, all the way towards the Brahma Kingdom. Just like that, the army of 100,000 relics came with high morale. All kinds of confidence. As a result, before he could see which Song Bing, he was chased by the Pai family army all the way. They fled all the way to the southwestern border of Anghua. I thought I would be saved by escaping to the Brahma Kingdom. As a result, I didn't even take a few breaths. The troops from the rear were chasing after him again. Like dog skin plaster. No matter how they escape somewhere. Where to hide? Can all be discovered. We were wrong. Please spare us. The soldiers of the Relic sect cried out in despair when they were being chased. I don't know if it's because I was smoked or because I'm really desperate, but the Pajayajin didn't buy it at all. Continue to chase Todoroki, heading towards the capital of the Brahma Kingdom. Similar history has once again come to light. An unprecedented myth is now unfolding. Andu. In the oppressive fortress, everyone is waiting for the outcome of the battle between the Fu family army. You haven't heard back for so long. Could something have happened? Zhang Taizhu said a little impatiently. These words made everyone's hearts sink even more. According to the past record of the Pei family army, victory can basically be secured very quickly. Now, they still haven't received any news? This can't help but make everyone worried. Is the enemy really that strong? Can't even deal with the Pai family's army? You guys stay on guard while I go take a look. King Fart has contributed a lot to us. We can't let anything happen to him no matter what. Zhang Taizhu made his debut at the station. I plan to go and find out for myself. No matter what, he must save Zhou Xian. I'm with you. Wang Xiaoxiao also took the initiative to ask for help. Go quickly, come quickly, we are guarding this place. Xia had no objection to this. Fart King can be said to be a major contributor to the hospital. This time as the first battle, it was also for Andu. If something happens, how can they just sit back and watch? Didi. Just as Zhang Taizhu and Wang Xiaoxiao were preparing to set off, a message reply finally came from the big screen. Everyone looked quickly, their pupils narrowed. On the screen, there were only a few words. Victory in the first battle, the enemy fled. This news was like a thunderbolt, instantly dispelling everyone's long-standing worries. The communication expert on the side reacted and quickly connected the video communication line, accompanied by a screen flash. The video finally connected. The nurse responsible for secret supervision appeared in front of everyone. Around it is the battlefield after the battle between the Pai family army and the Relic Gate. At a glance, there were corpses of soldiers from the Relic Gate everywhere. Everyone's hearts trembled as they thought of the intensity of this battle at just one glance. But everyone still asked with more concern. How's the situation? Report, we won, we won. The nurse gasped and spoke, and at the same time, the camera was pointed in the direction of the Pujayajin's pursuit. Explained in detail. This is an apocalyptic force from the Brahma Kingdom, but they are not as strong as imagined. That is, there are too many people. The level 5 that opens the way is basically their strongest combat power. Facing the Fu family's army, this Brahma Kingdom apocalypse force fled before it could sustain itself for even half an hour. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard this, and they looked at each other with expressions of disbelief. It's over in half an hour? Isn't it a level 5 road opening? Is this worse than the Qingchuan family? The Qingchuan family managed to hold on all night. Or is it that the strength of the Pai family's army has skyrocketed again? Then why didn't you reply until now? Also, where are the soldiers from the Fu family? Xia continued to ask. Everyone just recovered from the shock. In the video, it seems that the Pai family army is indeed nowhere to be found. It stands to reason that at this time, shouldn't the Pai family army start searching for loot? I was so shocked that I forgot to reply. King Pai said that he wanted to invade the Brahma kingdom, expand the territory, and completely eradicate the enemy. The nurse couldn't hide her emotion. Hearing this, everyone in Sia was shocked by the news again. A second ago, everyone was worried that the enemy was too strong and the Pai family army could not withstand it. As a result, the enemy fled in half an hour, and the Pai family's army chased them all the way. Staged to seal the wolf and live in Sioux. No one expected such a reversal. The power of the Pai family army once again refreshed everyone's understanding. No, if the apocalypse forces in the Brahma kingdom are just bluffing, then by leaving King Pai and the Pai family army now, will this be the enemy's plan to divert the tiger away from the mountain? Suddenly, Sia spoke sharply. As soon as these words came out, everyone's pupils shrank in shock. You must know that it is not only the apocalypse forces of the Brahma kingdom that come to besiege Manhua, but the powerful apocalypse forces from various countries. Originally, everyone thought that the apocalypse forces from the Brahma kingdom would be the strongest when they arrived first. Looking at the results now, the Brahma kingdom does not even have a 7th level, and it was beaten to the point where it was unable to fight back against the Pai family's army. This is obviously not the strongest. But now the remaining apocalypse forces in the Brahma kingdom have lured Zhou Xian and the Pai family army away. Could this be a strategy of other powerful apocalypse forces? After all, after the previous battles, these apocalypse forces want to know the existence of the Fu family army. It's not impossible. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts suddenly became heavy. If this is the case, then the apocalypse force that secretly controls all this can be said to have everything under control. I'm fast, I'll go after Zhou Xian. Wang Xiaoxiao took the initiative to speak out. It's too late. Sia shook her head and said, the Pai family's army is flying faster, and they probably don't even know where they are flying now. Moreover, if this is really a strategy, those apocalypse forces will definitely control the time and take advantage of the opportunity to take action. If you leave now, it will only reduce Manhua's combat power. Sia's words undoubtedly instantly dispelled Wang Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Miss Sia, I'm sorry, it's all my fault that I didn't have time to stop King Pai and the Pai family army. The nurse in the video listened to the conversation and immediately blamed herself. It's not your fault. With King Fart's character, only the dean can stop him. Sia shook her head and said, the dean said there is no need to worry. This is a strategy and an opportunity. Among the crowd, Yin Hong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly showed sharp eyes and spoke. Everyone looked at Yin Hong, and their eyes lit up. At this moment, Yin Hong was nothing more than the medium through which Song Bing spread his message. At this moment, Song Bing suddenly conveyed these words. In other words, Song Bing knew all this. Moreover, it was also deliberate to let the Pai family's army fight for the first time. Okay. Sia nodded. With Song Bing's words, everyone's suppressed worries suddenly relaxed a lot. If all this is Song Bing's opportunity, so what they can do now is to be willing to be pawns in Song Bing's hands. Didi. Report. Bad. There are many survivors fleeing from Manhua in the direction of the North Gate. Report. There are a large number of Manhua survivors fleeing in the direction of the South Gate. Report. There are many survivors fleeing from Manhua in the direction of Shimen. Report. There are also many Manhua survivors fleeing from the East Gate direction. Almost at the same time, the large screen instantly switched to 4 screens. Notices from guards came from all 4 directions on the Great Wall. The expressions of everyone in the fortress changed slightly, quickly dispersed in 4 directions. Night falls. North of Andu, in a villa deep in the mountains. Song Bing slowly opened his eyes. Rest time for the day. Not only did he gain insight into Andu's current situation through Yin Hong, more importantly, he gained a deeper understanding of the use of immunity blood, as well as upgrading and fusion. More diseases of the same level have been transformed. These diseases were actually one of the countless ways he used to fight. After controlling his aura, Song Bing got up and returned to the basement where the white-haired girl was doing experiments. Next, it's time to continue treatment. Song Bing came to the basement, and at this moment, the long dark light had been lit. The basement, which was originally filled with dust and cobwebs, was also cleaned. Dr. Song, you're here. I just made some food. Would you like to have some? Seeing Song Bing's arrival, Jin Xiai quickly got up excitedly. A table was piled with many shelf-stable canned foods. More wine. On the operating table not far away was a white-haired girl whose head could already move. Seeing Song Bing's arrival, the white-haired girl's beautiful eyes like stars were filled with light. It seems that he has been looking forward to Song Bing's arrival. By the way, the electricity is a generator I found in the basement on the second floor, and there's still a lot of gasoline in it. These canned food and wine were also found in the basement. I have eaten them, and they are still edible. As if afraid that Song Bing would misunderstand, Jin Xiai hurriedly explained. Save it for your sister. I don't need it. Song Bing just glanced at it and refused. His eyes then met the white-haired girl who was looking at him intensely. The white-haired girl then showed a bright and charming smile. It's unstoppable. How do you feel? Song Bing asked. I feel very good. Thank you, Dr. Song. Your medical skills are really as good as the rumors say. The girl smiled, blooming like an epiphyllum. Then go ahead. After tonight, your upper body will be able to move. Song Bing also nodded with a smile and immediately stepped forward and pushed the white-haired girl into the previous operating room. Not sloppy at all. After closing the door, Song Bing got ready. The white-haired girl kept her eyes as bright as stars open the whole time, looking at Song Bing with expectation and curiosity. She continued to watch until Song Bing put on his mask and turned around. It'll be better if you close your eyes. Song Bing raised his hands, looked down at the angelic white-haired girl on the table, and gave advice. I'm fine. I'm just watching. You can do whatever you want. I won't bother you with any sound, I swear. The white-haired girl's seductive smile contained a hint of pitiful pleading. It's better to close it, otherwise it will easily affect my operation, Song Bing said, regardless of the white-haired girl's consent. He took out a ribbon directly from his pocket and covered the white-haired girl's eyes. Then he stopped talking nonsense and took off his clothes directly. To treat the upper body, it is natural to target the upper body. Underneath the clothes, this is an impeccably perfect jade body. But this time, Song Bing had no choice but to take action. He also took out the needle. The needles are not any other needles, but actual silver needles that were transformed from Song Dynasty's disease to the bone. Song Bing started to absorb from scratch again. Wherever the ghost hand passed, the raw bones between the fingers quietly turned into silver needles and inserted into the fair skin of the white-haired girl. The silver needles turned into raw bones are very thin and soft. It's so soft that it can't be seen clearly with the naked eye. As Song Bing's ghostly hand passed by, there would be no pain at all. Some are just the comfort brought by Song Bing's ghost hands. Therefore, in just a moment, the white-haired girl's teeth bit her cherry lips, unable to hide her enjoyment. The white-haired girl only felt that under Song Bing's treatment, her body that was originally unconscious gradually began to feel. It was like the frozen skin was caressed by warm water. This wonderful feeling made the white-haired girl full of curiosity and desire like never before. From birth to now, she is still the first person, so she is full of expectations. Whether it's psychological or physical, she wanted to open her eyes and see Song Bing. Let's see how Song Bing did it. But Song Bing had already covered his eyes with a ribbon. Song Bing ignored it and continued to concentrate on absorbing and administering the needles to the white-haired girl. Every key acupuncture point touched by the ghost hand left a silver needle that was transformed into a bone in the girl's body. This conceals the essence of the surgery. It also speeds up absorption. After an unknown amount of time, Song Bing finally stopped. After dressing the white-haired girl, Song Bing then took off the ribbon covering his eyes. The white-haired girl also came out of that dreamy and wonderful feeling. A pair of beautiful eyes as bright as the stars kept looking at Song Bing, even more curious. Feel it and see, Song Bing reminded him. The white-haired girl came back to her senses and tried to feel her body. Her beautiful eyes suddenly trembled again. The next second, the quilt was lifted up, and a pair of white and slender hands stretched out from under the quilt. Can I move my hands? Looking at her hands, the white-haired girl was indescribably happy. Have a good rest, and try again tomorrow, and you will be cured. Song Bing looked at the girl with a happy and bright face, left a word, and left. Jin Xiai entered the room, and when she saw the white-haired girl raising her hands, her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Meanwhile, to the northwest of Anghua, in a shelter a few hundred meters away from Andu, the White O7 Nation Alliance, which was the first to enter Anghua, rested here for several days. Deep in the sanctuary, inside the purple and gold chariot carrying the generals of the 7 countries. At this moment, a video of a crushing battle was being played on a large black gold screen. And the protagonist in the video is none other than the entire process of the Pai family's army brutalizing the Relic sect's 100,000-strong army. The incredible abilities of the Pai family army. Zhou Xian's domineering appearance appears. The Relic Gate was ruthlessly suppressed. All of this was perfectly captured on video. The generals of the 7 White O kingdoms watched, their pupils trembling violently. It's obviously hard to believe that there are such superpowers in the world. The key is its boundless power. Haha. Now it's time for you to believe what we say, right? I wonder what the chances of winning against this army are, given the capabilities of the coalition forces? At the same time, 3-5 series came out from behind the screen and asked with a smile. The generals of the 7 kingdoms looked at the 3-5 series guardians, still unable to regain their senses. With the video in front of them, how could they have any reason not to believe it? Also, if it were them, would they be able to defeat this monster army? The answer is no. It's not hard to see from the video. All the superpowers in this legion are the same, farting, and it stinks. The key is the poison. More importantly, it can still fly. Isn't this a full stack of buffs? With this godlike ability, who wouldn't kill it indiscriminately? Are you going to fight? Do you dare to fight? The black boss headed by Guang Na instantly killed Earthy, who had taken medicine and reached level 7. What to fight with? Beat with your life? None of the coalition generals present had the confidence to challenge the black boss. The Silver Country representative could not hide his excitement and asked questions. The other representatives also cast their gazes in that direction. We don't know what kind of army this is, but we guess that it was created by Song Bing using his supernatural powers. Number 5 is no longer hiding. As soon as these words came out, the pupils of all the coalition generals shrank. I'm telling you, Andu, that this monster army exists, not to scare you. I just want you to have a clearer understanding that Song's disease is not simple. At the same time, we not only told you this news, we also informed almost all other apocalypse forces. Seeing that the generals of the 7 kingdoms' allied forces were frightened by the Fu family army, number 5 continued to laugh. But the key question now is, Song Bing has such an army. How can we catch him? The representative of Igua said with a gloomy face. That's right. Let's deal with such a group of monsters. I, the Kingdom of Sand, can't do it. The Saudi representative continued to speak. Other representatives also came forward to express their opinions. They really wanted to catch Song Bing and the witch. But the premise is that you have that strength. Faced with such a monster army full of buffs, who dares to take a step into Andu? Haha. Don't worry, since we have told you the news, we have naturally made plans for you. Number 5 still kept smiling and spoke. Then pressed the switch key. The screen quickly switched to the scene of the Fu family army, chasing the Relic Gate army all the way to escape Andu. When the generals of the 7 Nation Alliance saw the video, their eyes gradually widened. That's right. The army of relics is willing to serve as bait to lure away this monster army for the great cause of destroying witches and protecting mankind. Now, this monster army has been led all the way towards the Brahma Kingdom by the army of Relic Gates. I believe I won't be able to come back for a while. Therefore, as long as you can take action within this period of time, you will not encounter this army again. Number 5 smiled. Seriously? The generals of the 7 countries showed their sharpness. I was caught off guard by this sudden surprise. As for whether the Relic Gate is willing to be used as bait, no one cares. What they care about now is that this monster army that terrifies them has been lured away. Of course, but I hope this can give you a reminder. That Song Bing is not simple. Although without this monster army, there may be other weird methods. If you all just want to go alone and capture the witches, you might just end up being defeated one by one. Number 5 reminded with a smile. Number 15 walked out at the same time, took out a communicator that looked like a tablet, and said, "This is the wireless apocalypse communicator from the Apocalypse Organization. We have distributed it to all the apocalypse forces that invaded Anghua this time, except, of course, the Relic Gate. In this way, through this apocalypse communicator, you can communicate with each other. Okay, we have done what we need to do, and we have said what we need to say. As for what to decide next, it depends on your choice. After the 3-5 series finished speaking, they retired with smiles. The generals of the Seven-Nation Coalition watched the video of the Pi family's army chasing and killing the Relic Gate army repeatedly played on the screen. Then look at the apocalypse communicator on the table. After looking at each other for a moment, they finally made up their minds and nodded. Then the power button was pressed. The apocalypse communicator was turned on, and the other representative symbols of the apocalypse forces lit up on the screen one after another like stars. Everyone, Song Bing is too cunning. In order to protect Blue Star and human civilization, I think we should join forces. Taking a deep breath, the Ingwa representative finally spoke into the communicator. I agree, we should plan carefully. I agree, everything is for the sake of human civilization. I agree, everything is just for justice. Soon, voices with different national accents sounded on the other end of the communicator. Although the voices are different, their attitudes towards the siege and suppression of Andu are highly consistent. Although the Monster Legion was led away by the Relic Gate, in order to avoid Song Bing, he had other means to defeat us one by one. I suggest that we should move forward at the same time and launch an encirclement and suppression campaign against Andu. Yes, I suggest that all of our apocalypse forces form an anti-Angwa world coalition to fight Song Bing together. I agree. Then we will use the power of all the apocalypse forces to surround Andu at the same time. Even if Song Bing has too many means, it will be of no avail. Yes, I suggest that the encirclement and suppression plan can be launched tonight. Under our attack, many Angwa survivors fled towards Andu. They must have arrived in Andu one after another at this moment. These Angwa refugees can be our help. Yes, facing these refugees from Angwa, I really want to see whether Song is saved or not. If he dares to save him, we can use this opportunity to send spies to hide in Andu, and even use these survivors as threats. At that time, we can join forces with internal and external forces to easily capture Andu. If he dares not to save her, as the miracle doctor of Angwa, he will lose the support of the people. We can also use this to attack and make him die faster. Everyone, I think we can make an appointment to meet at a place to make the world alliance more stable. In the communicator, representatives of the apocalyptic forces from various countries spoke one after another. Finally, we made an appointment to meet. A conspiracy to encircle and suppress Andu begins. It's early morning in Andu. After the long dark night, the gray sky did not usher in the sunshine. Instead, we ushered in the first heavy snowfall since the beginning of winter. On this day, the temperature also got a lot colder for no apparent reason. The entire newly built Andu buildings were soon filled with heavy snow. But fortunately, the building facilities are complete, which adds a bit of winter beauty. On the other hand, outside the Great Watching Wall, it was soon covered with heavy snow. At a glance, there is no protection from the Great Wall, and the snowflakes in the sky are wrapped in the cold wind, which continues to wreak havoc on all life. It was as if we had entered an extremely cold era in an instant. Lifeless. But at this moment, it was in the heavy snow several kilometers away from Andu. Figures of the victims appeared one after another, struggling to move forward in the wind and snow. Under the invasion and search of the apocalypse forces from various countries, survivors from all over Angwa were forced to flee to Andu from all directions. Of course, they also have a new name now. Refugee. Faced with this sudden snowstorm, every Angwa survivor who fled aimlessly was desperate, until they saw clearly a brand new city standing not far away in the biting cold wind. It is like a developed city that symbolizes the hope of mankind in the apocalypse. It is also like the hope and light in the heart of every desperate survivor. This is no less than a person on the verge of death discovering an oasis in the vast desert. This is a city with lights, tall buildings, and city walls. Everything is intact. Hasn't this been invaded by zombies? Andu? It's really Andu. Andu has not been invaded. We can be saved. We can be saved. Yes, I left Andu in the first place. It was divine Dr. Song who saved me. There was not a single zombie in Andu at that time. It has developed like this, and it must have been built by Dr. Song. Wah! If I had known, I would not have escaped and chosen to follow Divine Dr. Song. It's not too late to make a choice. We are saved. The desperate Ongwa survivors suddenly became excited when they saw the well-constructed Andu under the wind and snow. Among them were many survivors who had been swept away by Song Bing in the past and chose to leave. The people who had been waiting for death in despair were instantly filled with strength and continued to move towards Andu despite the cold wind. If you are too frozen to walk, you will have to crawl. At this moment, everyone burst out with great strength. Because hope is right in front of you. The city walls and lights are great. They are all new and newly constructed. We are saved. It should be our Ongwa army inside. That's great. That's great. If I had known that Andu was not contaminated by zombies, we would have been here earlier. It must be very happy inside. Countless Ongwa survivors braved the wind and snow and finally arrived at the foot of the Andu Watch Great Wall. Looking at the Great Watch Wall, which is tens of meters high and extremely strong, it immediately gives people a sense of security. The survivors who arrived suddenly cheered excitedly. On the Great Watching Wall, Sia and others who received the news also walked out one after another. Biting wind and snow came. But what made the hospital members even more trembled was the hundreds of fleeing survivors under the Great Wall. Moreover, survivors are still arriving in a steady stream from behind. There were even many who fell in the snow. Everyone has it. Don't act rashly. Seeing this scene, Sia and others quickly used the communication device to notify the caregivers who were ready to go, as well as the expert team responsible for launching missiles and artillery shells. Look, it's a human being. Is it really our Ongwa army? Open the door quickly. I am from Ongwa. Let us in quickly. I am also from Ongwa. Give me something to eat quickly. I'm so hungry that I can't stand it anymore. I want it too. Please, I'm so cold and hungry. The moment they saw Sia and others, the survivors who had struggled to reach the foot of the city wall were even more excited. Finally, he knelt down helplessly on the ground and began to pray pitifully. When everyone on the Great Watching Wall saw this scene, their faces became solemn and they fell silent. No one dared to give orders, and no one dared to speak. Because this situation is too tricky. Almost all people who have survived to this day have experienced this kind of human persecution. The most memorable thing is the last time in the hospital. That time, if Song Bing hadn't arrived, everyone in the hospital would have almost died. Holy Mother? He must have died long ago. Now, a similar scene is happening again. Moreover, this time the situation is more complicated. Because at this moment, these fleeing survivors below are experiencing the devastation of low-temperature wind and snow. Many are even on the verge of death. If they don't save it, they are in such a bad environment. These compatriots must die. If it were in the past, with the current strength of Anda homeland, there is no need to worry about the consequences of saving these people in Kaesong. Who dares to repay kindness with hatred? Who dares to take the opportunity to cause trouble? Just suppress and kill directly. But it's different now. Andu is facing the invasion of the apocalyptic forces from various countries. Who can guarantee that among the Ongwa survivors there are not spies arranged by the apocalypse forces or traitors who have defected? If these survivors are admitted into the city, when they fight against the forces of apocalypse, the spies and traitors among the survivors will be the deadly weapons behind them. To put it another way, even if there are no spies or traitors, they are taking in a batch now and will take in another batch after they arrive. Once this Pandora's box is opened, it's hard to hold it back. Those apocalypse forces then use these Ongwa survivors as hostages and shields to threaten and attack the city. What should they do then? Please open the door. Are we all compatriots? Can you bear to watch us die outside? The sound of destroying human morality continues to sound. More and more survivors gathered under the city wall. Seeing that Sia and others still didn't open the door, they immediately begged even more pitifully. After all, the apocalyptic forces from various countries have been devastated and pursued. The survivors of Zhong'an country were hungry and cold. On the city wall, Sia and Luo Yin, who were always decisive in dealing with things, didn't know what to do for a long time. Everyone's eyes finally looked at Yin Hong helplessly, the person who spread the message for Song Bing. At this moment, everyone could only helplessly ask Song Bing for help. To save or not to save? Save. The risk is too great, they can't afford it. If we don't save them, These are our compatriots and Angwa's hope for future development. There are even many young and old people down there. The dean said everything is up to you to decide. Facing the expectant eyes of everyone in the hospital, Yanhong remained silent for a moment and spoke truthfully. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Hello everyone. We are here to seek refuge with divine Dr. Song. Everyone, many foreign forces are now invading Angwa, and our shelter has been looted and destroyed by them. After hearing about the deeds of divine Dr. Song, if we don't give up, we are willing to go to divine Dr. Song. Fight those forces together. Please take us in. We are sincerely here to join you. We are willing to fight for Angwa. I have been saved by divine Dr. Song before. Please give me a chance to repay you. While everyone was silent, several more groups of people arrived from the fleeing survivors below. This time, many people who heard about Song Bing's reputation or who had been saved during Song Bing's search for merits came to seek refuge with Dr. Song. Under the cover of the heavy snow, everyone's tone and attitude were sincere. You can't tell the difference between true and false. Sia and others were desperate. At this moment, they are more willing to face the enemy and fight. I don't want to accept this kind of human challenge. To be honest, with the current ability of Manor to regenerate materials, not to mention saving these people, even if it accommodates hundreds of thousands more people, it is not a problem. More people will also be beneficial to the growth of Anda homeland. But the key question now is, who really needs help? Who is sincere? They couldn't tell the difference. They really couldn't tell the difference. What are you doing? Why haven't you opened the door yet? Aren't you from Angwa? Do you want to watch us freeze to death and starve to death? Were they captured and tortured to death by those foreign troops? Do you still have a conscience? How can you be so cruel? Anda doesn't belong to you. Anda belongs to every one of us from Angwa. Why do you occupy it? My daughter is dying. Please save her and let me die. Give me a down jacket. I'm really cold, woo. Seeing that Sia and others have not opened the city gate for a long time. Among the survivors who were originally excited and pleading, excited and angry people gradually appeared. Of course, most people who are dying are still asking for help. I have a plan, but I don't know if I should tell it or not. At a time when everyone in Sia was in a panic and didn't know what to do, a middle-aged man wearing glasses stood up. The man with glasses is named Sun Shun, a historian who once joined the hospital. He has always been withdrawn and introverted. Almost everyone's eyes turned to Sun Shun, who had always been withdrawn, as if grasping at a life-saving straw. This situation is extremely unfavorable to us now. No matter what we choose, these survivors will most likely become a weapon for my apocalyptic forces to deal with us. So I suggest half-save. Sun Shin said calmly. Half-rescue. Everyone frowned when they heard this. What kind of rescue is this? Save half. What does half-rescue mean? Is it rescuing or not rescuing? Zhang Taiju said a little impatiently. Faced with everyone's doubts and confusion, Sun Shin just pushed up his glasses and then said, I have read through the 5,000 years of Angwa's history and studied countless major events and figures on the historical stage. In the end, I only learned 4 words. Human nature is evil. Moreover, this kind of evil is ever-changing evil. Sun Shin said, looking at the begging survivors under the city wall, but there was no trace of mercy in his eyes. A person who is about to starve to death can no longer be called a human being. What's more, these fleeing survivors at this moment are facing more than just hunger. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether you are a compatriot or a weak person. At this moment, the first thing we need to do is not to treat these people as human beings. As long as you can do this, everything that follows will be much simpler. Sun Shun's cold and ruthless words and expression made many people feel chilled. It was as if the person standing in front of them was not a person, more like a cold machine that can only analyze. Sia and others seemed to understand some clues and continued to ask, so, what are the specific measures for what you think is a half-rescue? Seeing that Sia and others did not interrupt him and wanted to continue listening to his opinions, Sun Shin's eyes brightened slightly. Then he let go and said, in my opinion, these survivors who are fleeing today are a means used by the evil forces to tempt and persecute us. Once rescued, let them into the city, not to mention planting a time bomb inside us. The evil forces use this as a weakness to capture more survivors and use it as a shield. By then we will be completely passive. Such an approach is tantamount to the most stupid. And if we don't save it, those apocalypse forces will also propagate this, causing us to lose the hearts and minds of Ongwa people and gather more Ongwa survivors to attack me. Let us Ongwa people kill each other. This is also undesirable. Therefore, whether we save or not, it is extremely disadvantageous for us. This is an extremely passive and despicable persecution. Sun Shin paused, then continued to look at the begging survivors under the city wall and said calmly, "So, the half-rescue I advocate has the following 3 points. 1, and the most basic point, is that the city gate cannot be opened. No matter when, no matter what happens, and a home is our basis and our heart. No matter who it is, no one can be let in until their identity is confirmed. The prerequisite for all rescue operations is to ensure our 100% safety. Second, assistance is possible, but the assistance must be precise, and all assistance methods and materials must be implemented to those who are truly in need. This is also our purpose. Third, I personally think the most critical point is paid assistance. We need to let these survivors know how difficult it is for us to rescue them. If you want to continue to receive our help in the future, or even enter Andu, you must fight against those evil forces with us. Otherwise, not a single grain of food will be given." Everyone listened to Sun Shun's so-called half-rescue and fell into thinking. Luo Yen was the first to talk. "So, what you mean is to provide rescue to these fleeing survivors right under the city wall. By the way, use these people to fight against the apocalypse forces to solve this crisis." Sun Shun nodded indifferently. "That's right. This way I won't be exposed to injustice, and there will be no danger of opening the city gate. It can also gather the strength of more Ongwa people to fight against those forces together. It can be said that while disrupting the conspiracy of those forces, it also increased our combat effectiveness." Sia's eyes narrowed slightly, and she agreed. "I think this is the best choice at the moment. Now that my Anda home has been completed, more people will be needed to build it together in the future. Letting these people participate in this war with us is also a test and selection. Okay, I'm going to prepare food and down jackets." Seeing everyone nodding in explanation, Zhang Taiju immediately led the people to take action. "Please, open the door. We are dying. We really came to seek refuge with Divine Dr. Song. He saved me. Let me see Divine Dr. Song. He will definitely agree to open the door." The snow is getting heavier and heavier. More and more fleeing survivors gathered under the city wall. Under the devastation of the wind and snow, countless fleeing survivors were able to escape to the foot of the city wall. Only here can we reduce the damage caused by wind and snow. Mr. Sunshin, you came up with this method, so you can implement it. From now on, we will fully cooperate with you. Seeing this scene, Sia took the initiative to give up the command. Luo Yin and others also nodded one after another. No one objected. At the scene, no one is more suitable to solve this problem than Sun Shun. Sun Shun's eyes moved slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect everyone to trust him so much. It's really different here. No one is fighting for power, and no one is competitive. Perhaps, the principles he learned from countless history books no longer apply in his homeland of Andu. Okay. Sun Shun nodded introspectively, then looked down and said indifferently, "This is indeed a shelter built for us by Divine Dr. Song, but it is impossible for us to open the city gate now. Why? Are we all compatriots? Are you going to watch us be killed by those foreign forces? Where is Divine Dr. Song? We want to see Divine Dr. Song." Sun Shen's straightforward and indifferent words undoubtedly poured cold water on all the survivors. Even though there were countless survivors expressed excitement. Because there are many spies of foreign powers hidden among you. They just want to use you to let us open the door, and then cooperate from the inside and outside to break through Andu. By then, we will all be slaughtered by those foreign forces. The last piece of pure land in Ongwa will also disappear. Are you willing to see such a result? Sun Shin still spoke indifferently, but it hits the pain point directly. The countless Andu survivors who were excited immediately shut up. He even looked at the surrounding survivors with some fear. "I'm afraid they are spies from foreign powers. And my father, he had a leg chopped off. I'm willing to pay for it with my life." But after the calm, faced with the current desperate situation, the survivors began to plead in pain again. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Sun Shun continued, "Don't worry, everyone. We are all compatriots, and those foreign forces are our common enemies. Although we cannot open the door now, we will still do our best to provide everyone with supplies and allow everyone to live under the city wall temporarily. After we work together to defeat those foreign evil forces, we can open the city gate and welcome everyone in. By then, all our compatriots will be able to live happily together in our Anda homeland. Hearing this, many survivors' eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Thank you, thank you. I do. As long as you can give me some food and clothing first, I'll do it. I'm starving to death. Okay, we accept it. We are here to seek refuge with divine Dr. Song. As long as we can fight against those foreign beasts, we can do anything. Sun Shen's words of advancing before retreating not only made the survivors no longer complain, but also made them grateful. It can be said that he grasps the weaknesses of human nature very well. The supplies are coming. On the city wall, Zhang Taizhu, who had gone and returned, also arrived at this time. At the same time, a team of support workers behind them brought a lot of food, as well as warm-down jackets and other clothing. How to send it down? Just throw it away? Zhang Taizhu asked. However, Sun Shen looked at the intact food and the brand-new down jacket and frowned. No, these food and clothes are too new. Is there any worse food, such as leftovers from everyone's food or tattered clothes? Thinking that Sun Shen was worried about insufficient supplies, Zhang Taizhu quickly explained. Don't worry, there are enough supplies. What we get from Qingchuan's army alone is enough for hundreds of thousands of people to survive for a year. What's more, with the existence of zoos and botanical gardens, Anda homeland is basically self-sufficient. Everyone nodded. With the current productivity of Anda homeland, this small amount of supplies is really nothing to the Anda homestead. That's not true. However, facing Zhang Tieju's explanation, Sun Shen still shook his head. At the same time, he casually took a big white steamed bun from the hand of a nurse and rubbed it vigorously on the city wall, until the big white steamed buns were covered with dirty mud. Sun Shen then threw it casually under the city wall. When everyone saw this scene, their pupils shrank. I can't figure out why Sun Shen wanted to waste food like this. Food? Mine. It's mine, get out of here. Whoever dares to rob me will kill him. Mine. However, the moment the dirty buns landed on the ground, the weak and pleading survivors under the city wall instantly became crazy. They all pounced on the steamed bun like wild beasts and started fighting over it crazily. He even fought to get the steamed buns. It looked like there was still a trace of a human being somewhere, just like a hungry beast. Sia and others' pupils narrowed. I was touched by this sudden scene. Have you forgotten what I said at the beginning? To achieve half-rescue, the first step is not to treat these people as human beings. Sun Shen reminded him calmly. It seems that such a scene is not unexpected at all. Everyone's hearts trembled as they all recalled Sun Shen's first words. Then look at the survivors below the city wall who are fighting like wild beasts. It's not enough, why only one? How about more? Yes, please give me more. It's just a piece of food. I didn't get it at all. I got it too, well. At the same time, when the dirty steamed bun was eaten clean, the survivors immediately resumed their pitiful pleading. Sia and others stopped talking. Although they are unwilling to accept it, in the face of the facts, at this moment, what else can they say? Zhang Taizhu also hurriedly spoke. Then the food will be mixed with sand, and the down jackets and quilts will be stained and smelly. The dirtier and smellier the better. This will ensure that these materials actually fall into the hands of those in need. At the same time, we can also let these people know how difficult our supplies are. Sun Shen said without hesitation, Can I still eat it and use it like this? Some people were a little embarrassed to speak. In front of people who are about to die of cold and starvation, how can they care whether the food tastes good or not? Is the down jacket dirty? If you don't do this, these supplies will not reach the hands of those who are truly in need. Sun Shen said calmly, Okay, I'll make arrangements right now. Zhang Taizhu was slightly stunned, but immediately made arrangements. Next, we will give most of our food rations and clothing to everyone. Please line up. The elderly, the young, the sick and the disabled are given priority. Even though the food was not good and the clothes were dirty, it was the best we could come up with. It will also ensure that everyone is fed and clothed. Therefore, I hope that everyone will not rush to grab it later and let the old, weak, sick and disabled come first. Don't worry, everyone will have a share. Sun Shen continued to look at the opening below the city wall to maintain order. Really? Thank you, thank you. When all the survivors heard this, they all became excited. At the same time, under Sun Shun's repeated strong request, a queue was also formed. He even took the initiative to give up his seat in front to the old, weak, sick, and disabled. But everyone was staring at the top of the city wall, eager to move. Soon, food mixed with sediment and soiled clothes were thrown off the city wall. Food, food, lots of food. And the down jacket, mine, mine. Give me one. I want two. Almost instantly, the order was instantly disrupted. The queue that was finally formed collapsed in an instant. But this time, there was enough food and clothing. The premise is that you are really hungry and really cold. You can actually eat it. Really wearable. Many survivors moved quickly, many of them disguised as old, weak, sick, and disabled, and instantly burst out with superpowers and rushed to the front. Among them, there are many who have axes on their feet, are wearing warm down jackets, and have a lot of food hidden in their arms. It directly explodes at a speed comparable to that of a high-speed train. In an instant, the old, weak, sick, and disabled who were about to starve to death from cold and cold were far behind. With strong strength and mobility, the down jacket was the first to come to the large pile of food. Then they started to fight greedily like wild beasts. There was already a lot of food hidden in his arms, so he crazily stuffed food into his mouth and arms. He was already wearing a thick down jacket, and he was frantically grabbing the countless down jackets he had left behind. I no longer ignored Sun Shin's words above. My teeth are full of mud and are so unpalatable. Are these for people to eat? Hey, it smells so bad. Are these clothes stained to death? Why do they stink so much? It's all rotten. How do you wear this? This size is too small. Who wants it? I'll sell it at a low price. But soon, many survivors who looked ugly began to vomit and feel disgusted. Madness spat out the food he had put in his mouth. I didn't want to take off the down jacket I was wearing and throw it away. What are you doing? Is such dirty food meant for human consumption? Can this be eaten? And these down jackets? None of them are good. You lied to me about coming all the way to queue for such a long time. And then this is all. Do you still have any conscience? Many of the deflated survivors finally broke out and glared at Sia and others on the city wall. At the same time, behind them, the survivors who had been left behind also arrived one after another. When he saw the down jacket that had been discarded by the previous survivors, he put it on his cold body without hesitation. Then he started to feast on the pile of food mixed with sediment. There is no intention of disdain at all, because this is what saves their lives right now. Don't you see that other people are well-fed and well-dressed? Sun Shun asked calmly. Or are you not hungry or cold at all, just spies sent by those foreign forces? Sun Shun directly slapped the hat on, causing the faces of several survivors who were disgusted and complained to change slightly, and they quickly denied it. Escapees? Lower your heads and take a closer look. Escapees don't care whether the food tastes good or not. Escapees don't care whether the clothes are dirty or not. You are wearing so much and you have food hidden under your clothes. How can you be considered a refugee? Sun Shin sneered and pointed at the real escape survivors on the ground who were frantically grabbing food and down jackets. Those food mixed with sediment and those smelly and dirty down jackets are now regarded as treasures by these survivors who really need them. Contrast that with survivors standing around angrily complaining. At this moment, it is particularly clear. Several survivors who stood up and complained in disgust looked down and finally discovered this scene. His expression changed again. It's like the disguise has been blown. Answer me, why don't they dislike it? What are you despising? Do you really need these food and down jackets? You obviously have it with you. And you know that these food down jackets are used to save other survivors who are really on the verge of death. Why do you still want to snatch it so ruthlessly? After the robbery, you still have to condemn and dislike him? Are you humans or animals? Answer me. Why? Sun Shun continued to question coldly and sharply. Such loud questioning instantly attracted the attention of more and more survivors. The faces of the survivors who stood up to complain changed drastically. Sun Shun's sharp words were like thousands of arrows piercing his heart at this moment. Many people's eyes flashed wildly, realizing that something was wrong. Someone immediately stood up and beat him first. Why don't we need it anymore? We are already cold and hungry, and the food and clothes you gave us are not for human use at all. Yes, please stop eating. These are not for people to eat. They are humiliating us. Everyone, come and see. The food is poisonous, and down jackets are for dogs. Don't grab them. These people just want to poison us. Someone took the lead, and the complaining survivors who were pushed to the forefront followed. In order to cover up his hypocrisy and ugliness, he put food and down jackets on his hat. Use every possible means. This movement quickly frightened other survivors who were scrambling for food to survive. As soon as they heard that the food was poisonous, everyone was afraid to eat it. I don't dare to grab down jackets anymore. They snatched these supplies to survive. Now when it comes to poison, who would dare to snatch it? On the city wall, looking at this scene, Sia calmly took out a command communicator and asked. Everyone in the other hospitals was also filled with coldness and already knew what order Sia was going to give next. Sun Shun has already achieved this step. Next, if they don't know how to do it, it will be in vain. All locked. At the same time, Wang Xiaoxiao's calm voice came from the other end of the communicator. In several secret corners not far from Sia and others. It was the sniper team, led by Wang Xiaoxiao. These are all spies sent by foreign forces. Now they all obey my orders, and will be killed without leaving a single one behind. Sia gave the order directly and coldly. Got it. Wang Xiaoxiao's reply came from the other end of the communicator. Mom, don't scare me. I can't live without you. You bunch of beasts, give my mother my life back. Poison me to death if you can. Bang! Under the city wall, in just a few seconds, things became more and more outrageous. An elderly woman even pretended to have food poisoning and fell to the ground on the spot. One man even knelt down and began to cry and beg for death, planning to extort a huge sum of money. As a result, before he could continue his blackmail, a black gold bullet hit his head on the spot. Fulfilled his wish. The man stared at the people on the wall with wide eyes and a look of disbelief on his face. But what responded to him was the cold eyes of everyone in Sia. He wanted to say something, but he was shot in the head and couldn't say a word anyway. Only the endless fear and regret revealed before death. The hidden level 4 abilities were completely useless. Click. Bayubiubiu. At the same time, on the city wall, the sniper team led by Wang Xiaoxiao quickly pulled the trigger and searched for the lives of those who complained and heckled without mercy. Basically, it's all headshots. Several survivors who tried to coax and cover up the truth changed their expressions. Obviously, they didn't expect that Sia and others would go straight to the truth without saying anything. How about a few words? Aren't you afraid of causing public outrage? They killed someone, run away. Several hecklers quickly burst out with powerful powers, stood up, and ran away. Don't dare to pretend anymore. There are many spies of foreign apocalyptic forces hidden among them. They were originally hiding among the survivors, monitoring the situation in real time. But he didn't expect that Sun Shun would be defrauded by such a scheme. This ploy caught them off guard. Want to escape? Zhang Taizhu immediately led a small team to break out from the city wall. A level 7 golden thunderbolt descended from the sky, killing the fastest running spies on the spot like a lightning strike. Direct carbonization. The other caregivers fell back to the ground and quickly heckled the survivors they had just locked onto. Cooperate with Wang Xiaoxiao's sniper team to clean up. Faced with this scene, other survivors at the scene also began to become confused. I just wanted to flee. Sia's had already covered it first. Instantly comfort countless fearful survivors. No, don't kill me. I am really an Anghua survivor. I was not poisoned. I was just talking nonsense. Don't kill me. I am really an Anghua survivor. I have an ID. I'm not a spy. Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Taizhu led the team to cooperate and did not let go of any survivor who had previously made noises. During this period, many heckled survivors faced the powerful strength of Zhang Taizhu and others. Finally scared. Don't dare to follow the slander anymore. Knowing that he could not escape, he quickly knelt down and prayed, trying his best to prove that he was from Anghua. He even took out his peacetime ID card. That standard on you is indeed impeccable. Nonsense, these are all faked by you. How can Anghua people be such beasts like you? You are all spies of foreign powers. He came here just to harm us Anghua people. Listen to my order. These people are all enemies who want to harm our Anghua. Kill them all. No one will be spared. On the city wall, Sun Shun spoke with sharp eyes. At the same time, he took the first step and swung the knife, instantly beheading the old woman who was pretending to have food poisoning. The old woman's eyes widened, and her head rolled down. The ID card with the Anghua emblem in her hand was covered by her dark blood. After receiving Sun Shin's hint, Zhang Taizhu and Wang Xiaoxiao immediately ordered the execution. All the newly targeted survivors were treated as foreign spies and executed. Leave no one behind. They all have seen Sun Shin's ability, so they will naturally not doubt it. In just a few minutes, the few survivors who had made noises before were completely eliminated, falling to the ground, reduced to corpses. The remaining survivors were shocked, and when they looked at the people in the Anda homestead, their eyes were filled with fear. Sun Shun jumped down from the high wall, came to several corpses at the same time, and took out a lot of food from them, and the down jackets on them that were soaked in blood. Don't be afraid. These are foreign spies who have been exposed. The evidence is here. They just want to coax us, obstruct us, and undermine us from within. Fortunately, we found out, and everyone is safe now. Sun Shin opened his mouth while holding up food and a down jacket in his left and right hands. Zhang Taizhu quickly asked people to take away all the corpses. It's like nothing happened, but the shock can be imagined. Looking at the food and down jackets found in Sun Shin's hands, the originally panicked survivors temporarily calmed down. These food and clothes are the best we can get. As for the poison, Sun Shun then pointed to the delivered supplies, stepped forward, grabbed a handful of food mixed with sediment, and swallowed it without hesitation. At the same time, he also took off his cotton clothes and put them into the pile of tattered down jackets. Seeing Sun Shin's actions, the eyes of the survivors trembled. Next, what we will face is the encirclement and suppression by those foreign evil forces, and this will be our last base in Anghua. If you want to survive, you should stop being bewitched and influenced by those foreign spies. Eat these foods with peace of mind, set up camp here, and fight with us against those foreign forces. If we win, our Anghua can survive forever. And if we lose, we will all die. Of course, if you still believe us, this meal is free, and you can leave on your own after eating, and we will never stop you. This is also the last we can do as compatriots. After everything was done, Sun Shun continued to speak, and then he, Zhang Taizhu and others returned to the city wall through the lowered rope ladder. But the words left behind touched all the survivors. We are willing to stay. We came here for divine Dr. Song. I understand your good intentions, and I will fully cooperate. I am willing too. My life was originally saved by divine Dr. Song. Guys, where can we go now? Almost all parts of the country have been invaded by foreign forces, and only Andu is left. Yes, this is our last safe place. We can only survive if we unite. This is our last hope for survival. As a result, many survivors were seen taking the lead in walking to the food and eating it. Most of them had been saved by Song Bing and came here because of Song Bing's reputation. Seeing this, the other survivors, driven by hunger and cold, also lowered their guard again and returned to the foot of the city wall. Eat and clothe yourself. As for whether there are spies secretly, unknown. But what is certain is that under such circumstances, he will definitely not dare to come out and sing the opposite. Because what greets him may be a heart of truth. The overall situation is stable. Zhang Taizhu and others also sent down tent boards and other materials that could shield the wind and snow. Of course, everything is still deliberately dirty and torn. The survivors who arrived quickly settled down in an orderly manner. Next, there will definitely be more and more survivors coming, and we will arrange these survivors one after another at the foot of the Great Watching Wall. It is like adding another protective wall for us. Sun Shin looked down at the survivors who had settled down below and said calmly, "What about the next supplies?" Someone asked. "We have to break it every time. Even if it contains some medicine to treat injuries, we can't let them know that we have it. Just make sure they don't starve to death and their injuries slowly recover. In this way, they will be more grateful to us and believe in our difficulties, even more resentful towards those foreign forces." Sun Shin said extremely coldly, because he knows that human nature cannot stand the test. Although everyone was touched, they still followed suit. At least so far, using Sun Shin's method, they have temporarily solved this thorny problem. At the same time, in a base occupied by the Seven Powers Allied forces 100 kilometers away from Andu, snow is falling. The senior generals of the Seven-Nation Alliance were dining in the chariot. The spacious and luxurious chariot space is like a luxurious restaurant. The The long black gold dining table is filled with all kinds of sumptuous Western food. All the high-ranking generals were seated in their splendid uniforms. Behind each person is a woman dressed in a slave costume who is dedicated to serving wine. And these women are all the faces of Ongwa women. Everyone cheers. In 12 days, it will be Christmas. I hope we can catch Song Bing and take down the witch before Christmas. Then go back home for Christmas. The Ingwa representative stood up and smiled. The generals in the audience also smiled expectantly when they heard about Christmas. One by one, they also raised their goblets. He smiled and said, "Magpie, report the latest news from the spy." At this time, a guard entered the room and said, "How is it?" It was Song Bing who opened the city gate and took in the survivors. Or did Song Bing not accept it, causing public outrage? The Ingwa representative seemed to know what the news was. He sat back in his seat, shook his goblet, and said with a confident smile, "Haha, I guess, in order to maintain the reputation of Divine Dr. Song, that idiot would accept those survivors." The representative of the clan country raised his lips slightly and guessed, "That's great, we've sent quite a few spies." Someone immediately showed his sharp eyes and said, looking at the confident coalition generals, the guard who sent the message could only speak cautiously. Huh. As soon as these words came out, the smiles of all the coalition generals at the table quickly disappeared, and they all frowned and looked at the guards. "It's nothing. Please make it clear. Does Song Bing have a third option?" The Ingwa representative looked displeased. "Hey, they didn't let those survivors into the city, nor did they drive those survivors away." But, the guard didn't know how to answer, so he respectfully delivered a computer to the dining table. Above, the entire process of Sun Shen's half-rescue was filmed remotely, including food adulterated with sediment, clothes soiled and torn. Lead out the spies and agitators among them, and kill them with thunder. In the end, various words and methods made the survivors willing to stay at the foot of the Anda city wall. At the dinner table, the generals watched the scenes in the video, their pupils gradually shrinking, and they were completely dumbfounded. The heart was trembling even more. What is this? How could normal people come up with these methods? Is this for dealing with people? This is simply dealing with animals. And oh, Farkle, who is this? How could he think of such a cold-blooded solution? What kind of bullshit is this? Is this from Sun Tzu's Art of War? The Yin Kingdom representative jumped up instantly and dropped the wine glass in his hand to the ground. All the generals at the table could no longer laugh. Watching the video, they felt that the red wine in their hands no longer smelled good. The guard reported the truth truthfully. Half-rescue. All the generals listened to this title with solemn expressions. This is the first time they have heard of such a rescue method. Then what should we do now? We originally wanted to use these survivors to deal with Song Bing, but now it seems that the effect is not very good. The representative of the feudal country broke through the depression and said with a gloomy face, "We can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, those survivors will not only become our weapon, but will become Song Bing's weapon against us." The Saudi representative stood up vigorously and said, "Yes, let's take action now. At least we still have many Ongwa slaves in our hands now." A group of representatives also stood up one after another and said sharply. The Ingwa representative finally calmed down and opened the apocalypse communicator. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, you must already know the situation, right? The current situation does not seem to be developing in the direction we expected, so now we need to take action." Okay, I didn't expect that Song Bing would be so cunning and come up with such inhuman countermeasures. But it doesn't matter. With the World Alliance composed of our apocalypse forces taking action, what can he use to fight against it? In the face of absolute power, all cunning methods are a joke. Everyone, don't forget our purpose, to capture Song Bing, destroy the witch, and protect Blue Star. At that time, the alliance we join together will have the right to share the witch. Okay, it's settled. Let's go. On the other end of the communicator, the voices of countless representatives of the apocalypse forces soon came. As a result, shortly after Sun Shun performed his half-rescue, the apocalyptic forces in various countries were activated almost simultaneously in all directions of Andu. They marched towards Andu in a mighty siege. Report, we found a large number of troops marching quickly from the south. They are only 100 miles away from Andu. At the current speed, they are expected to arrive in Andu the next morning. Report: a large number of troops were found in the southwest, only 100 miles away from Andu. Report: a large number of troops were found in the east, and they are also only 100 miles away from Andu. Report: many troops have been found in the south again, and they are only 100 miles away from Andu. In Andu, soon after almost stabilizing the fleeing survivors, everyone once again received a message from the caregivers who went to various places to secretly monitor the situation. And this time, almost all the caregivers sent urgent messages at the same time. Sia and others gathered in the fortress and watched similar messages popping up on the big screen. Their expressions became more and more solemn. These invading foreign apocalyptic forces. More than anyone thought, this is indeed a conspiracy. Luo Yan's beautiful eyes were slightly cold. What's even more frightening is that these apocalypse forces are more united than we thought. They set out almost at the same time. In other words, they are definitely connected. Sia analyzed. It seems that the apocalyptic forces in the Brahma kingdom are really just a pawn of these apocalyptic forces. A chess piece used to lure away Pai Jiejun and Zhou Xian. Wang Xiaoxiao said, in this case, it will be impossible for us to take the initiative and defeat these forces one by one. Luo Sinyu's pretty face said solemnly. They must have discovered that we stabilized these survivors, so they couldn't wait to send troops. Looking at it now, the only thing left is to stick to the Anda homeland and wait for tomorrow's decisive battle. Sia and Luo Yin spoke almost at the same time. These apocalypse forces are now equivalent to the coalition forces. There is a connection between them. All actions take place almost simultaneously. It is obviously impossible for them to defeat them one by one. These forces will not give them a chance. Then let's fight. If the king of Pai and the army of the Pei family are gone, we won't be around. Zhang Taizhu said without fear at all. Well, next, we need to make preparations for tomorrow's battle based on the information from the spies and the existing strength of Anda homeland. Sia nodded, then looked at Zhang Taizhu and said, Taizhu, according to the information from the spies, the strongest coalition of apocalypse forces comes from the northwest. According to preliminary judgment, this should be an army from the White O Kingdom. Therefore, Shi Mian, you will lead the holy dragon Wangkai to fight. No problem, Shenglong and Wangkai are strong in battle, so leave the most dangerous place to us. I want to show these white gulls that we don't just have an army. Zhang Taizhu immediately patted his chest and said. Sia then looked at Wang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, the one to the east should be led by Li Gua. According to the information from the spies, these armies are very well equipped. You will lead our newly trained sniper team and combat team to deal with it. Yeah. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded. Sia continued to look at Luo Yin and Luo Sinyu and said, Sister Luo Yin, Sinyu, you have similar abilities. Working together can produce surprising results. I will leave this south to your leadership. Yeah. Luo Yin and Luo Sinyu nodded at the same time, both full of confidence. With Song Bing's upgrade and improvement, as well as the personal tutoring that day, they are no longer what they used to be. Sia finally looked at Sun Shan, who had returned to silence among the experts, and said, Brother Sun Shan, your ability is obvious to all. How about you lead the fight in the north? Sun Shan was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Sia to think of him again, but only for a moment. He nodded and said, As long as everyone believes in me, I will do my best. Okay, let's leave the team's lineup as it is, and I will assign it randomly. Not only me, the four directions also adopt this tactic. The Great Watch Wall is connected to each other, and troops can be quickly mobilized from all four directions. Wherever support is needed, we can express it to you. Next is the arrangement of weapons. A head-on meeting began. In addition to simple personnel allocation, it also involves the use system of various weapons. The meeting lasted until dark. After the end, everyone followed the deployment and came to their corresponding positions, ready to fight. Almost everyone fully participated in the deployment of this battle. Everyone also gave everything they had, because everyone knows that tomorrow's battle will determine the survival of Anda's homeland. It also determines their survival. Late at night, north of Andu, villa in the woods, in a secret room on the top floor, Song Bing sat cross-legged on the bed as always, carrying out its own experiments on fusion, transformation, and upgrading of various diseases. Under the control of Song Bing, Experiments on various diseases were carried out particularly intensely in the kidney ruins. It's a pity that no one can see it. After an unknown amount of time, Song Bing finally opened his eyes. But he looked in the direction of the door. Crunch. The next second, the door opened from the outside. A charming figure wrapped in a pink bath towel walked in cautiously, holding a flashlight. Under the illumination of the flashlight, the beautiful figure wrapped in a pink bath towel is extremely beautiful. Under her long, wet, slightly curly hair, there was a stunning face full of charm. Under the thin bath towel, her curvy figure was perfectly revealed. Crystal clear water drops sprinkled on her exposed pair of attractive legs. Everywhere is full of temptation, like a charming beauty. Visited late at night. It's hard not to be impressed. But Song Bing's eyes only showed surprise. Because the beautiful woman who arrived in front of him was none other than Jin Xiai. At the same time, Jin Xiai, who cautiously leaned in, also discovered that Song Bing was looking at her, and she was immediately frightened and turned pale. Even the screams are so exciting. After reacting, Jin Xiai was at a loss and wanted to explain. Is something wrong? Song Bing frowned slightly. Jin Xiai bit her lips lightly. Her pretty face flushed. She hesitated for a moment, and then simply closed the door. At the same time, he took off his bath towel. The pink bath towel immediately slipped smoothly from her tender and watery skin. What he was wearing underneath was revealed. That perfect and graceful body is currently wearing a pink underwear uniform, making the already attractive Kim even more alluring. Song. Miracle Dr. Song. I said that as long as you cure my sister, I will give it to you. This is the medical fee you deserve. I keep my word. Now, I am here to fulfill my promise. Please accept it. A girlish blush appeared on Jin Xiai's delicate and pretty face, and as she spoke, she walked towards Song Bing with some trepidation. Just as Jin Xiai was about to come to the bedside, an invisible brain controlled her feet. Dr. Song, you... Jin Xiai looked at Song Bing in confusion and knew that it was Song Bing who had moved his hand. Your sister hasn't been cured yet. Let's wait until she is cured. Song Bing said perfunctorily. Got out of bed at the same time. Don't you like this outfit? If you don't like it, there are many different styles below that I can change into. Or am I not good looking? Jin Xiai spoke a little pitifully. Don't worry. As long as I can cure your sister, I don't need to charge for the consultation fee. Song Bing said helplessly. If I really want to sleep, I really can't say who will pay whom for the medical treatment. But I'm not just giving you the medical fee. My sister and I have been wandering, and we both need a supporter. Please accept my love. Jin Xiai suddenly knelt down and continued to look at Song Bing Dao lovingly. He really didn't expect this woman to be so persistent. But it's obviously impossible. This love is too heavy. He can't afford it. Get up. Go give your sister the final treatment first. As for other things, let's talk about it later. Song Bing directly used his brain power to lift Jin Xiai, who was kneeling on her knees, and walked out of the room. Seeing Song Bing leaving without hesitation, deep reluctance flashed in Jin Hope's beautiful eyes, but she had no choice but to put on her clothes again and follow him. Song Bing came to the basement again. Tonight, he can take possession of the white-haired girl's 9th level disease. This will also be the first level 9 disease he absorbs. 1 billion merits. Dr. Song, you are here. On the operating bed, the white-haired girl was still able to sit up. She was sitting on the bed curiously playing with the various tools hanging on the surrounding walls. Seeing Song Bing's arrival, she put down the whip she was playing with, and all her attention fell on Song Bing. Obviously, he didn't expect Song Bing to come in the middle of the night, and saw a bunch of things the other party was playing with in front of him. Song Bing couldn't help but look weird, but he still pretended that nothing happened and stepped forward. Let's go. Let's continue the treatment. With that said, Song Bing pushed the white-haired girl into the operating room, as usual. Jin Xiai from behind also arrived. When she saw the lights in the operating room were on, she understood everything. Lie down. Next is the lower body. If nothing else, you should be able to get out of bed and walk after tonight. After Song Bing finished dressing, he looked at the white-haired girl with an expectant face and said, Dr. Song, I really just want to keep quiet and watch. I'm curious about how you do it. I really won't scream. The white-haired girl looked at Song Bing with a pleading expression. I really want to see how Song Bing treats himself. But in the face of such a prayer, Song Bing said nothing. but skillfully took out the ribbon again. Cover the white-haired girl again. At the same time, he knocked it down with his own hands. Only then did the final surgery begin. This time, Song Bing inserted more bone needles. And every time it is extremely dignified and careful. The white-haired girl's reaction was even greater. But this time it was no longer as comfortable as the last time. But it was filled with the pain of surgery. The white-haired girl even cried out in pain. At the same time, outside the mountain villa, under the dark night, an unknown exploration team finally discovered this place. There seems to be someone, search. The team leader had sharp eyes and waved his hand, and several soldiers scattered around and invaded the villa. At the same time, in the basement, after being rejected by Song Bing, Jin Xiai could only put on her clothes and stay outside the operating room, waiting for the final surgery results. Listening to the screams from the white-haired girl in the operating room, Jin Xiai clenched her fists, full of nervousness. But at this moment, a searching soldier happened to break in and met Jin Xiai head-on. When he saw Jin Xiai's astonishing face, the soldier's eyes suddenly widened and sparkled. I was deeply attracted in an instant. The soldier shouted excitedly, "Come on, we are here." On the ground, all the soldiers who heard the movement quickly changed their direction and came towards the basement. Jin Xiai's pretty face changed slightly, but Duan Ran didn't expect to be discovered. Ha ha ha, what a beautiful woman. Seeing Jin Xiai becoming more and more stunning, the soldier couldn't bear it anymore. After the briefing, he was fascinated like a wild beast and rushed towards Jin Xiai impatiently. Jin Xiai's pretty face slightly condensed, and the moment the soldier grabbed her wrist, she decisively activated her ability, semen seizing. In an instant, an invisible and terrifying suction force began to crazily absorb the soldier's essence. The soldier's body suddenly trembled. The energy began to drain away rapidly. It's like turning on 20 times speed. The soldiers came again and again mercilessly. No stimulation is needed at all. The soldier's expression changed drastically, and he soon felt as if his body was being squeezed dry rapidly. He hurriedly unleashed his 5th-level superpower to break away from Jin Xiai. But this time, Jin Xiai's skin firmly attracted his hand. Moreover, his energy loss is still accelerating. The soldier yelled in anguish, but he looked at the charming witch in front of him with a look of fear. The dark circles under his eyes were darkening rapidly. Next comes the depression. The skin also quickly becomes dull and yellow. In less than a minute, most of the soldier's body wasted away, and he was drained of life into a mummy. The soldier was sucked dry and fell to the ground with his pants ripped off. But at the moment of his death, he rolled his eyes, unable to conceal his happiness while being frightened. On the other hand, Kim Hee's pretty face couldn't hide the flush, and she was even more charming. Wow! Not long after the soldier was sucked dry and fell to the ground, several other soldiers heard the sound and came over. At first glance, I was also attracted by Jin Xiai's charming appearance. But soon, their eyes also noticed the soldiers who were sucked into mummies on the ground. Their expressions changed slightly. If it weren't for the combat uniforms the soldiers were wearing, they wouldn't even be able to recognize them. The dozen or so soldiers who arrived were immediately alert. They all pulled out their black gold guns and pointed them at Jin Xiai. But for some reason, facing such a beauty in the world, they actually had the illusion that they couldn't bear to shoot. What did you do to him? The team leader walked out at the same time. The moment he raised his hand, a level 6 supernatural power erupted, and the surrounding iron products began to tremble under his control. Chong chong chong. The next second, several iron handcuffs on the wall behind Jin Xiai flew towards her. He restrained Jin Xiai's hands and feet on the spot and controlled her on the wall. Jin Xiai's flushed pretty face changed slightly, but facing the team leader who was close to level 6, she had no power to resist. Answer me. Otherwise, I don't mind letting my brothers line up. The captain of the team came to Jin Xiai at the same time and raised his chin. From a close distance, he was even more attracted by this beautiful face that brought disaster to the country and the people. Looking at Jin Xiai, his blood boiled inexplicably, and he had an impulse that all men would have. I didn't do anything, but he wanted to attack me. Jin Xiai looked innocent. Just one look once again aroused the suppressed passion of the team leader. The death of a drained soldier was quickly forgotten. Just as the team leader was about to take action, the white-haired girl's screams were heard again from the operating room nearby. The team leader and the soldier's eyes were quickly attracted. Jin Xiai's expression also changed. And women? The team leader raised his lips slightly. The women in front of me are all so beautiful. What will happen inside? Just by hearing this voice, you can tell that she is definitely a beauty. No, don't. If anything happens, just come to me. Jin Xiai's face suddenly changed, and she took the initiative to retain the team leader. But this only piqued the interest of the team leader. Ignoring Jin Xiai's prayers, he stepped forward, raised his hand, and pulled her out of thin air. Bang! The next second, the metal door was ruthlessly opened. Under the bright operating lights, the white-haired girl dripping with sweat came into view. Her white hair was spread like crystal-clear hair, and her beautiful and delicate face was as spotless as an angel. The ribbon wrapped around the eyes adds a bit of charm. Even better than the charming Kim Hee by a few points. All the soldiers were stunned. Unexpectedly, they were so lucky in this villa deep in the mountains and forests. He unexpectedly found two stunningly beautiful beauties at the same time. If Kim Hee turns them on, the angelic white-haired girl in front of them amazed them. However, when their greedy eyes looked down carefully, only then did he notice that there was a handsome man in a white coat at the foot of the table where the white-haired girl was lying. At this moment, Song Bing was lowering his head and carefully applying needles to the white-haired girl's feet. He seemed completely oblivious to the arriving soldiers. It's just that the speed of the two hands is getting faster and faster. The greedy faces of the soldiers suddenly darkened. It just felt like Song Bing was desecrating a perfect work of art. What are you doing? The key is that they didn't stop even after they came. Stop, kneel down. The team leader frowned slightly and gave an overbearing order on the spot. However, Song Bing still did not raise his head and continued to concentrate on treating the white-haired girl's feet. The speed of the ghost hand is also getting faster and faster. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, this kind of treatment is just touching. Seeing that Song Bing was not interested in him, the team leader showed a stern expression and his eyes flashed. Phew! The next second, a dagger flew out from a soldier's waist and hit Song Bing directly between his eyebrows. At the same time, Song Bing's hands came to the white-haired girl's feet, and two invisible bone fingers inserted simultaneously. Chom! At the same time, the dagger had arrived sharply. But just when the sharp tip of the knife was about to pierce Song Bing's head, Song Bing suddenly raised his eyes. The moment the tip of the knife came into contact with Song Bing's pupils suddenly turned into a strange color. A majestic brain power suddenly gathered and instantly froze the dagger in midair. Under this terrifying mental power, the dagger became as brittle as tissue paper and began to twist and break. Think. The team leader's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately felt the terrifying power of this sudden burst of brain power. For a moment, he even seemed to have lost control of the iron. He immediately realized how terrifying the young man in the white coat in front of him was. But when he wanted to escape, that terrifying brain power had already covered him like a sound wave. It instantly enveloped the entire basement. The bodies of the squad leader and the soldiers were instantly frozen. It was as if the soul was imprisoned and a body-holding technique was cast. They directly lost control of their bodies. When the broken dagger fragments fell to the ground, and Song Bing acted as if nothing had happened. He continued to lower his head. Complete final surgery. Jin Xiai, who was tied to the wall, looked at all this with trembling eyes. There was a brief silence in the basement. I don't know how long it took before Song Bing covered the white-haired girl's feet. Then he looked up again. He looked at Jin Xiai. The iron tools that bound his limbs quickly fell off. Only then did Jin Xiai fall from the wall. Sister. The first time she regained her freedom, Jin Xiai couldn't wait to run towards the white-haired girl. At this moment, the white-haired girl has recovered from the pain, but her pretty face is extremely pale. Blood even flowed from her lips, and she still seemed unable to feel the presence of her feet. Dr. Song, is my sister okay? Jin Xiai's beauty turned pale, and she suddenly looked at Song Bing worriedly. She's fine. It's just that she was interrupted at the critical moment of the operation and suffered a backlash from the virus in her body. I can only end the operation temporarily to save her life. Song Bing turned around and said. Hearing this, Jin Xiai's face turned a little pale. She has consumed too much. She will not be able to hold on if she continues. If you want to continue, you can only wait for her to recover for a while. Song Bing glanced at the fair-faced, white-haired girl and said solemnly. Hearing this, Jin Xiai breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. Let's move to a different place for your sister to recover from her injuries, and then we can continue after her injuries are healed. Song Bing looked away and said, Where are we going? Jin Xiai looked at Song Bing in confusion. I don't know either, but you will know if you follow these people. Song Bing said, turning to look at the intruding soldiers. It must be unsafe here. Jin Xiai looked stunned, but looking at these imprisoned soldiers, they were full of anger. Seaman Seal was invisibly activated again. I want to suck these people to death through the air. Stop smoking. It's no longer safe here. We still need them to lead the way to a safe place. Feeling Jin Xiai's movements, Song Bing reminded. Jin Xiai's beautiful eyes fluctuated, and she obviously didn't expect that Song Bing would sense every move she made with her powers. She then quickly put away the Seaman Seal. The strange pupils in Song Bing's eyes flashed at the same time. Soon, the eyes of all the soldiers turned dull, turned around, and led the way in front. Just like in the South Island. Let's go. Song Bing said something and followed the soldiers first. Jin Xiai hesitated for a moment. Although Song Bing didn't know where he was going, he glanced at the white-haired girl. Still carrying the pale and bleeding white-haired girl, he quickly followed. Under night, the three of them followed a group of soldiers and left the villa where they had lived for a few days. Find a hidden black gold chariot. Head northwest. The next day, as the sky dimmed, the heavy snow that had been falling all day and night finally stopped. At a glance, the snow is 1/2 meter deep and a vast expanse of white snow. All life seems to be covered by this heavy snow, falling into a frozen apocalypse. On a plain with a wide view, a coalition of apocalypse forces appeared here. The coalition consists of 4 flags. One of them is Tao from the White O Kingdom. Because they failed to join the White O 7 Kingdoms coalition, they organized 3 other small countries to follow the White O 7 Kingdoms and invade Anghua. The plundering along the way also made this 20,000-strong coalition continue to grow. Even if they are close to Andu, they are still searching all the way. In the empty plains and snow, many black gold vehicles can be vaguely seen escorting supplies and Anghua survivors. One of the cars passed the checkpoint without going to where the slaves were held. Instead, they headed all the way towards the central base camp. Everyone, after drinking this glass of wine, you can set off. Now we are less than 50 miles away from Andu. You can arrive with the other coalition forces before noon today. At that time, this stupid country can be destroyed together with Song Bing. At this moment, in the base camp, the Tao representative sat at the head of the dining table, stood up like a leader, and said domineeringly, Fuck! Representatives and generals from the other 3 countries also stood up, all of them with high morale. Reporting to the leader, a Tao Kingdom spy team is here, saying they have something important to report. A guard walked in to report. Didn't you see that we are going to have a meal? Let's talk about it after we finish eating. The Tao representative said displeased. The spy captain said that the matter is very urgent and must be reported to you personally. The guard continued. Representative Tao Gua showed displeasure, but still waved. Let them in. Yes. The guard retreated, and soon the former team leader led a group of team members into the base camp. I heard that you have something important, and you must see me. Let me tell you what it is. Could it be that you also caught Song Bing? Representative Tao Gua looked at the team leader with some displeasure, and even deliberately made angry remarks. All the generals at the table looked at the soldiers with curiosity. Why is it so urgent? That's right, Chief, you guessed it right. We have already brought Song Bing. The team leader's dull eyes flashed with surprise, but he immediately reported the report with a smile. The scene was quiet. The expressions of all the generals at the dinner table were stiff. Not a surprise, but weird. I just feel like this guy knocked too much. Bragging so much. My lord, he is playing tricks on you. A personal guard with a tuft of hair on his nose couldn't help but speak. Do you think this joke is funny? Representative Tao Gua also laughed angrily. Of course I don't believe it. If Song Bing was so easy to catch, why would so many powerful forces come to attack him? What else do you need them to do? Master Chief, we have really caught Song Bing. In addition to Song Bing, there are 2 peerless beauties. They are right outside the door, waiting for your instructions. The team leader once again reported seriously. Uff. At the dinner table, there was a general who couldn't hold back his laughter and turned into a duck. Okay, very good. Then bring the people here and let everyone see that you caught Songbing. The Tao representative laughed angrily and gritted his teeth. Yes. The team leader nodded, immediately looked back at his men and ordered, "Why are you still standing there? Bring Songbing and those two women." The door opens again. Under the eyes of all the generals who were waiting to see the joke, Songbing and Jin Xiai walked in, carrying the white-haired girl on their backs. The eyes of all the generals fell on Songbing with amusement. But the moment they saw Songbing's face clearly, the amusement on their faces froze. "Haha, this is you." Representative Tao Gua, who was about to get angry, suddenly contracted his pupils when he saw Songbing, and his sarcasm suddenly stuck in his neck. He stood up in shock and recognized Songbing at a glance. This face, which was once world-famous, could not be recognized by him given his preconceptions. All the coalition generals also seemed to have seen a ghost. His face was filled with disbelief. No kidding, did Songbing really get arrested? For a moment, they were nothing but surprised. "I don't even know what to say. It's me. Congratulations, you won the prize." Songbing looked at these generals with a smile, trying to be kind. In the next second, before all the generals could laugh out loud, Songbing's brainpower was already covered. First, seal these people's vocal cords. Then came countless newly developed diseases. Just use these people for experiments. Faced with this sudden and terrifying brain power, before the representatives of the Tao Kingdom and the generals in the base camp could laugh, their hearts trembled violently, and then they immediately rose into the air. Before they could shout out, diseases comparable to pain in the balls suddenly fell on them like a mixed doubles. Their bodies suddenly twisted in pain in midair. Became the experimental subject of Song Dynasty. But he couldn't make any sound. Everyone's face was filled with confusion and pain. It was as if I had just been given a piece of candy and immediately followed by a sinus attack. This sudden surprise made them unable to react at all. All that's left is hopelessness and pain. After sending the patient away, Songbing's brain power moved again, and all the generals twisted in pain while spinning in circles in midair. It's like being on a merry-go-round, the one that also comes with its own soundtrack. After doing all this, Songbing ignored him and came to a large table of delicious food. "Looks like you came just in time for dinner." Looking at the table of sumptuous Western food, Songbing smiled. "This is a coincidence that comes sooner rather than later. What are you doing standing still? The guests have already prepared the food for us. Come and eat." Picking up Ai Xiaoxiu's favorite roast chicken and eating it, Songbing looked at Jin Xiai and the white-haired girl who were still in a daze at the door and smiled. At this moment, surprise was already written on the pretty faces of the two sisters. "Didn't you expect that this was the safe place?" Songbing said. "Take them directly to the enemy's base camp? Is this the most dangerous and safest place in Anhua's plan?" Looking at the dazzling array of food on the long dining table and Songbing, who was eating deliciously, Jin Xiai hesitated for a moment before carrying the white-haired girl forward. He put it in front of a chair, sat down, and started eating it along with Songbing. "Come on, eat more so you can recover faster." While Songbing was eating, he thoughtfully gave the white-haired girl a large pot of stew. The white-haired girl was stunned for a moment, then turned happy. She smiled brightly, then picked up the spoon in the pot and drank it regardless of her appearance. After all, this was a gift from Songbing, so she naturally wouldn't waste it. Jin Xiai watched this scene silently, smiled slightly, and also ate a piece of steak. Just like that, Songbing and the other three were eating leisurely below. Above, representatives from Tao Kingdom and others kept spinning and singing to add to the fun, not to mention how pleasant it was. It's these people who don't seem to be happy, but in pain. He looked like he was desperate for life, but not for death. Songbing ate slowly until, together with the sisters Jin Xiai, they destroyed an entire table of food. Finally, I wiped my mouth, raised my glass and filled myself with a glass of good red wine. Then he crossed his legs, shook the goblet, and looked up at Representative Tao and others who had been spinning for an unknown amount of time. "After such a long time, you must be getting tired, right?" Looking at the expressions of these people looking for death, it is obvious that the various new diseases he has researched are good. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch! Song Bing's eyes flashed, and the rotating generals fell to the ground as if gravity had been restored. All their diseases were ruthlessly absorbed by Song Bing. This includes their abilities. Die to me, roar. I'll come. I'll blow, huh? The generals who gradually regained their composure looked at each other, with anger flashing in their eyes. The first thing I wanted to do was to release my own abilities. Launched a sneak attack on Song Bing and the other three. Some of them suddenly opened their mouths and made breathing movements. Some suddenly raised their hands and shook them in the air. Some stared suddenly, wanting to launch a mental attack. But it was discovered that there was nothing. It was so funny that he looked like he was going to stare Song Bing to death. Huh? How could this happen? Where's my power? Where's my power? Mine is gone too, my brain power. Die to me, die to me. The generals were stunned. No matter how hard they stared, there was no response. Maybe your eyes are a little dry. Put some eye drops and try staring again. Song Bing reminded. Is it you? Did you make our powers disappear? The generals trembled. Looking at Song Bing with a playful look on his face, they understood everything no matter how stupid he was. This is a disease, I just helped you cure it. Song Bing smiled. The pupils of the generals shrank and they stopped talking, but they looked at Song Bing with fear. The Tao representative who was the first to react was like a dead dog. He immediately knelt down and frantically begged for mercy. Don't dare to have any more petty thoughts. Divine Dr. Song, spare us. We were bewitched by the Apocalypse organization. We deserve to die. Please restore our powers. We'll leave right away. Think of us as nothing. We swear we will never come to Manhua again. The other generals were also frightened and frantically knelt down to beg for mercy. At this moment, they no longer had any thoughts. Now that we have become ordinary people, how can we dare to show any resistance at all? It seems that the recovery is good. As for whether you can survive, it depends on your next performance. Song Bing tasted the red wine, and it tasted really good. I have to say, these people really enjoy it. All the generals were so frightened that they trembled. Now I already regret coming to Manhua. I wanted to get a piece of the pie, but I almost lost my life. Aren't you going to attack Andu, capture Song Bing, eliminate the witch, and defend Blue Star? Then continue. At this point, the other Apocalypse forces should have already set off, and you can also set off. Song Bing smiled meaningfully. Hearing this, all the generals were frightened to death and frantically begged for mercy again. Dr. Song, we were really wrong. We never dare to do it again. Please don't kill us. But I just want you to continue to attack Andu with other Apocalypse forces. If you come here and leave without a fight, it will appear that our Manhua is not hospitable. Of course, you can also choose to die now. Song Bing was very easy to talk to. Think, the pupils of all the generals were dilated, and they did not dare to beg for mercy. They looked at Song Bing without looking like he was joking, although they did not understand. Then let's set off. Just pretend that we don't exist, and you can do your best. Song Bing drank the red wine in his glass, stood up, and said with a smile. The corners of the mouths of the generals twitched fiercely, and it was difficult to deny that Song Bing did not exist. They didn't understand why Song Bing still had such a request, but he could only stand up with a smile and invite Song Bing to get in the car. At the same time, the order was given to set off. Jin Xiai's face was weird, and she was increasingly confused by Song Bing's novel brain circuit. But seeing Song Bing getting up, she hurriedly carried the white-haired girl who had finished drinking a large pot of boiling soup on her back and followed him. As a result, the four-nation coalition led by Tao Kingdoms soon set off, and a mighty 20,000-strong army headed toward Andu together with other Apocalypse forces. Song Bing led the sisters Jin Xiai and got into the purple and gold luxury chariots of the generals. From the perspective of the enemy, witnessed the battle to attack Song Bing and capture the witch. In the chariot, as a daily mobilization slogan, Representative Tao Guo was always very passionate, but he looked at Song Bing who was already sitting in the chariot. This time, he couldn't express his passion. His legs were trembling and he felt like crying. He wanted to give this rare opportunity to other generals, but who would dare to take it? One by one, they can't avoid it. Catch Song Bing. Song Bing is here. Go catch it. Come and let me shout for you. Seeing that the other party was so frightened that he couldn't scream, Song Bing did feel that he was being forced into a difficult situation. So he reached out thoughtfully to help. Representative Tao Gua immediately shed tears of gratitude and hurriedly handed the microphone in his hand to Song Bing. Then he followed the other generals to the corner and squatted down. Only in this way can we feel safe. Song Bing picked up the microphone, cleared his throat, and immediately imitated the accent of the Tao representative and spoke impassionedly. In order to make these soldiers more passionate, Song Bing also used some brain power. For the sake of justice, catch Song Bing, destroy the witch, and protect Blue Star. Catch Song Bing, destroy the witch, and protect Blue Star. Catch Song Bing, destroy the witch, and protect Blue Star. The 20,000 soldiers outside the purple and gold chariot suddenly became even more excited and moved forward when they heard this impassioned declaration that overwhelmed their brains. The army was instantly full of fighting spirit like never before. In the Zijin chariot, the generals squatting in the corner were completely confused. It became increasingly difficult to understand what Song Bing was trying to do, but no one dared to say it. The same thing happened to Jin Xiai on the side, who couldn't hide her weirdness as she looked at Song Bing with a passionate look on her face. Are you shouting to arrest yourself? Still so happy? Under the snowy and frozen apocalypse, the snow was several feet deep, and the land was filled with ice and snow. So much so that the entire Andu is even more conspicuous under this apocalypse of ice and snow. In the endless snowfield, survivors are still coming in a steady stream. It had lasted 2 days and 1 night. Like countless trickling streams, they gradually gathered at the foot of Andu's city wall. At this moment, at the foot of Andu's Great Wall, there were already many fleeing survivors. Looking down, there are tens of thousands of people. Almost all of these survivors are people who were forced to flee here by those foreign apocalyptic forces who destroyed their refuges. To the south, there are countless survivors who have been saved by Song Bing. They all fled to Andu together. Because, under the frenzied encirclement and suppression attacks by the apocalyptic forces of various countries, only Andu is the last safe place for Anghua. In response, everyone in the Andu homeland evenly arranged for these survivors to live in the 4 directions at the foot of the Andu Great Wall, and has always strictly abided by Sun Shun's half-saving. But even so, on the city wall, looking at the gathering of more and more survivors, Sia's pretty face still showed a dignified look. There are too many survivors. There are thousands of people in every direction. A refuge circle was almost formed outside the Andu Great Wall. What's even more frightening is that there are still survivors fleeing in the snow in the distance, as well as the bodies of many survivors who froze to death on the road. It is hard to imagine that all parts of Anghua have been devastated by those foreign apocalyptic forces. This led to survivors from all over Anghua fleeing to Andu. Sia couldn't help clenching her fists, and for the first time, she felt truly filled with hatred for these so-called apocalyptic forces. Not just her, but also the members of the Andu homeland who guard all parties. Report from the northwest. A large number of white gull invaders are only 50 miles away from Andu. They are expected to arrive in Andu in 3 hours. Report. A large invading army from the south is also only 50 miles away. It is expected to arrive in Andu in 3 hours. Report. A large number of fighter planes suddenly appeared in the east. They are expected to arrive over Andu in 3 hours. Almost at the same time, the spies' hasty reports came from the miniature earphones in the ears of Sia and the people in charge of the guards. This is a wireless communication headset, which was modified by a group of experts from the Andu homeland using the information provided by the captive experts. Through this communication headset, smooth communication can be achieved remotely. Upon hearing the report, the eyes of all the persons in charge flashed with sharpness. Is what is supposed to come still coming? I just didn't expect these forces to move so quickly and neatly. This is to see that the survivors of Anghua are not threatened by them. Are you not going to give them a chance to breathe? Copy that. The surveillance mission is over. Please go home safely. Sia, who was silent for a moment, spoke immediately. The sound was also transmitted through the communicator in the ears to the ears of the people in charge and the spies who were also wearing headphones. Yes. The voices of several spies and guards rang out at the same time, and they came to Andu one after another from their respective hiding places. Everyone, it's time to distribute weapons. Brace yourself and prepare to face the enemy. Sia then spoke with sharp eyes. and this was also addressed to the person in charge of the security guards at all levels. While giving the order, she also headed west of Andu. According to the information transmitted, there were the most powerful enemies there, so she naturally needed to go there first to see the situation. Got it, got it, got it. We're ready, let them come. The voices of Zhang Taizhu and others from 4 directions soon sounded in Sia's earphones. At the same time, in 4 directions of the Great Wall, a group of guards took out a large number of previously captured black gold weapons and began to tie them with ropes. Zhang Taizhu, Luo Yin, and other leaders came to the highest point of the city wall and looked down at the survivors below. Next, it is natural to mobilize. With the various foods and warmth measures provided by Anda Homestead, they even secretly mixed some medicine into the food that was enough to treat injuries. Most of the survivors who continued to flee have recovered. At least he will be able to fight next. And with the addition of tens of thousands of survivors, to a large extent, it makes up for the shortcomings of the insufficient number of people in the Anda homeland. Although not comparable to those foreign powers. Everyone, we have just received news that in 3 hours, those foreign forces will attack Andu. Watching the west side of the Great Wall, Sia came to the fortress guarded by Zhang Taizhu and mobilized for Zhang Taizhu, who was not good at speaking. Zhang Taizhu also saw the opportunity and gave way to the observation tower, leading only Song Shenglong and Wang Kai, who were looking excited, to stand beside Sia obediently as a deterrent. Can we survive this fight? Strong, very strong. Those foreign armies are well equipped and of high levels. We are definitely no match for them. We must all die. As soon as Sia said these words, countless survivors immediately looked fearful. After so many days of running away and being beaten, they have cast a shadow on those foreign apocalyptic forces. Therefore, before the fighting even started, countless survivors had already decided to give up. He even wanted to run away. The courage I had mustered before suddenly disappeared in the face of fear. Everyone, those foreign countries are surrounding us from all directions, and they come with the intention of destroying us and safeguarding our country. Therefore, we cannot escape now even if we want to. Every direction is a dead end. Only by fighting can there be any chance of survival. Without war, Ongwa will perish. We will also become slaves to the subjugation of our country. Seeing that most of the survivors wanted to retreat, Sia quickly spoke sharply. But those foreign forces are really strong, and we are no match for them. Can you open the city gate and let us hide in? Please, I really don't want to die. As soon as these words came out, countless survivors became even more desperate and even begged Sia to open the door. Absolutely no courage. Song Shenglong and Wang Kai looked at these fearful people. A look of confusion. What are you afraid of? How cool is it to fight? Now even if you hide in and security is breached, won't we all die? Sia Dai frowned slightly and spoke. She knew that there must be many spies among them to encourage people. But now, there is obviously no time to find those spies. So, Sia immediately waved her hand, and a group of caregivers behind her immediately bundled up various black gold weapons and sent them to the city wall. He continued to speak loudly. These weapons were obtained by us when we destroyed countless evil forces and even the forces of the Sakura Kingdom. These weapons, like those of foreign powers, are made of a material called black gold. With these black gold weapons, we will be able to fight against those foreign forces. Now, there is no possibility of our escape. The enemy has blocked all our escape routes. Only by fighting from the bottom of the pot can we survive. So, if you are still Ongwa people, take up these weapons. Join us in the fight against the invading foreign forces. Defend Ongwa's last dignity. Okay, let's fight. I am the only one. Count me in. Maid, those bitches won't let us live, and I will have to hold them back until I die. Sia's words, and these black gold weapons really had an effect. Faced with almost no way to escape, many survivors were still fearful, but they also stepped forward and picked up their weapons. No matter how provocative those secret spies are, it will be of no avail. Fighting to survive versus kneeling down and waiting to die. A smart person knows how to choose. What's more, they are still Ongwa people who know how to burn their boats. The same scene was staged in the other 3 directions of Andu. Among them, the one with the most fighting spirit is undoubtedly the south. Because of this aspect, Songbing has saved the most survivors. Thousands of meters above Andu, between the clouds, inside a purple and gold plane. How's it going? Layden leaned on a smart armchair, closed his eyes, and asked. Reporting to Mr. President, news has come from various departments that the apocalypse forces of various countries have formed a world alliance. They are only 50 miles away from Andu. It is expected that a fight will begin today. A personal guard on the side immediately stood up respectfully and reported the latest news. Where's the medicine? Did you take it? Layden continued to ask with his eyes closed. All departments have been downloaded. As expected, today is enough for these representatives of the apocalypse forces to reach their highest levels one after another. But at the same time, their lifespan will also be determined. I'm sorry, my subordinate is talking too much. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, the personal guard hurriedly clasped his hands and lowered his head. Layden did not blame him, but slowly opened his gloomy eyes and said with a smile to himself, "That's good. I hope they can take care of Song Bing and Andu for me, so that I don't have to take action myself. The president is wise." The personal guard rushed to flatter him. "Well, since the war is about to start, it's time for us to set off and take a look at the show." Layden stood up and said with a smile. Under his cunning face, he looked like he was sure of victory. He wanted to see how Song Bing would survive this time. The Zijin aircraft hidden among the clouds started, but it did not fly at high speed, but slowly shuttled between the clouds. It didn't cause the slightest ripple in the clouds, like a flying beast hidden among the clouds. To the west of Andu, on the marching path of the White 07 Nation Alliance Army, inside the large purple-gold chariot located in the center, suddenly, a majestic ice energy overflowed. Ha ha ha, it's done. I've reached level 7. I actually completed the final fusion while still awake and reached level 7. God help me. In a room, it was freezing cold, and at the same time, the maniacal laughter of the Yin Kingdom representative could be heard. But he didn't laugh for long. At the same time, waves of majestic energy burst out in other rooms. Then the representatives of the other 6 countries also laughed heartily. Ha ha, I broke through. I actually broke through. It's integrated. It's a perfect integration. Level 7. I reached level 7. The excited voices of the 7 representatives reached each other's ears one after another. The 7 people walked out of the room one after another with doubts when they felt each other's 7th level energy fluctuations. First he was stunned, then he laughed. Ha ha, this seems to be God's will. God wants Manhua to perish. Now that we have all reached level 7, no matter how cunning Song Bing is, he can't escape from our grasp. It seems that bringing so many troops is a waste. If we had completed the fusion earlier and reached level 7, why would we need the army again? The 7 of us who came to Andu are the existence of gods. What qualifications does Song Bing have to fight with us? The strongest person in Andu right now is Song Bing, right? I heard he is level 6. It's useless even if he's at level 7 now. This time, I want to see how Song Bing and those people from Andu die. All 7 representatives showed their sharpness and their self-confidence increased sharply. Level 7 is not the same level as level 6. There are many level 6 soldiers in the coalition army. Even they can only be regarded as the top beings in the 6th level. One person is enough to kill several ordinary 6th level people. Now, they have reached level 7. In their eyes, level 6 is as weak as an ant. It can be destroyed with a flip of your hand. How come they are not confident? Congratulations to the 7 adults. Now that we have reached the 7th level, Song Bing and the witch will definitely be ours. The other generals who came after hearing the sound felt the terrifying energy fluctuations of the 7 people, and they all saluted excitedly. I think that now that we have broken through level 7, our 7 Nations Alliance army will no longer need to join forces with other apocalypse forces, right? The Yin Kingdom representative narrowed his eyes slightly. The remaining 6 representatives' eyes flickered, and they quickly understood what the Ingwa representative meant. Now that they are so strong, do they still need a world alliance? No need at all. So what if that monster army comes? Just kill them casually. They are now at the real 7th level, which is completely different from the pseudo-7 levels forcibly raised with pathogenic agents. That's right. Now our 7-nation coalition is enough to set foot in Ping-en and capture Song Bing and the witch. There is no need for other apocalypse forces to get involved. The other representatives all expressed their opinions unanimously. Give me the order. There is no need to wait for the command from the alliance of various countries. Go ahead at full speed, set foot on the safe capital, and capture the witch. After receiving support, the In Kingdom representative immediately looked confidently at the generals and spoke with high spirits. Yes. All the generals immediately took orders and retreated. Soon, the White 07 Nation Alliance began to accelerate and charged towards Andu. No longer waiting for news from other countries' apocalyptic forces. I just want to be the first to arrive in Andu. Take down the witch in one go. What the G7 representatives won't know, however, is this. At this moment, the leaders of other apocalypse forces all had the same God-given opportunity as them. During the march, they suddenly merged completely and were promoted one after another. Most are also at level 7, although not as numerous as the White 07 Nation Alliance army. But the gold content of level 7 has instantly boosted the self-confidence of the leaders of the apocalyptic forces in various countries. Therefore, they are like the white gulls of the 7-Nation Coalition. No longer actively use the apocalypse communicator to communicate. Instead, they blocked the communicator and quietly accelerated their marching route. They all want to be the first to take Andu. The so-called World Alliance is because of uneven strength. The first instant collapse. The faster marching route also virtually shortened the time for the apocalypse forces from various countries to arrive in Andu. Among them, the White 07 Nation Alliance Army, which had always been in the lead, became the first army to arrive in Andu. But when they saw Andu for the first time, all the soldiers of the White 07 Nation Alliance were shocked. I was deeply shocked by the magnificent and technological architecture of Anuna. The Great Watch Wall, surrounded like a giant dragon, stands tall, and its outermost layer is made of black gold. Looking up at Andu within the Great Wall, one can faintly see many towering high-tech buildings rising from the ground, surrounded by layers and connected to each other. With just one glance, the entire city of Andu seemed like a detached alien capital in this chaotic apocalypse. It's hard not to be attractive. It turns out that what those spies said was true. This is better than those spies said. The representatives of the 7 countries could not hide their shock and spoke. Although a lot of information about the development of Andu was obtained from the mouths of those spies, but it was far less shocking than the 1/10,000th they saw. It's been less than 2 years since the apocalypse began, right? They managed to build a base based on the foundation they accumulated during the peaceful era. But now, Song Bing directly built a city. It was also the former capital of Andu. The construction is so perfect. How could this not surprise them? Is this the benefit of the witch? If we had the witch earlier, it would be more than just a city. After the shock, the Ingwa representative clenched his fists and spoke. We need to build such a refuge city. They do not lack any technology or manpower. Do they not want to build it? Of course not. But the conditions don't allow it. Nowadays, cities in various countries are basically occupied by zombies. Do you dare to build? Even if they had that technology, they wouldn't be able to clean up all the zombies in a city. That cost too much. Song Bing was able to clean up the zombies in Andu and build a refuge base. There is no doubt that it must be because of the existence of the witch. So soon, the representatives of the 7 countries showed their sharpness. The desire to get the witch became even stronger. Such a perfect city of refuge. It's a pity that it will be ruthlessly destroyed soon. The representative of the feudal country had a weak smile on his face and couldn't wait any longer. No, wouldn't it be better to take such a good place for ourselves and use it as our colony? The representative of Bwagwa hurriedly said reluctantly, I think it will work. The representative of Igor agreed and said, he likes colonies very much. Then just be gentle later and try not to damage it too badly. Especially the survivors gathered at the foot of the city wall. The Saudi representative said with a playful smile. Originally, I wanted to use these survivors, but now it seems that I don't need to. The representative of the country also smiled confidently. Now, they are all at level 7. Looking at everything is like a god looking at ants. Brave warriors, have you seen this? This city of sin is Andu, the gathering place for Song Bing and other Angwa criminals. Now, come with me. Take up arms and march forth. Let Song Bing and these sinners see the bravery and strength of our White O Alliance. The Ingwa representative immediately stood on the roof of the car, pulled out the knight's sword made of purple stripes on his waist, raised his arms and roared, "Let the enemy tremble." The representatives of the 6 countries also drew their weapons one after another. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of white gulls from the 7-nation coalition on the snow-capped mountains raised their weapons and shouted in unison, striding toward Andu with the black gold chariot. Rumble! In an instant, the whole world began to shake violently, as if it was an earthquake. Wherever the hundreds of thousands of troops from the 7 kingdoms of White O passed by, the accumulated heavy snow was flattened. Huh? What happened? At the same time, at the foot of the Great Wall to the west, thousands of survivors who had received their weapons and were waiting anxiously were the first to be awakened. When they all looked up, they were stunned and stunned. In the snowy mountains more than 10 miles away, hundreds of thousands of white gulls from the 7-nation allied forces were approaching in a dense mass of darkness. It also carries countless high-tech black gold weapons, like heavenly soldiers and generals. There is no end in sight. People, lots of people. How to fight? We are not opponents. What should we do? What should we do? Open the door. Open the door quickly. Please open the door and let us in. We really don't want to die. Countless survivors were so frightened that their legs became weak. They abandoned their weapons and frantically beat the door made of purple stripes and black gold. They wanted to escape, but at this moment, almost the entire west side of Andu was surrounded by an army of hundreds of thousands of white gulls. Now Andashiman is the only way to escape. The other brave survivors were too frightened to speak when they saw the enemy's lineup. This is really not of the same magnitude, even if they really muster up the courage to resist. Can you really win? They see no hope at all. How to raise fighting spirit? Dang dang dang. At the same time, on top of the Westgate Fortress, the guards responsible for guarding and monitoring were shocked when they saw the size and luxury of the arriving White O 7 Nations Alliance army and decisively sounded the alarm. Suddenly, the alarm sounded. Not only did it ring throughout the West Gate, it also spread to other directions. Inform Shiman that enemies have arrived. Sia and others quickly came to the top of the city wall listening to the sirens. Although she was prepared, Sia's face still showed a solemn look when she saw the dark, tall and well-organized White O 7 Nations Alliance army consisting of more than 100,000 people. This is just a coalition. Others haven't arrived yet. The disparity in numbers between the enemy and ourselves was immediately apparent. Of course, it would be a different matter if the Pai family's army was here. On the contrary, Song Shenglong and Wang Kai beside Zhang Taizhu saw that there were so many enemies to kill, and their blood boiled instantly. If Zhang Taizhu hadn't pulled them, one person and one dog would have almost jumped down to kill them in excitement. Looking at the countless frightened survivors under the city wall, Sia said no more words of encouragement. The enemy lineup is so huge and terrifying. Nothing can be said now. In fact, she didn't give these people any hope. I just hope these people don't cause any trouble to them. Everyone obeys the order and prepares to meet the enemy. Sia looked at Zhang Taizhu and others. In addition to Zhang Taizhu, Song Shenglong, and Wang Kai, those guarding the West Gate also naturally have a group of assigned nurses. Among these nurses, in addition to the original nurses of the hospital, there are also many experts who joined later. Therefore, although there are only 100 people in number, the weakest is level 5. The strongest one is level 7. Including Sia, Zhang Taizhu, and the others, there are a total of 24 levels 7 on site. It is not an exaggeration to say that one can defeat 100, no, 1,000. Of course, Sia and others always remain vigilant before knowing the enemy's strength. At the same time, under the long swords waved by the representatives of the 7 countries, hundreds of thousands of White O allied forces who maintained their formation and advanced saw the panic scene of thousands of Ongwa survivors being frightened. All the soldiers couldn't help laughing. At the same time, I feel more confident. The steps suddenly became more determined. Haha. By sending weapons to these survivors, Song Bing doesn't expect to unite these survivors against our coalition forces of hundreds of thousands, right? Then he is really smart. Haha. Haha. The people of Ongwa are as vulnerable as ever. They were ruthlessly invaded and plundered by us hundreds of years ago, and they are still the same today hundreds of years later. The existence of such a ridiculous race is a waste of Blue Star's resources. It's time to take this opportunity to exterminate them. Looking at the survivors who were paralyzed with fear, the representatives of the 7 countries even spoke with contempt. Soon, an army of hundreds of thousands of white gulls maintained a mighty formation and arrived a few hundred meters west of Andu. Invisibly, an encirclement was formed, surrounding the entire western area of Andu. Faced with the approaching army of white gulls, countless survivors were even more frightened. But there were still some brave Ongwa survivors who were forced to tighten their grip on the weapons in their hands. Despite the fear, he still faced an army of hundreds of thousands of white gulls. At this time, the representative of the Silver Kingdom raised the sword in his hand. "Kill!" The army of white gulls shouted loudly, and they all stopped immediately. The sound resounded throughout the world, shocking people's hearts. At this moment, every soldier of the White O Alliance army was full of fighting spirit. On the high wall, Sia never gave the order to take action. She must ensure that these people enter the range of the Anda home missile system. This position is just right now. Report: a coalition of small countries with an army of 20,000 troops has also arrived from behind our army. They should also be the coalition forces coming to attack Andu. A few hundred meters away from the west gate, hundreds of thousands of white gull coalition forces had just surrounded the west side of Andu, and a spy from the rear quickly came to report. At the same time, in the northwest direction where hundreds of thousands of white gulls had just passed, another coalition force of 20,000 just appeared there. And it's coming this way. Seeing this scene, the survivors under the city wall became even more desperate. How can they fight with so many enemies? What else? On the city wall, Sia and others could not hide their solemnity. The number of enemies was a bit beyond their expectations. On the other hand, on the purple-striped chariot, the representatives of the 7 countries saw other coalition forces arriving like this. Or are they in the same direction? Their brows couldn't help but frown. Now they don't need coalition forces. I'll take care of it. The representative of Igwa took the initiative to speak, took several generals and a group of thousands of soldiers, and headed towards the 20,000-strong coalition army. Seeing this, the representatives of the 6 countries also withdrew their gaze and looked at Andu again. It's just a small coalition, with a representative from Igwa taking action, relying on level 7 combat power. They believed that it was enough to deter this small coalition, not even threatening them to arrest Song Bing. Of course, what they don't know is that the Song Bing they are looking for is among this coalition. At this moment, in the chariot in the center of the 20,000-strong coalition army, Song Bing was looking at the coalition forces from the 7 White O nations. Seeing these hundreds of thousands of troops, Song Bing couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, I caught up. At the same time, Igwa representatives led nearly 10,000 soldiers and quickly arrived in front of the 20,000 coalition troops. Without saying a word, they dispersed and blocked the path forward of the 20,000 coalition troops represented by Taogwa. The Igwa representative was even more unceremonious. He and several generals drove a purple-patterned chariot and rushed into the coalition forces without any explanation. Pinpointing the purple-patterned chariot where the 3 Song Bings and several Tao coalition generals were located. The surrounding soldiers were ruthlessly pushed back by the 7th-level mental power released by the representative of Igwa. Sheng easily carved a way out of the 20,000 coalition troops. In the chariot, Song Bing couldn't help but feel a look of surprise in his eyes when he felt the 7th-level brain power fluctuation of the Igwa representative. Is this how these people have integrated over time? But these people are always on the way to invade. Where do they find the time to sleep? Who is the leader? Come out and speak. The purple-striped chariot quickly came to the chariot where Song Bing was, and the Igwa representative walked out of the chariot and spoke contemptuously. The 7th-level brain power fully blossomed, and his domineering energy enveloped the chariot where Song Bing was. Inside the chariot, the Tao representatives squatting in the corner all looked at Song Bing. Along the way, Song Bing was almost always in charge. They just show their faces. Let's go? Go out and have a look. You can say whatever I tell you. If you dare to say a random word, I won't mind sending you to see Jesus on the spot. Seeing this scene, Song Bing stood up and said, not forgetting to give a kind smile to the Tao representatives. Several people were immediately frightened and nodded repeatedly. They didn't want to experience the torture before that was worse than life or death again. Just like that, Song Bing wore a mask and a white coat, acting as the personal doctor of several generals, and followed them out of the black gold chariot. Only sisters Jin Shiai were left inside. Is it you? The eyes of the representative from Igwa fell on the representatives from Tao Guo with contempt, and he recognized the representative from Tao Guo at a glance. This small white gull country once wanted to join their seven-nation coalition, but was rejected. As for Song Bing on the side, he didn't care at all. Under Song Bing's mental transmission, the Tao representative quickly apologized and said something. Of course I know you are from the World Alliance. Otherwise you would be dead. The Igwa representative sneered, and then confidently declared, I'm here to tell you that our White O7-Nation Alliance can easily capture Andu, capture Song Bing, and solve this human crisis. You don't need to come, you can go. Song Bing frowned slightly. Through the representatives of Tao Kingdom, he naturally learned about the existence of the World Alliance composed of the apocalyptic forces of various countries. Why do the White Owl 7-Nation Alliance suddenly want to go it alone now? And looking at this representative of the art country, he seems to be very confident. But after only hesitating for a moment, Song Bing immediately sent a message to the Tao representative. Representative Tao Guo immediately cooperated and expressed surprise. In fact, he also wanted to leave, but unfortunately conditions did not allow it. Not just him, but also several other coalition generals. Facing the 7th-level representatives of the Art Nation and the powerful White O7 Nations Alliance, they saw hope, and now they wanted to tell the representatives of Igwa that Song Bing was here. But facing the shadow brought about by Song Bing, no one dared to speak for a while. I also hope that Igwa representatives can take the initiative to discover Song Bing. But obviously, they thought too much. The Igwa representative didn't even look at Song Bing. Facing the surprise of Tao Guo's representative, he just said contemptuously, Isn't what I just said clear? To capture Song Bing, eliminate the witch, and save Blue Star, just leave it to me, the White O7 Nation Alliance, and you are not needed. You can go first and get out. Or do you want me to give you a ride personally? The hearts of several generals trembled. Representative Tao Guo hurriedly followed Song Bing's words and said, We have all seen how powerful your alliance is, and it is easy to find peace. But we have come all the way, and I am also from Bayou, so can you allow us to join you? Join us. Representative Igwa glanced disdainfully at the Representative Tao Guo who wanted to join them again, and refused without hesitation. You are not qualified enough. For the sake of you being a white gull, get out of here. Don't force me to do anything. Song Bing's eyes flickered, and he continued to control his mind. Representative Tao Guo said, We just want to see the strength of your alliance and the destruction of Andu. By the way, I can also stop other incoming apocalypse forces for you. Representative Igwa originally wanted to get angry, but after hearing the last sentence and the humble plea on Representative Tao's face, he instantly changed his mind. Okay, I'll give you this opportunity to perform. If you perform well, you can consider it. The Igwa representative immediately smiled and said, and readily agreed. After all, there is such a loyal coalition acting as dogs to block other apocalypse forces that may come later. It's better than him coming in person again and again to intimidate. Therefore, he naturally had no reason to refuse. As for the betrayal issue, such a small coalition, the small country headed by them has always wanted to join them but failed. He really couldn't understand how such a little Karami would have the courage to backstab them, unless you think your life is too long. Thank you, sir, for your gift. Don't worry, we will take good care of you and never let any other force disturb you. Representative Tao Guo looked excited and grateful. Of course, it's just Song Bing's puppet. The Igwa representative laughed and was about to get in the car and leave. The other generals became anxious when they saw this scene. I don't understand why Representative Tao is so excited, and why hasn't this art country representative discovered Song Bing until now? Wait a minute, Song Bing. A general finally couldn't help but jumped out and wanted to expose Song Bing. Take a gamble. In his opinion, the Igwa general was at level 7 and would definitely be able to kill Song Bing. Then they will be saved. However, before he finished speaking, Song Bing's sharp gaze had already appeared, and his brain power directly invaded his brain. Take control of it. Naturally, he would not believe that these people would keep secret. But I'm sorry, his thinking brain can keep these people secretive. The eyes of the long-haired general who stood up to speak instantly became clear. The other generals also looked at him expectantly. Are you talking to me? The Igwa representative also turned around at this time and looked at the long-haired general who stood up excitedly. Yes, sir, Song Bing is very cunning. You must be careful. The long-haired general immediately smiled and said, of course. At this moment, he also became Song Bing's puppet. Humph. In the face of absolute strength, all cunning methods are a joke. This is nothing for you to worry about. Just be a watchdog. The Igwa representative sneered, got in the car and left. I just think this is a baseless flattery. Yes, I said the wrong thing. I should be beaten. Congratulations, sir. You will surely catch Song Bing and save Blue Star. I wish you success. The long-haired general quickly knelt down and slapped him in greeting. Several generals who were looking forward to it were dumbfounded. Why did you talk so much nonsense? What's the point? Song Bing is here. Is it difficult to say it? There are also representatives from this art country. It's better not to attack. Treat your eyes first. The Song Bing you wanted to catch was right in front of you, watching you act cool, and you didn't even notice. Also attack a wool thread. What? You want to say it too? I haven't gone far yet. If you want to say something, run and say it. Seeing the desire of these people, Song Bing smiled and raised his hand to indicate. He has always been very democratic. Never limit speech. But he will find problems and solve them. No, 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 we have always been loyal. The other generals immediately shook their heads in fear and almost knelt down. The point is, everyone is gone. Why are they still chasing after me? Then let's all get back to the car. It's windy outside, so don't catch a cold. Song Bing smiled slightly and walked into the car first. Several generals suddenly felt that the damn disease was coming, and they were frightened and hurried to follow. The long-haired general who was kneeling and slapping him also stood up sluggishly. The last one followed him and took the initiative to close the car door. The moment he closed the door, he woke up. No, to be precise, he regained control of his body. But his face instantly turned pale, and he quickly knelt down and frantically begged Song Bing for mercy. The other generals remained silent, like a few little quails. They instantly understood that this was Song Bing's method again. If they had just mustered up the courage. Now I have to kneel down with the long-haired general. It's okay, I won't hit you. I always respect everyone who dares to stand up and speak. Song Bing was still extremely kind, and at the same time he looked at the other generals and said, so, fight for me. Don't be too harsh, just save your life. The first half of the sentence made the long-haired general feel happy, but the second half made him happy. The other generals froze, but they could only drag down the long-haired general who was begging for mercy. The beating began. Song Bing, on the other hand, didn't care at all. He poured a glass of red wine, leaned back on the armchair, and looked through the transparent glass in front of him. From the mountain, I leisurely looked at the hundreds of thousands of white gulls in front of me. This range is just right, and his current, thinking brain can easily cover it. So next is the moment of transcendence. With the current strength of Anda homeland, it should be no problem to deal with the White 07 Nation Alliance. At the same time, at the foot of Andashiman. In just 10 minutes, the representative of Igwa came back. Is everything resolved? The other 6 representatives looked at him curiously. This is the Little Tao Kingdom who wanted to join our 7 kingdoms, but was rejected. Igwa smiled contemptuously and continued. They saw that joining us was not possible, so they offered to stop other apocalypse forces for us, so I gave them this opportunity. Ha, that's not bad. The representative of the feudal country smiled. Okay, now that the worries are solved, it's time to solve Song's disease. I can already see the witch waving to me. The Ingwa representative couldn't wait to speak. Then he raised the purple gold sword in his hand again and pointed it at Sia and others on the city wall. Wow! In an instant, all the shield soldiers blocking the front retreated. Sia and others on the city wall were able to see clearly the large purple-patterned chariot in the center of the hundreds of thousands of troops. And on the chariot, representatives of the 7 kingdoms were flying like a rainbow. Level 7. With just one glance, Sia keenly grasped the levels of the 7 people. The serious pretty face finally showed some relief. At least for now, she hasn't felt the terrifying presence beyond level 7. That's no problem. Where is Song Bing? Stop hiding. Give him a chance and let him get out. At the same time, on the chariot, The purple gold sword in the hand of the Yin Kingdom representative pointed at Sia and spoke with great contempt. They also thought that Song Bing didn't show up because he was afraid and was hiding. You alone are not qualified to ask our dean to come forward. Sia said equally coldly. He will naturally not be weak against the enemy. The representatives of the 7 kingdoms were slightly stunned, but they did not expect that there would be such a neither humble nor arrogant woman in Andu. But it was only for a moment that the representatives of the other 6 countries spoke one after another. Haha, are you not coming forward, or are you afraid to see me? Song Bing hides the witch secretly. We, the White O Alliance, are here for justice, to destroy the witch and save Blue Star. Song Bing, if you understand, you can come out obediently, hand over the witch, and commit suicide to apologize. We can consider letting Angua go. Which again, who is the witch? These foreign forces seem to have been saying that they want to destroy some witch. Does that mean we can survive by handing over the witch? But where is the witch? Is she really in the hands of divine Dr. Song? The witch mentioned by the representatives of the 7 kingdoms once again left a deep impression on the survivors at the foot of the city wall, and even gave rise to fantasies. Humph, you are worthy of speaking of justice? Are you worthy of saving human civilization? Who caused this apocalypse? It's not you, the wealthy and powerful, who are trying to pursue immortality. Now that Blue Star has been harmed like this, we are going to defend Blue Star? He even pinned this ridiculous charge on a witch that didn't exist at all. Don't you think it's funny? Although the survivors under the city wall played little role, Sia still exposed the hypocrisy of the representatives of the 7 countries. The eyes of the representative of the 7 kingdoms trembled again. Obviously, he didn't expect Sia to know so much. Huh, glib, I don't know who gave you the courage. In this situation, do you still dare to talk to us like this? You don't think you can fight us by gathering such a bunch of trash, do you? Then it's up to you. Faced with Sia's sharp words, the expression of the representative from the 7 countries changed slightly, and he turned to a gloomy sneer. The Yin Kingdom representative then lowered his head and looked at the terrified survivors under the city wall. He said with a sneer, "Don't blame us for being ruthless. We are just here for the sinner Song Bing. Now, I can give you a chance to live. Come over obediently with your hands raised, join us, and work with us to exterminate Song Bing and atone for your sins. Of course, if you still choose to collude with Song Bing, we don't mind killing you all on behalf of justice." As soon as these words came out, Sia's eyes turned cold. Sure enough, the next second, under the city wall, the eyes of countless survivors lit up. Some people even asked excitedly, "Of course it's true. We White Owl people always keep our word. This is our last chance to atone for your sins." Seeing that the conspiracy was successful, the Ingwa representative continued to speak cunningly. The representatives of the other 6 countries also showed residual smiles. This is a good plan. Don't believe these people. The witch's justice is just a pretense. These beasts want to destroy Angua. Even if you surrender, they will not let you go. Sia hurriedly spoke, trying to alert the survivors under the city wall. Many real Angua survivors who have survived to this day are sober. There were even many relatives who died at the hands of the White O7 Nation Alliance. Therefore, they naturally would not believe it so easily. But he couldn't stand the provocation of the spies among them. But we are no match at all. Even if you hit us, you will die. You stand on the wall and talk without hurting your back, but we are outside. You just want to use us as spearmen. This may be our only chance to survive. Sure enough, in an instant, many spies jumped out. Under this provocation, countless terrified survivors also looked at Sia and others. Please, let Divine Dr. Song come out. Let him hand over the witch to these people, and we can survive. It's all Song Bing's fault that we are in this state now. He should stand up and face trial for us. As long as he dies, and the so-called witch he hides dies, we can live. We are innocent. Divine Dr. Song, please come out and die. If you die alone, you can save tens of millions of us, so it's worth it." In an instant, more and more survivors began to pray to Sia and others. He said he was praying, but he was blaming Song Bing for everything. Then he stood on the highest moral point and asked Song Bing to die generously to save them. Among them, it is not clear which words were said by the spies and which words were said by Angua survivors. But it doesn't seem to matter anymore. Seeing this scene, Sia and the others laughed angrily. Although she had seen the ugliness of human nature countless times, the scene between the farmer and the snake still made her angry. A provocation from the enemy revealed the true colors of countless people. It seems that Sun Shin's half-rescue is indeed correct. If you were really soft-hearted and put all these into the city, you can imagine what the scene would be like? Sister Sia, just do it. I can't stand it anymore. Zhang Taizhu on the side could not restrain himself. Song Shenglong and Wang Kai on the left and right were breathing heavily. Can't wait for a long time. No, the time has not come yet. Please wait. But Sia raised her hand to stop her, her beautiful eyes flashing sharply. If this is the case, then we will take the opportunity to find out a group of spies. So, Sia walked to the edge of the city wall, looked at the survivors below, and pretended to be angry. Haha, I really didn't expect you to say such things. This and a home was built by Dr. Song, who led us, and he led us to raise the food. Now, on the orders of the divine doctor of Song Dynasty, we provide you with food and clothing, and save you when you are on the verge of death. Everyone even agreed to unite as one to deal with the outside world. Now, you are asking divine Dr. Song to commit suicide to apologize? Don't you think it's a little ridiculous? Sia's words briefly silenced the increasingly excited survivors. At the same time, it also gave many survivors with conscience the opportunity to speak. That's right, you are still not human. What did you agree to do at the beginning? You want to fight these beasts together, but now you are full of food and drink and you don't admit it anymore. The real culprits that are causing us harm are these beasts, but you dare not confront them. Instead, ask our Savior to kneel down and apologize to these beasts. Are you still from Manhua? A bunch of weaklings, don't they just die? What's there to be afraid of? Don't embarrass the people of Manhua. I think there must be a spy among us. They never put down their weapons and spoke impassionedly. Ha ha ha, dog bites dog. Interesting. On the Zijin battlefield not far away, the representatives of the Seven Kingdoms saw that with just one sentence, a group of survivors started fighting among themselves, and they couldn't help laughing. The fire isn't burning strong enough. Let me add more firewood. But seeing that there were still many bloody Andu survivors, the Yin Kingdom representative was not satisfied and immediately said with a ferocious smile, "You still have 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, our army will attack directly, leaving no grass behind." 10-9. He remembered it directly. I surrender too. If Song Bing doesn't take the initiative to die, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I surrender. I stand on the side of justice. Song Bing deserves death. Under the timing of the representatives of the Yin Kingdom and the guidance of secret spies, countless timid survivors unceremoniously chose to betray in an instant. They all picked up the supplies and weapons they had received from the Anda home, raised their hands high, and ran excitedly toward the White O Army's lineup of hundreds of thousands. It seems that there is full of hope of life. Even if you fall, you still have to climb, just to race against time. Because in their opinion, the hundreds of thousands of troops from the 7 White O kingdoms are so majestic that it is easy to reach safety. It is simply impossible for them to win. But even if it is impossible, there are still many brave Anda survivors who have not moved. Although they are also afraid, even though they have no hope of winning. But in their eyes, dignity and hatred are more important than living. On the city wall, Sia watched this scene calmly and did not stop them, allowing these survivors to betray them. There is no wave in her beautiful eyes. Soon, most of the 5,000 or 6,000 survivors at the foot of the city wall were gone. Only the last 2,000 or so remained. In front of the White O7 Nation Alliance army, a group of soldiers looked at the survivors wagging their tails towards them like dogs, and they all laughed. It's like watching a monkey. Ha ha. Interesting, so interesting. Is this the power you are proud of? But now, they seem to be willing to become our slaves. The representatives of the 7 countries smiled brighter and looked at Sia and others on the city wall. I want to see Sia and others angry. But no, Sia and others just looked at this scene with calm and cold expressions. Sia lowered her head, continued to look at the survivors who had not chosen to betray, and asked, "Aren't you leaving?" "Don't leave, we are from Manhua. We agreed to fight together, and we will fight together. I, Zihan, keep my word. The worst you can do is fight with these beasts. I just want these beasts to know that the people of Manhua still have some backbone." The remaining survivors answered one after another, with different answers, but their eyes became more determined. They are ready to die in battle. The presence of you proves that our rescue was not in vain. Sia nodded and spoke. It's a relief. That woman, why don't you dare to look at us? Don't you have anything to say? We are only targeting Songbing. If you surrender, we can accept it. The proud voices of representatives from the 7 countries came, and they all looked at the leader, Sia. It seems that he really wants to see Sia's fear. As they wished, Sia raised her head and looked at them coldly. Sneered. They are just a bunch of lackeys who repay kindness with vengeance. They left as soon as they left. I also want to thank you for helping us find them. The expressions of the representatives of the 7 countries suddenly darkened. Even when death is imminent, you still speak harshly. I really don't understand what kind of ecstasy soup Songbing poured into you to make you so desperate. If you are obsessed with it, don't blame us. Little beauty, are you Songbing's woman? Then Songbing is a coward. I will let you know what a real man is later. The representatives of the 7 countries sneered one after another, stopped talking nonsense, and at the same time drew out the purple gold sword from their waists. They shouted in unison, "Brave soldiers, listen to the order. This city is the Sin City built by Songbing. Everything and everyone in it are sinners and objects that are related to Songbing. Now, please hold your weapons high, represent justice, attack this sinful city, capture Songbing, eliminate the witch, and slaughter everything in this sinful city." The army of hundreds of thousands of white gulls instantly boiled and shouted in unison, their eyes filled with desire. Many days of invasion and massacre have made them addicted. The Andu in front of us is so prosperous, and there must be countless treasures and materials in it. Enough for them to rob. If you want to atone for your sins and survive, you should rush to the front and perform well. I will reward you with meat. Kill me. The In Kingdom representative pointed at the survivors who had come to surrender. Plan to use these survivors as shields. Meat. Good, good. Yes. Kill, kill, kill. Defeat the demon Songbing. Songbing, take your life. When the survivors who came over heard this, their faces were filled with excitement. They all raised the weapons sent by Manhua home without fear and rushed towards Anda homeland. For some reason, facing an army of hundreds of thousands of white gulls, they were filled with fear. But facing the Anda homeland and the countless compatriots, they didn't have the slightest fear. Taiju, let Shenglong and Wankai take the lead first. On the city wall, Siyame looked at the 7 Kingdoms' White O army charging towards them using the countless defected survivors as a shield. A cold light flashed in Siyame's eyes, and she finally gave the order. Okay, Sister Sia, this is what I've been waiting for. After receiving the order, Zhang Taiju showed his sharp eyes and immediately let go of Song Shenglong's hand, while pointing at the charging White O 7 Kingdoms army and the survivors who had fled. Said, "Holy Dragon, prosperous wealth, have you seen it? These are the enemies who want to harm us. Now, you can kill them as you please. No need to show mercy. Just kill as many as you want." Ho ho, second brother, where are those people? They seem to be from Manhua too, right? Song Shenglong was breathing heavily and couldn't wait to fight out. But the trace of humanity he had cultivated over many days still allowed him to ask with restraint. Because at the beginning, Zhang Taiju told him that the survivors were all Manhua people. They are not anymore. Now they are enemies who want to harm us. Enemies deserve to die. Zhang Taiju said with a gloomy expression. Okay, I won't be polite then, Wankai, let's go. Bang! After receiving Zhang Tieju's affirmation, Song Shenglong's eyes instantly became firm and shot out instantly. The terrifying explosive power shattered an observatory made of black gold into pieces on the spot. Wankai followed closely behind, and the moment he jumped out from the great watching wall, his size instantly grew in size. The moment a man and a dog rushed out, there was a sharp and harsh sound. It even lifted the clothes of Sia and others. What a terrifying explosive power. Everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. Both are at level 7. This outburst frightened them. Kill. Brothers, fight them. At the foot of the city wall, I looked at the countless survivors who had been killed and who had defected, as well as the hundreds of thousands of troops from the 7 Kingdoms of White O. Although the survivors who chose to stay were scared, they still rushed forward with their eyes closed and their determination to die. However, Not long before he rushed out, there was a beast's roar above his head, followed by a terrifying hurricane, whizzing directly past. This terrible hurricane pressed them to a halt. The 2,000 survivors looked up and saw two afterimages, one large and one small, already appearing in front of them. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever it passed, strong winds howled, the ground was cracked, and it was so terrifying. The purple gold car behind the hundreds of thousands of troops was driving slowly. The representatives of the 7 nations on the roof of the car sat down leisurely and started to watch the show in a joking manner. When they saw the 2,000 survivors approaching with their eyes closed, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Up to the city wall, 2 blasts of wind, one large and one small, burst out. Wherever it passed, it was like 2 horizontal tornadoes sweeping everything. Level 7. The representatives of the 7 kingdoms looked slightly condensed and suddenly stopped laughing. No wonder that Song Bing is so confident that he actually hid 2 7th level ones. The Ingguo representative's face suddenly darkened. Unexpectedly, Anda still has level 7. Song Bing is indeed not as simple as we thought, and it is actually hidden so deeply. If we don't make a breakthrough, I'm afraid we can only fight it by injecting pathogenic agents. The Saudi representative also spoke coldly. Haha, but fortunately, we are now level 7. Just 2 7th level people want to fight against us? Dream. The country also sneered. They're just 2 7th level ones, leave them to me. The Igor representative stood up even more confidently. Add me, and we'll have a quick victory. I haven't had a good fight since I was promoted to level 7. I hope these 2 level 7s are paper tigers created by Song Bing and will be vulnerable before they can be beaten. Aogwa also stood up confidently and stretched his muscles. As an apocalypse force, the thing they are least afraid of is their peers. At the same time, Song Shenglong and Wang Kai had turned into 2 high-speed afterimages and met with the hundreds of thousands of troops from the 7 White O kingdoms. Song Shenglong and Wang Kai's eyes instantly turned scarlet red, and the corners of their mouths split open, revealing excited smiles. They heard the echo of killing. In the chariot on the snow-capped mountains in the distance, Song Bing watched the scene leisurely. There was no concern for those survivors who defected and went to Andu. He has experienced too many such betrayals in his life. So now that he sees this situation again, it can no longer cause any ripples in his heart. What he cares more about now is the merits of these people. Song Bing's eyes fell on Song Shenglong and Wang Kai, who rushed out. I'm afraid only he can truly capture the speed of both. One person and one dog seemed to have come from hell. Wherever he passed, snowflakes were flying and the wind was howling. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Black Army. Song Bing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looking forward to the fighting power between the two. Light snow began to fall between the sky and the earth, seeming to herald the beginning of a massacre. Kill, kill, kill. Capture Song Bing and destroy the witch. On behalf of justice, kill Song Bing. The 100,000 white gulls and the 7 kingdoms army were as powerful as a rainbow, and they were always looking forward to the next massacre of the city. The same was true for the group of survivors at the front, who charged particularly hard. Their eyes were burning, and they were glad that they had joined the righteous side. But he completely failed to capture the 2 killing gods that stepped out of hell. Until the next second, they meet each other. The Black Army was so majestic that it seemed capable of swallowing and annihilating everything. But the murderous aura embedded in Song Shenglong and Wang Kai was like 2 sharp spears, poured directly and unreasonably into the Black Army. Bang, bang. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the few traitor survivors who rushed to the front as shields exploded at the moment when they met Song Shenglong and Wang Kai. Wang Kai and Song Shenglong didn't even come into contact. It was just the collision of the terrifying blast. It immediately strangled them into blood mist, leaving no residual limbs, and completely vaporized them. It blends with the snowflakes falling between the sky and the earth, making it gorgeous and eye-catching. The horrific aftermath on Song Shenglong and Wang Kai caused countless betrayed survivors within 100 meters to vomit blood and fly out at the same time. Just like the damage caused by an explosion, there were suddenly injuries of varying degrees. Oh, after just one intersection, the front of the Black Army was dented by the collision. Blood was sprinkled on Song Shenglong's face, and his blood began to boil like boiling water. His eyes instantly turned crimson and crazy. Bang! His speed skyrocketed again, and the super male gene in his body was completely activated. Like a madman who had completely let go of himself, he poured directly into the Black Army. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, wherever he passed, the white gull soldiers and betrayed survivors exploded into blood mist. The surrounding soldiers were ruthlessly knocked away. The blood mist continued to stretch among the Black Army. In his crazy state, Song Shenlong was like a high-speed train, hitting everyone and exploding. On the other hand, the originally dark and terrifying army was now like a lit firecracker. Crazy explosion, out of control. Wang Kai is not far behind, getting bigger and bigger, although his killing power is not as terrifying as Song Shenlong's. But the damage range was large, and all the soldiers and betrayed survivors within 100 meters of it were shattered into pieces, crisp as tissue paper. The moment one person and one dog rushed into the black and overwhelming army, they were like wolves entering a flock of sheep and began a brutal and inhumane massacre. The majestic army looked like ants in front of the two. Bang! The originally high-spirited army was instantly dispersed by this horrific massacre. With one mistake, the companions beside them turned into blood mist, and the blood was sprinkled directly on their faces. Or maybe the next second, he would turn into blood mist. Under this terrible impact, the feeling of terror spread instantly. The excitement faded from their faces. What replaced it was deep fear. The soldiers at the front did not dare to move forward. When the soldiers at the rear saw the blood mist exploding toward them like bloody firecrackers, they immediately retreated in fear. The Black Army instantly became chaotic. The general supervising the battle at the rear stood on the roof of the chariot. Facing the suddenly panicked army, he quickly raised his weapons and shouted. But not before he finished shouting. The human firecracker was already exploding towards him. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the explosion was particularly harsh, and his pupils instantly widened. He finally saw clearly Song Shenlong, who was covered in blood and had a monster-like smile on his face. Bang! Song Shenlong grinned and immediately came to him. Then, without waiting for him to speak, he slapped him alive into blood mist. The entire chariot instantly disintegrated and exploded, falling into the heavy snow. Licking his bloody lips, Song Shenlong did not stop and continued to transform into a mad, demonic afterimage and charge out. In his eyes, this Black Army was just a toy for him to unleash. Seeing this scene on the purple-patterned chariot at the rear, the expressions of the representatives of the Seven Kingdoms changed slightly. I never expected Song Shenlong and Wang Kai to be so fast. In just a short moment, he rushed into the army. A brutal massacre unfolded. Stop it, bastard, your opponent is us. The representatives of the Art Country and the Valve Country had gloomy expressions on their faces, and they immediately turned into a very fast afterimage and rushed out. If we slow down a moment, the army of 100,000 will really be slaughtered. On top of the city wall, the ferocity of Song Shenlong and Wang Kai also moved Xia and others' hearts. It seemed that what was released was either a man and a dog, or two god-killing monsters. This was the first time they witnessed the battle between Song Shenlong and Wang Kai in a real sense. Do they still need to take action? Why do you feel that Song Shenlong and Wang Kai can kill all of this? At the foot of the city wall, the 2,000 survivors who had originally planned to fight to the death were dumbfounded. Looking at the two violent afterimages whose figures could not be seen clearly, and the figure that kept exploding, they all showed fear. What kind of monster is this? And his trump card? Ding successfully absorbed level 3 water addiction, merit plus 1,000. Ding successfully absorbed level 4 metabolic disease, merit plus 10,000. Ding successfully absorbed level 5 connective disease, merit plus 100,000. In the Snow Mountain Chariot, under the harvest of Song Shenlong and Wang Kai, Song Bing easily and crazily absorbed the diseases of the deceased. Effortlessly. Beasts, I will tear you into pieces. On the battlefield, representatives of the Art Country and the Feudal Country arrived at the same time. The superpowers of both of them exploded at the same time. The skin around the representative of Igua began to shine, and he instantly looked like a blue light person, full of energy. Killed Song Shenlong. When the representative of the feudal kingdom raised his hand, countless stones in the snow flew towards him and instantly transformed into a giant stone man, striding towards Wang Kai. Song Shenlong and Wang Kai, who were massacred wantonly in the army, were attracted by the arriving representatives of the Art Kingdom and the Lord Kingdom. Feeling the powerful fluctuations in ability of the representative of Igua, Song Shenlong's scarlet eyes suddenly became scarier. Although there are many of these people, they are all too weak. It turned into blood mist before he even made a move, which was not satisfying at all. Therefore, he longs for powerful enemies. The more powerful the better. This will make him happy. And the one who was killed in front of me seemed pretty good. You beast, die. The Igua representatives who came to kill did not feel Song Shenlong's excitement. When he was less than 100 meters away from Song Shenlong, he instantly squeezed towards his stomach. Bang! The next second, the blue energy around him gathered like running water, and a terrifying blue energy bar shot out directly from his belly button. The blue energy tore a deep mark in the snow, destroying everything and shooting towards Song Shenlong. He did not intend to leave any way for Song Shenlong to survive. However, facing this terrifying energy impact, Song Shenlong not only refused to avoid it, rushing directly with excitement. Idiot, looking for death. Seeing how stupid Song Shenlong was, the Igua representative sneered on his lips. Bang! Sure enough, the next second, the blue energy light shot directly penetrated Song Shenlong's belly. Like a sharp sword in the air, there is no pause. Vulnerable. Seeing this, the Igua representative's original vigilance completely dissipated, replaced by a contemptuous smile. He didn't expect Song Shenlong to be so weak. Or is he too strong? Long live my lord. The other frightened soldiers all cheered when they saw the Igua representative piercing Song Shenlong's chest with one easy blow. On the city wall, Sia and others also had expressions of concentration. Only in the chariot, Song Bing remained extremely calm. Among all his experimental subjects, if only in terms of combat effectiveness, Song Shenlong ranked second, and no one could rank first. Of course, the lethality is another factor. Sure enough, the next second, Song Shenlong, who had been penetrated, just lowered his head and glanced curiously, then raised his head again and looked at the representative of Igua. It feels so good. This is how it feels. Let's continue. His blood-stained face showed an even more excited smile. Think. The representative of Igua's pupils shrank. I was frightened by this smile. Of course, what frightened him even more was Song Shenlong's expression of emotionlessness and even excitement. Like a fake corpse. Bang! Without giving Igua representatives any time to buffer, Song Shenlong moved again. He directly held the blue energy bar and rushed towards the Igua representative. And it's getting faster and faster. Seeing this scene, the expression of the Igua representative changed. The uncontrollable fear in my heart. He just felt that the guy in front of him was not a human being. More like a zombie-like monster. But I felt the afterimage of Song Shenlong getting closer and closer. He still tried to calm down, and at the same time hurriedly expanded the impact of the blue energy light bar. I want to tear Song Shenlong to pieces with this. Die to me. The Igua representative roared gloomily, but was surprised to find that the energy light seemed to be bound by Song Shenlong's flesh and could not spread at all. Hey, let's have a good fight. During this gap, Song Shenlong had turned into a ferocious blood shadow and descended. That bloodthirsty, murderous aura made the representative of Igua fearful. But without giving him a chance to move away, Song Shenlong pounced like a crazy beast. The terrifying strong wind roared in, and before it even got close, it had already torn the skin of the Igua representative to pieces. The Igua representative's face changed drastically, and he could only quickly gather all the energy in his fists to meet Song Shenlong. That bright fist suddenly seemed to be blessed by magic, and it was dazzling in an instant. However, the moment it collided with Song Shenlong's blood-stained fist, the Igua representative's fist that gathered blue energy exploded instantly. Flesh and blood suddenly mixed with blue energy spread out. Song Shenlong's terrifying punch not only shattered the Igua representative's fist alive, it was blown hundreds of meters away, creating a big crater. Oh! The screams of the Igua representative came from the snow pit. He struggled to get up, and his entire arm was completely useless. Looking up, he saw in the distance that Song Shenlong's chest, which had been pierced by him, was visibly healed. It feels so good. Keep going, let's keep going. However, Song Shenlong rushed towards him even more excitedly, his rapid breathing sound like the song of death. The Igwa representative's pupils shrank suddenly, and he backed away in fright. Don't dare to fight anymore. At this moment, he was finally afraid. He finally knew what kind of monster he was facing. Ho 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 ho. Not far away, a similar scene was taking place. The representative of the feudal state is confident that he can suppress Wang Kai with his ability to control stones. But in the next second, Wang Kai rushed out from under his feet, opened his bloody mouth, and bit the representative of the kingdom. Immediately afterwards, a pair of huge black wings sprouted directly from its back. Just like this, holding the representative of the feudal country in its mouth, it rose into the sky like a giant tengu. Whether it was the representative of the art country or the representative of the feudal country, they could only last less than a minute in front of Song Shenlong and Wang Kai. How is that possible? This sudden scene made the 5 representatives of the Yin kingdom sitting on the chariot sit up in shock, looking at this scene in horror, especially the crazy Song Shenlong. That lifeless fighting style. It directly makes them afraid. Let's attack together and kill these 2 beasts. Seeing that the representative from Igwa was about to lose his strength, the representative from Ingwa looked gloomy. The 5 people nodded, and at the same time they unleashed their superpowers, turning into 5 afterimages and shooting out. No matter how much face you have, they plan to use more to defeat fewer and rely on their numerical advantage to join forces to kill Song Shenlong and Wang Kai. Both Song Shenlong and Wang Kai made them feel deeply afraid. Want to defeat more with less? Do you think we don't exist? On the city wall, seeing that the time was right, Xia stopped talking nonsense and gave an order. Zhang Taizhu, who had been waiting for a long time, and 21 7th level nurses, as well as a group of 5th and 6th level caregivers, turned into nearly 100 afterimages like a rainbow and rushed out at the same time. The moment their powers were released, the whole world trembled. It's like 100 flowers blooming. The scene is so spectacular. A lot of level 7s. How is this possible? The Yin Kingdom representative who had emerged looked up, and his pupils shrank sharply when he saw this horrifying scene. It was like seeing a ghost. At the same time, their rushing steps also stopped consciously. Kill, kill, kill. Boom, boom, boom. Almost at the same time, 21 level 7 soldiers led by Zhang Taizhu rushed into the chaotic army. Zhang Tieju's golden thunder was released, and its lethality was even more terrifying. The remaining 7 levels of abilities are different, and they are also like killing chickens, although not as fierce as Song Shenlong. But the combat power of level 7 is equally terrifying. A group of caregivers soon joined the battlefield. It was a one-sided crushing attack. Although the number is small, it is a dimensionality reduction blow. I can truly feel the terrifying level 7 combat power of Zhang Taizhu and others. The 5 Yin Kingdom representatives were trembling. They didn't dare to take another step forward. The screams of the representatives of the Art Nation and the Valve Nation were heard. At this moment, one person was pinned to the ground and bitten by Song Shenlong, and the other was bitten and rubbed in the sky by Wang Kai. It's completely a one-sided crushing. Retreat, retreat, quickly retreat. Withdraw the troops, quickly withdraw the troops. Watching this terrifying scene, the remaining representatives of the 5 nations no longer had their initial confidence and composure. They shouted in panic, while also retreating repeatedly themselves, afraid of being caught up in it. Over 27th level fighters? How could they fight this? How were they supposed to fight this? Fight with their lives? And in fact, they didn't need to shout retreat. Seeing Song Shenlong tearing and biting at the E-Nation representative in that crazed demonic state, the 100,000-strong army had already begun retreating in chaos. All scared half to death by the maddened Song Shenlong. This was nothing like what they had imagined. The promised massacre of the city had become them being massacred. At the front of the chaotic army, while Song Shenlong and Wang Kai were tearing at the E-Nation and FA Nation representatives, the traitorous survivors at the very front finally had a chance to speak. No, don't kill me. I'm from a nation. I'm also from a nation. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was coerced. I'm willing to fight the enemy alongside you. Right? Don't come closer. Whoever dares come closer, I'll kill him. The traitorous survivors, seeing Zhang Taizhu and the others killing left and right, finally became afraid. They immediately hurried to put on pitiful expressions, declaring their allegiance. Had they known Zhang Taizhu and the others were this formidable, why would they have betrayed? Some terrified Biou officers even took traitorous survivors hostage, trying to threaten Zhang Taizhu and the others who were charging into the army. Those hostage traitorous survivors even cooperated by calling for help. But the next second, a golden lightning bolt struck down, instantly turning both into charcoal. Zhang Taizhu descended from the sky, crushing both with one foot. His golden eyes looked toward the surrounding traitorous survivors calling for help, giving his response. These are not a nation people, they are traitors. Kill the traitors first. Yes. Immediately, the 27th level fighters and the caregivers attacked even more fiercely. They mainly targeted those traitorous survivors begging for mercy. These were traitors, not a nation people. The faces of the traitorous survivors changed drastically, but they could only die in fear and pain. Before death, everyone's eyes were filled with regret. At this moment, they finally understood that what they had rushed toward was not freedom and new life, but hell. They looked toward the 2,000 survivors on the opposite side. At this moment, they were incomparably envious. How they longed to be one of them. If only they had also firmly chosen to share hardship with Incurable, would they be? Unfortunately, it was all just fantasy. At the foot of the city wall, the 2,000 survivors who had not moved from beginning to end stared blankly at the enemy army being continuously crushed. Their expressions could no longer convey the shock in their hearts. They had been prepared to die for dignity. Yet this turned out to be new life. This was something no one had expected. Brothers, kill, live and die with a nation. Kill. Watching Zhang Taizhu and the others like gods descending from heaven, the 2,000 survivors gradually came to their senses. Immediately, as if injected with adrenaline, they grabbed their weapons and rushed toward the battlefield, joining the fight. Song Shenglong and Wang Kai had already shattered the fighting courage of the Biou 7 Nations army. When they joined the battlefield, they simply chased and killed the enemy all the way. Therefore, looking down from the sky, one would discover this shocking scene. A few thousand people led by Zhang Taizhu were chasing and beating 100,000-strong Biou army. How spectacular the scene was. No, you can't do this. There's still us. There's still us. On the battlefield, the E Nation and FA Nation representatives had originally been struggling to hold on, waiting for rescue from the E Nation representative and the others. But what came instead was the scattered army, and the E Nation representative and the other 5 abandoning them and fleeing. Watching Zhang Taizhu and the others with equally high morale, their pupils widened. They finally understood why the E Nation representative and the others had fled. At this moment, they also wanted to flee, but were both ruthlessly suppressed by Song Shenglong and Wang Kai. At a certain moment, facing Song Shenglong's crazed tearing and biting, the E Nation representative was the first to fail. In one careless moment, Song Shenglong bit directly into his neck. His pupils instantly widened. He began to lose breath, unable to shout anymore. The pathogen agent he had managed to pull out ultimately had no chance to be injected into his neck. At the same time, the FA Nation representative was also dragged underground by Wang Kai. That enormous bloody maw finally bit through the stone he had absorbed. His spine was bitten through on the spot. The FA Nation representative's pupils dilated, and he instantly lost the ability to absorb stone to protect himself. He could only watch helplessly as Wang Kai bit off the stones on his body piece by piece, until biting into his flesh. Of course, their actions also greatly bought escape opportunities for the other soldiers. Just like that, in less than half an hour of engagement, the 100,000-strong army of the Biou 7 Nations had not even touched the walls of Incurable's home before ending in complete defeat. If not for those defecting survivors, and the E Nation and FA Nation representatives covering the rear, it would probably have been even more tragic. At this moment, the 5 Nation representatives had already driven that giant purple-gold battle vehicle, reaching the hilltop first. Looking back at the army continuously dying miserably at the hands of Zhang Taizhu and the others, the faces of the E Nation representative and the other 5 were ugly to the extreme. Quickly withdraw. Abandon all supplies, don't want them anymore. And those prisoners, leave them to cover the rear. The five stood on the vehicle roof while retreating, shouting orders to the army officers behind. At this moment, they only wanted to minimize losses. The officers who received orders also quickly gave commands, while retreating, dispatching suicide squads, leading the in-nation prisoners they had captured and plundered along the way, to block the front and rear, only hoping to use this to cover the rear, to buy more time for escape. What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you coming to support us? At the same time, the E-Nation representative noticed the 20,000-strong small allied army where Song Bing was located ahead and immediately gave orders. Inside the battle vehicle, the Tao Nation representative and the others who had witnessed all this were already terrified to the extreme. The last shred of fantasy about survival was completely shattered. At this moment, they only wanted to order a retreat, but unfortunately command authority seemed to be in Song Bing's hands. Song Bing also picked up the command microphone at this time. While frantically absorbing merit, he shouted passionately to the 20,000 soldiers outside. Soldiers, the good opportunity to establish merit and career has arrived. Right now our friendly forces are truly being pursued and killed by the evil Song Bing's troops. For justice, to protect the blue planet, to protect human civilization. Kill for me, grip your spears, wave your swords, fight to the death. Don't be afraid, don't fear, Jesus will bless you. God will bless you. Song Bing picked up the microphone and once again launched into an impassioned pre-battle mobilization, while not forgetting to release mental power to strengthen the brainwashing, only to make these soldiers more motivated. The 20,000 soldiers, watching this terrifying scene below the mountain, momentarily wondered if they had heard wrong. They could still charge? Shouldn't they retreat? But under Song Bing's mental power-laced bewitchment, one by one they began to fill with adrenaline and fighting spirit. Go for it. For justice, capture Song Bing and destroy the witch. God will bless us. Under Song Bing's brainwashing, 20,000 soldiers were successfully brainwashed and immediately charged onto the battlefield as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Inside the chariot, Tao Guo and his representatives watched this scene with their faces turning ashen. They didn't understand why their men were being so brave at this moment. You actually dare to go on that? Did you take the wrong medicine? At that moment, they desperately wanted to stop it, but they simply didn't have the courage. They could only watch helplessly as their elite troops recklessly rushed to the battlefield. He was killed by Zhang Taizhu and others. The 5 representatives from the Silver Kingdom were equally surprised to see this. They had only shouted in anger, but they never expected this small coalition to be so loyal. Did they really go ahead with it? But it's good. The more people there are, the less damage they will suffer. Good. Very good. You did a great job. From now on, you are officially part of our White Gull Alliance. Now cover our retreat. The Silver Kingdom representative realized what was happening and immediately looked at the chariot where Song Bing and the others were, making a grand promise. Yes, sir. You go first. We will cover your retreat. Inside the chariot, Song Bing responded using a microphone. Then they continued brainwashing and issuing orders. Charge. Keep charging. Those with the rank of Major General and above, charge too. For justice. Outside the chariots, a group of generals, having been brainwashed, also decisively rushed into the battlefield. To die a heroic death. Incredibly brave. Song Bing's frantically absorbed merit. Perform a ritual to help these people pass on to the afterlife. Like a god, he controls all the merits on the battlefield. How delightful. The 5 representatives of the Silver Kingdom and their generals were all dumbfounded by the bravery of the Tao Kingdom's allied forces. But seeing the valiant Tao Kingdom allied forces die one after another, they snapped out of their daze. They hurriedly ran away, but before leaving, they didn't forget to set a trap for Song Bing, saying, "Okay, you guys hold on, we'll go get reinforcements for you. Don't worry, leave the rest to us. We can hold on. Victory is ours." Watching the Silver Kingdom representatives and others flee in disarray over the mountain, Song Bing revealed a sly smile. Next, it was his turn to perform. Tao Guo and his group watched as their own soldiers continued to die. My heart is bleeding. Don't be sad. It's war. Casualties are inevitable. For justice, God will bless them. I believe they will go to heaven after they die. While absorbing merit, Song Bing looked at the despairing representatives of Tao Gua and offered words of comfort. The corners of their mouths twitched violently. I didn't know how to answer for a moment. They never expected to be tormented by Song Bing all the way. I should have just died. What? Am I wrong? Song Bing frowned slightly, but maintained a smile on his face. Yes, Dr. Song is right. The group of people were instantly startled and spoke up. Clap your hands. Clap your hands now. Song Bing continued to offer kind reminders. Clap, clap, clap. The group was so frightened that they quickly clapped and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Seeing this, Song Binji finally smiled with satisfaction and continued to look out the car window, absorbing merit in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Let us pray for the souls of these heroes who fought for justice. In the corner, Kim Hee and the white-haired girl watched this scene, their lips twitching slightly. You can play it like this? Dr. Song, my sister's illness. After hesitating for a moment, Kim Hee stepped forward and spoke. Oh, no rush. There's still a war going on. I'll treat her after the war is over. Song Bing smiled at Kim Hee, then raised his hand and said, All right, let's not leave. We'll stay here and cheer on our brave soldiers. Tao Gua and the others' expressions changed again. Their current position was right on the hilltop. It offers a perfect vantage point to overlook the great battle below. But the key point is that everyone is running away now. Even the 5 representatives from the Silver Kingdom fled over the mountain. What's the point of them staying here and fussing? Isn't that just plain suicide? Even with 1,000 words to say, when they looked at Song Bing, the representatives of Tao Gua were speechless. He watched as the soldiers kept fleeing from his side, and as Zhang Taizhu and his men continued to charge closer. Tao Gua and his group no longer cared about the 20,000-strong army. All I wanted to do was escape. But Song Bing refused to comply. At this moment, on the battlefield, after dealing with the representatives from Yi and Tao countries, Song Shenglong and Wang Kai rejoined the battle. This also marked the beginning of a death countdown for countless soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. The dazzling human firecrackers exploded once again on the battlefield. Song Shenglong has gone berserk. This was the happiest moment of his life. It felt so good. Holy Dragon, do not kill those prisoners. Looking at the countless Angua prisoners left behind by the 7 Nations Alliance, Zhang Taizhu quickly spoke up. Those traitorous survivors deserve to die. These prisoners are not yet dead. At the same time, even if they are of a high rank, they are still facing an army of hundreds of thousands. It's impossible to keep them all. Even when killing ants, it's impossible to kill them all. It's already quite impressive that so many have survived to this day. At the same time, the 20,000 soldiers who had been energized by Song Bing and rushed into the battlefield experienced the cruelty of war. They immediately became much more sober and, filled with fear, followed the other 7 allied forces in their continuous retreat. Inside the chariot, he watched the soldiers fleeing past, as well as the Silver Kingdom representatives who had already escaped earlier. Song Bing smiled slightly. The other side had handed over command to him. He certainly wouldn't let them down. Song Bing then smiled and looked at the representatives of Tao Gua and his group. What are you all standing there for? Can't you see that even our brave soldiers are losing morale? Hurry up and climb onto the roof of the vehicle to cheer on our brave soldiers. Tao Gua and his group looked at Song Bing with disbelief. By now, they all understood that Song Bing simply wanted to torment and kill the 20,000 troops they had brought. The key is that we still need to rely on them. That's incredibly malicious. Song Bing, don't worry, it's not just your 20,000 soldiers, the rest will all die. Oh, I almost forgot. I wonder if your country beats drums to boost morale during war? Then when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You shall make do with the customs of Angua. Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, Song Bing suddenly remembered that something was missing. He immediately kicked out a pile of musical instrument gift packages that had been prepared beforehand from the corner. There's a big red drum, a gong, a cymbal, and most importantly, 2 big locks. These musical instruments were all collected by Song Bing before. I never thought I'd need it now. Perfect, 1 for each of us. Let's get started. Song Bing glanced at the musical instruments and the representatives of Tao Gua and others and laughed. Looking at Song Bing's treacherous smile, Tao Gua and the others felt their hair stand on end. Despite their reluctance, They gritted their teeth and stepped forward, each carrying a musical instrument, and lined up to walk onto the roof of the car. Then, facing the fleeing soldiers, he awkwardly began to play. Song Bings cleared his throat, picked up the microphone again, and began to encourage. Cough, cough, cough. Brave soldiers, we cannot back down. For justice, for the defense of Earth, charge. God will bless you. The sound, mixed with Song Bing's mental energy, indiscriminately swept down. Whether it was the 20,000 soldiers of the Tao Kingdom's allied forces who fled, or the soldiers of the Seven-Nation allied forces, they finally made it to the top of the mountain and were about to escape this hellish place. However, Song Bing ruthlessly injected him with chicken blood and sent him down. The chicken blood didn't work, so I forcibly controlled the movement to go back. It's like pushing it into a fire.